In the last 5 years, I've gone from $0 to a senior software engineer who made over $700,000 in his career. And now I'm leading my own AI development company where we build AI solutions for businesses. In the last 3 years, I've documented all the lessons that I've learned along the way. This video contains my best and most effective videos that will help you become a high-paying software engineer in this current market. It's a long video, but if you go through it, you'll walk away with 5 years of the most important lessons that I have to offer. And I'm giving it to you completely for free. Let's begin. The first step before we start, we need to break some of your limiting beliefs and some of your fears. Is it too late to become a software engineer? Does this job have any future now that AI is here? And how much money can you still make in tech? While everyone else is panicking, you Bender will find the hidden gems. I've spent years in the trenches of the tech industry. And let me tell you something, most software engineers, they don't understand the job market. I'm gonna share my honest thoughts on where the software engineering market is, both the challenges and where the real opportunity is, so you can get ahead. This video will have two parts. In the first part, I'm gonna tell you what is wrong and how we got here. And in the second part, I'm gonna tell you where the real opportunity is to land high-paying tech jobs. It's a brutal time to find a job as a software engineer, especially for those of you who have like 0 to 3 years of experience, so like fresh graduates to junior developers. Especially difficult because there's just too many of you guys. You have too much competition. The golden era of tech was around the 2010s, like that decade. There was an explosive growth, very easy barrier to entry. There was a huge shortage of software engineers. Companies were begging engineers to join them. Like you could learn how to code in 3 months, learn some HTML, CSS and JavaScript, and you can land a job. Now it's very difficult to replicate this today because the market has reached saturation, it has normalized, it's more similar to other jobs now. I graduated right at the end of that golden era. It was 2019 and I was trying to apply for a job right before I graduated. I applied to over 100 jobs and I could barely land a single interview. I only got a few interviews and I just secured one position at the end of this. So the barrier to entry to the tech market has actually been gradually increasing. It's not just those past 2 years, it has been happening for the past 5 years. In 2022, we entered an economic recession. So companies started to cut costs. And what is the biggest cost for a company? Is their engineers, the salary they pay to engineers. So they started laying off a huge amount of engineers. And all of a sudden, from one day to the other, you have like 10,000, 50,000, 100,000 new qualified software engineers who are in the market searching for a job. So imagine if you are entering this market searching for a job and you have 100,000 people who all of a sudden just appeared in the market who are also looking for a job. It basically means that your competition has increased. Your chances of landing the job has decreased because the amount of competition has increased. The other thing that companies are doing to cut off costs is to outsource their development to teams in India, in Pakistan, in Eastern Europe, Ukraine, because those developers are a lot cheaper. So they can hire more developers at a fraction of the cost that it would take to hire developers in America. And on top of all of this, there is a third unknown variable that we have in this market today is AI. We still don't know how AI is going to shape the market and what impact it's going to have exactly. So right now, we live in tough times, but this story has a happy ending. There's a quote that I like. Hard times create strong engineers, and strong engineers create good times. The first thing that you have to know, Codebenders, is that companies are still hiring today. Many tech giants and startups are hiring engineers every single day. Today, even literally, there has been hundreds of engineers who have been hired exactly today, the day you're watching this video. There is 4.3 million software engineers in the US. Most of them are making over $100,000 a year. Some are making $200,000 a year. Some are making $300,000 a year and more. Why couldn't you be one of them? Companies are still raising millions of dollars. Every week you hear about a new startup that raised like 10, 20 to $50 million. What do you think they do with this money? Like what are the costs for a company? Their offices, yeah, that costs some money, but it's not that big. Servers cost some money, but it's usually not the main cost. Marketing is a decent cost, but then the biggest cost for a tech company building software is they need to hire talented people who can build that actual software. That means engineers. So when a company raises money, the primary thing they're going to do with this money most of the time is going to be hiring more people. So a good indicator in the market is if you see that a lot of companies are raising a lot of money because there's a lot of money that is injected in that market. So don't think that the tech market is dead. The demand is still very strong. It's just that the tech market has stabilized. It has normalized to a level that is more similar to other jobs. If you look at other jobs that have high paying careers, right? Like doctors, lawyers, and things like that. They have very difficult barrier to entry. It's very hard to become a doctor or a lawyer. You have to study for like a decade. You have to invest a lot of money in your education. It's highly competitive. Only a few people make it at the end. And then even if you make it at the end, only a few people make those high salaries. Compared to that, software engineering is a much better choice. You have extremely high salaries, good work-life balance. You can work on cool projects. You can shape the future of human society. You can build a startup and you can work from anywhere in the world remotely. Truth number 2 that you need to know. AI hasn't replaced anyone yet. It's been 2-3 years since GPT-3 came out and ChatGPT and all that AI wave, and yet we haven't seen any software engineer laid off because of AI. And the same thing is true for a lot of other jobs. Right now, AI is enhancing productivity. It's not replacing any software engineers yet. There is a lot of new opportunities emerging in AI-related fields. AI startups are the ones who raise the highest amount of money, and they hire actively for software engineers. I don't know if AI is going to completely replace software engineers at the end of this decade. I cannot promise anything. The same way as I don't know if it's going to replace doctors, lawyers, teachers, artists, architects, and all the other jobs. No job is safe. The AI revolution is coming for every job. So what you have to think is, which job gives you the highest safety? Which job has the highest potential? And in which position do you want to be in the worst case scenario where the AI revolution comes in and just replaces everyone? Which is the spot that you want to be in? And in my opinion, the best shot that you have at becoming like future proof is you need to make a lot of money. You need to secure yourself, secure your finances, invest wisely. And then you need to build skills to be a problem solver, to adapt to any situation. I think software engineering is still the best bet to achieve that. So how do you survive in this new landscape? How do you succeed in the age of AI? It's not about working harder or even smarter. It's about understanding the new rules of the game. First, you have to focus on what you can control. It's not going to help you if you keep complaining and being dramatic and being negative all the time. Your best shot is to do something with what you have. The market is difficult, but there's ways to succeed. People get hired every day. It can be you. Number 2, specialize in high demand areas. AI, for example. You don't have to become a machine learning engineer or an AI researcher. You can become a regular software engineer, but who is enhanced with some extra AI skills that have AI features on top of it, like AI chatbots and a bunch of things like this. You're going to learn new tools like LangChain. You're going to learn AI architectures like RAG. You're going to learn how to use the different AI APIs and things like this. Cybersecurity is also an emerging field that has a huge amount of demand right now. Cloud engineering is another one that has a big demand. Number 3, you have to improve your skills. Coding, problem solving, system design. You need to become good as an engineer. There's no way around it. You need to build a lot of diverse projects, the ones that solve real problems, the ones that have a business use case to it. Number 4, you have to network effectively. In 2024, this is the best way to get an interview. Applying to hundreds or thousands of jobs is not the way anymore. You have to reach out to people directly, and that's how you can get interviews. And number 5, once you have an interview, prepare the maximum you can to crush it. Make every single shot count. Interviews come rarely, so you have to make every single shot count. The golden era of tech where you could just learn some minimal HTML, CSS, and JavaScript in just a few months and land a high-paying tech job is probably over. The barrier to entry is higher now, but the crazy salaries are still there. The amazing work-life balance is there. The cool projects are still there. The growth is still there. You can use it to support yourself, your family, you can travel, you can take your parents to Umrah, you can offer lots of gifts and just have a very good life. I would still recommend software engineering to my family members. It's challenging, but the same as is a lot of other, or I would say all other high-paying jobs. In my opinion, software engineering is still the best choice. After I posted this video, many junior developers complained, telling me that I don't know what I'm talking about, that it's the end, AI will just kill all the jobs soon. And it's funny to see how experienced developers look at AI and what the capabilities are, and how more junior developers look at it. AI is changing the market. There is no denying in that. We're entering a new age. But there's 2 things that you can do. Either you believe that all the jobs are gonna die soon and there is no point of doing anything, and then you just go into manual labor until robots replace you ultimately, which might be longer. Or you continue on your path as a developer, you become real good, you make a lot of money, you save it. And in the worst case scenario, imagine that AI replaces us all in 5 years, which I don't think is gonna happen. I think it's a very low likelihood. I think it's more realistic that it's gonna happen over the course of 1 or 2 decades. But let's say it's 5 years. In 5 years, with a salary of $100,000, that's $500,000 that you're gonna make if your salary doesn't evolve at all. So if you stay at the minimum of 100,000, of course you're not gonna save all of that money, but if you're smart, you can save a good chunk of it. And then even if you lose your job at that moment, at least you're gonna have a safety net, and there's still things that you can do to save yourself. And I'm gonna show that later in the video. The other advantage is that as an engineer, you're gonna see AI coming before everyone else, and you can prepare for it. I knew about GPT-3 and I had played around with it before ChatGPT came out. So I knew what was coming, and that's only because I'm a developer, so I have knowledge about things that the average person doesn't have. In the age of AI, there is a new type of software engineer who is emerging. And in my opinion, this is the one who will survive this wave and make a huge amount of money. Young Chuck just read an article saying that most junior developer roles will disappear because of AI. He is panicking, he's not ready to be replaced. He feels depressed. What's the point of even trying anymore? But the last cut bender thinks differently. He sees a window of opportunity in AI, an opportunity to change his life and create generational wealth. As someone who has worked in the tech space for the past 5 years, I see the market in a very interesting state right now. It's like there is a combination of extreme opportunity because of AI, because the salaries in tech are extremely high, because the number of startups starting in the AI space, the number of jobs being created, the amount of money that you can make. This is on the upside. But on the downside, there is a huge amount of competition. There's an enormous amount of engineers who are in the market. And of course, there's the threat of AI replacing everyone, and you feel like it's like a switch that can happen down the line at any moment. And it's a very interesting combination of those two forces that are happening right now. And you are in the middle of all of this, and you're trying to figure out how can you win. What you need to understand is that there is a narrow window of opportunity where AI is going to create more jobs before it starts replacing them. And that's because we are at the start of the AI revolution. At the start of any revolution, this is when people build generational wealth. Think about the internet revolution, think about crypto, and think about the fact that AI is gonna be bigger than all of them combined. Right now, what I believe is that we're still early on the bell curve. We are at the spot where more money is available, more jobs are being created, people are earning a lot more. It's the most exciting time to be in. And this is what we're seeing. Look at the number of startups that have been created over just the past 3 months. Look at the number of jobs that have been opened in all the startups, right? Whenever a new company is created, it's new jobs that are being added to the market. Look at the amount of money that has been invested in AI startups. We're talking about billions of dollars in those companies. Incubators like YC and different startup incubators, they're all recruiting AI startups to join their cohorts. It's a very, very exciting time to be in. And naturally, it leads to a higher amount of jobs. It leads to a higher amount of money being poured in. It leads to those jobs being very highly paid because companies, they want to hire as big as possible. They want to attract the best talent. They want to give them all the conditions possible in order for them to win. Right? Because companies, they're all competing to get a bigger size of the pie. And it's this very interesting dynamic. However, this dynamic can only last for a certain amount of time. Because you can think about it a little bit like a gladiator arena, right? That's the way I always like to think about it. Imagine that you have 1,000 fighters in this gladiator arena who are all fighting. At the beginning, you have a lot of people. They can all grow and slowly they're kind of killing each other, but it takes a little bit of time. At the beginning, it still looks like there's a huge amount of people in the arena. But slowly over time, some of them are going to die. Some of them are going to disappear. Some of them are going to kill each other. Same way with companies, right? Some of them are going to continue to grow at the beginning. They're going to hire more people. They're going to get money. They're going to get investment. Some companies are going to die very early on. Others are going to die because of competitions. Others are going to be acquired because of other companies. And this process is going to continue. It's going to last a few years until the market reaches a stage where there's only a few companies left. It's like this gladiator arena. At first, start with 1,000 people, 1,000 fighters. They start killing each other. You're down to 500. Then you're down to 200, 100, then 50, then 10. And then it's at the end, it's like the top 2 or 3 who are like the ultimate warriors, who are the strongest. Like no one can defeat them. That's the equivalent in the market when you have like 2-3 companies that just dominate the industry and no one can compete with them anymore because they're too big, because they have killed everyone. They have acquired anyone that they needed who was a threat. They killed everyone else and that's it. It becomes nearly impossible to compete with them. The market reaches a saturation and that's when things start to go down. That's when the opportunities start to go down and new players
like, well, you have missed the train. You're not gonna become like a millionaire anymore. You're not gonna have those huge opportunities that people early on had. That era is gone. This is the end of the window of opportunity, the opportunity that I'm talking about. This is when the bell curve reaches the tipping point. This is when opportunities are reduced, and this is when is the equivalent of missing the train. That's it. It's going to be extremely hard to compete when you reach that stage. So ideally, you want to do everything during this window of opportunity. This is when you want to utilize it the best. In my opinion, there's really three things that you can do. One is you can build the most experience that you can build. You try to become an expert at something. You try to acquire the most amount of knowledge that you can acquire and the most amount of experience working in the tech space, but at the same time working with AI, understanding the different AIs that are coming up, understanding how to use it to your advantage to become more productive. So that's one element of it. The other element is you want to have a network, right? Because in the era of AI, this is going to become even more important. You already heard probably most of your life, you're like, oh, the importance of having a network. If you have a network, if you know people, you're going to have an easier time to find a job, to like get whatever opportunity that you need. If you know people, it's going to be easier for you. Well, in the era of AI, it's going to be even more true. Your network that you have is going to be an extremely powerful asset for you, an asset that's going to help you to stand out in the market. That can be people that you know one-on-one, and it can also be the personal brand that you build. So if you have a Twitter, a LinkedIn, if you're connected to many people, if you have even a YouTube channel, like whatever it is, but if you have a network of people that you know one-on-one, and if you have an online presence, that's going to be very big in the era of AI. And this is why I've created a private network of AI developers through the Codebender AI Bootcamp. It's exactly for that reason. I want to be connected to AI developer, ambitious people who want to use AI, build cool stuff, and just win in this AI revolution that is happening right now. And I'm recruiting people constantly. If you're serious about this, like only if you're serious, if you want to win in this market, if you want to learn how to build cool AI apps, if you want to learn about those technologies, if you want to be in a private network of developers helping each other, go to the link in the description, lastcodebender.com/bootcamp, sign up, and let's start building cool things. So those are the things that I recommend right now. Build experience, try to become an expert at something, and build your network. Try to know more people, try to build an online presence, be surrounded by good, smart, talented people, and this is how you're gonna succeed. Programmers just like you are making $100,000 per year. They're not smarter than you, they're not better coders than you, so what separates them from you? What you have to understand, Codebenders, is that success and money is a lot about just being at the right place, at the right time, and playing your moves correctly. It's kind of like you have a chessboard that is in front of you, and then you have pieces. Those pieces were given to you by God, and you're the player, and there's a game in front of you that you're supposed to win. The pieces that you have is the characteristics that you have, right? Is the country where you're at, like the location, the people that you know, the resources that you have access to, the knowledge that you have, the brain you have, the genetics, the body that you were born with. All of those things are the pieces that you have in your chess game. And your goal is to use those pieces in the most efficient, strategic manner to win the game. So if you want to get to the $100,000 mark, right, that's your objective. You need to start the game and you need to move the first piece. The first piece that you're going to move is, first of all, your location. You're going to look around you and then you're going to see, is there anyone else that I know that I can see who is making $100,000? Is there any developer in my city, in my area who is making this? If there is, you're going to look them up, see what they do, check their journey and how they achieve that success. And if you can, talk to them, try to take them as a mentor. So then it's going to create a path for you. It's going to be the best move that you can take. If you notice that there isn't anyone, there's no one in your city, there's no one even in your country, then it means that the location where you're in most likely is not going to give you statistical likelihood of achieving this goal. So then you have two options. Either you physically have to relocate to somewhere else where you can achieve this goal, or you have to like digitally relocate by having a remote job essentially, or finding like ways to hustle online and make that income. But that's the very first piece that you have moved into the chessboard. The game has started now. Once you understand this, you need to then start moving the pieces in your board just non-stop. Essentially, you never stop. You need to keep playing this game and keep moving forward. The next thing that you're going to do, for example, is resources, right? You need to understand how can you get to the skills that will allow you to make $100,000. And you need to see which coding course can you take, which resource you have access to, which people can you talk to, which teachers can you take. All those things are resources that you can use that are around you. That's the next move that you just made. And you keep moving forward until you inevitably reach the last step, which is the $100,000 job is going to be right in front of you. And the only thing you'll have to do is to apply to it. It's kind of like you launch your final attack at the end of the game. It's the final boss to defeat. So you're going to launch a frontal attack like everyone else does. You're going to apply to that job. However, for us as code benders, we're a little smarter, right? We don't do things the conventional way like everyone else. So you're going to still apply like others do. That's standard. However, the thing that you're going to do on top of it is that you're also going to launch a side attack just to guarantee your victory. This means that after you apply for a job position, what you're going to do is you need to start to figure out a way to talk to the people at this company, right? Because if everyone applies through a job portal, you're the same as 1,000 different people who applied. However, if you figure out a way to talk to the people who are at this company, then their whole attention is on you now. You're not compared to the 1,000 different people who applied through the job portal, because you did this, so they have your resume on file, but then you also try to talk to them through LinkedIn, through email, through Twitter DMs, and they're right in front of you, they engage in discussion, and they can look at you differently. So that's the way that you can stand out. It's the same as launching a frontal attack and then like some rear attacks as well, just to secure victory. And that's the mindset that I want you guys to adopt, to realize that your life is like this chessboard. God has given you some pieces and you need to trust his plan. He knows what he's doing. There is a reason why specifically you have the pieces that you have and you're supposed to use them in the most strategic way possible. Like that's your objective. This part is on you. Like pieces were given to you. There is some wisdom behind it and your job is to use them in the most efficient way that you can and secure the victory. So I want you to start moving the pieces of your chessboard now.
This is a day in the life of a software engineer in NYC. I'll show you how I balance my work at an AI startup and a side project I'm building to help developers like you land high-paying jobs. I try to wake up early before the sun rises so I don't miss Fajr. After I pray, I start the day by planning the tasks I need to do. I break my day into blocks of 1 or 2 hours. The first 1 hour 30 is dedicated to my side hustle before my job starts. I'm currently mentoring 10 developers to teach them how to build AI projects and get high-paying jobs. It's part of my Codebender Accelerator. See, most junior developers make the same mistake I made. They focus too much on algorithms and traditional coding. But the real opportunity right now is in AI integration. Every business will need AI, that's not even a question. But here is what most people don't realize. These businesses don't need machine learning engineers. They won't build new models. They need developers who can integrate existing AI models. And that's where you come in. This is the biggest opportunity right now. I actually have another side hustle where businesses pay me between $5,000 and $10,000 to help them adopt AI solutions. And honestly, it's things that are not that hard to do. But more on that in another video. Once I'm done, I take a small break before heading to the office. Time to go. It takes me around 40 minutes to get to the office. I walk to the subway station. The view outside is amazing. My neighborhood is super quiet, clean streets, and you have a full view on Manhattan skyline. The subway station is just a 7-minute walk from home. It's packed like usual, no place to sit. Some days the train is so packed that you can't even enter inside. You have to wait for the next train to come. Luckily, they run frequently, every 5 to 10 minutes. I work in the Empire State Building, one of the most popular buildings in the world. There are 102 floors and I'm on floor 77. The elevator takes a minute to reach that floor. It's so high up that your ears pop getting to it. It's like when an airplane takes off. This is our office. We have a view on the full city. It's surreal. I went through a long journey to be here and made a lot of mistakes. I quit coding 3 times. I didn't even know anyone who was a software engineer before I started. I followed the wrong roadmaps, couldn't get any interview, didn't even know what lead code was. This probably made me waste a few years of time. But after a lot of research, I figured out tactics and hacks to get a lot of interviews. And now I work as a senior software engineer. I've actually made a list of 100 companies that are hiring right now or that I believe are about to start now. It's all AI startups that raised money recently, pay a good salary. Check the link in the description if you want to get it for free. I come from a small place. I was born in Ingushetia, a small mountain nation of 500,000 people. We lived in Grozny when the war started and had to leave. My family moved to a tiny city in Belgium. This is where I grew up. I never imagined I would be here. But for some reason, when I was a kid and people would ask me where I wanted to work in the future, I would say I wanted to be on top of some huge building. I have no idea why, but for some reason this is what I imagined, being on top of some huge building overlooking the city. I forgot that vision until I started working here. It's funny how it materialized. 9 AM, my day starts with stand-up. It's a meeting where we discuss projects that the team is working on and we check status update. The team is across US and Europe. We have people in the US, UK and Portugal. After stand-up is over, I go work on some of my tasks for the day. I can't show you the actual code I write for privacy reasons, so this is just dummy code right here. But to give you an idea, I'm working on implementing a pre-sale test for an AI feature that we're experimenting with. We want to see if this is something our users would be interested to purchase. I'm setting up that flow and adding tracking so we can properly monitor everything. I work for around 2 hours and then it's lunchtime. I'm going to meet a friend outside. You might actually know him. He's an engineer at Google and he also has a large YouTube channel. Here he is, Kevin. I wanted to ask him a few questions for you guys.
So, Kevin, you have been an engineer at Google for 2 years now.
Yep.
And something I'm sure my audience will be asking is, what was the story, the journey of how you got in Google?
Yeah. Okay, so I think it's a pretty funny journey because I feel like I didn't write a line of code until I was 18. So I went to college and I was like, okay, I have to pick a major. And literally I just thought to myself, like, I liked video games in high school. How do I make video games? I make video games with code. I really liked the class. I took my fall semester my freshman year. And so I just kind of stuck with it and I've always liked it since then, but it's been really hard for me. So like for me, coding was never something that came naturally. I had to work a lot. I didn't really have tons of internships throughout college. Actually, I did like a Google Summer of Code internship going into my senior year, I think. And so I worked with like the Linux Foundation, did some stuff with them. And then I worked at smaller startups like coming out of college. And so getting a job was really hard for me too, which is like one of the reasons why I started my channel. I always wanted to work at larger companies because I felt like that was where I was really going to get trained. And so I tried to move to bigger and bigger companies and eventually I did.
Back in the office, I continue work where I left off. There are a few PRs to review, that's the routine.
And like, how often were you changing companies?
I changed, I think, close to every year and a half. It kind of depended on which company I was at and how I liked it. But for me, I never minded changing companies. I think selfishly, I'm like, it's your life. You have to do what makes you happy. You should try and be as happy as possible every day. And if that's...
And it's kind of standard, right, in the industry, like 1 year and a half?
I think so.
To
yeah.
change.
And again, to me, at the end of the day, it really just comes down to like, if I'm not enjoying what I'm doing or I'm not as happy as I can be, I'd rather move somewhere else. And I feel like every time it has a problem.
That's the moment where you have the highest leverage to negotiate salary, right?
Yeah.
Like when you move to a different job. Because
Right.
within a company, it's difficult to negotiate.
Yeah.
Like you get your raise, but beyond that, it's
You're
limited.
kind of banded.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
How well.
Yeah. Man, I've heard stories, people double their salaries.
Oh yeah.
When they
Yeah.
switch. So
I've definitely had similar things like that when I moved between companies.
yeah.
And I don't know. I think again, to me, it's the larger outlook where I'm like, if I'm not enjoying this, or I think there's something that I'll enjoy more, I'd rather move towards that.
Awesome, man.
Yeah.
I appreciate that a lot.
Of course,
Thank you.
Our team from Europe is off in the afternoon, so it's calmer. I make my focused work now. I like to work in 2-hour chunks. I take a small prayer break and then back to work. I'm in the growth engineering team. Our goal is essentially to help our company make more money. So we run A/B tests, experiments, promos, we look for ways to get more users, we work very closely with the marketing team. It's a pretty cool job. Not many people know about growth engineering, but if you're into that stuff, I highly recommend. Companies love engineers who have some business or marketing intuition. And if you can show them that you can make them more money, that you can help them grow, they will happily hire you. 6 p.m. I'm done with work. Now I'll just handle some personal stuff. One last look through the window. Trying to get a job in tech feels like trying to get the nuclear launch codes. It feels impossible right now. You probably applied to 100 jobs and you're still searching. I know people who applied to more than 1,000 jobs and still no success. The era of learning to code in 3 months and getting a 6-figure job is over, if it even existed in the first place. There was a very narrow window of time in history where tech companies had a very huge demand for software engineers and there was not enough engineers to supply that demand. So it was naturally a very thriving market for new developers joining. Now though it's different, and if you think about it, it actually makes a lot of sense. Tech and like software engineering is a very desired career. You have a very good salary, you work on interesting problems, it has like a good status in society because you solve those problems, you have good work-life balance. When you go to the office, like offices are very interesting and cool, you work with smart people. So that as a career was always interesting for society as a whole, for people. The thing that was stopping people though was the fact that it's a difficult career to reach, right? It's difficult to become a software engineer. It's very technical. You need to learn a lot of things. A lot of people thought like, I'm not good in math, sciences, I can never become a software engineer. So for that reason, the past few years, the past decade, there has been a huge amount of propaganda through social media, through movies, through shows, through like content creators like showing things, through even governments getting involved, creating organizations and agencies to just promote tech, democratize it, make it easier to become a software engineer. And naturally, if you do that for a long enough period of time, you're gonna get a lot of people who join this industry, a lot of people who start learning. And then after a few years, all those people, they're gonna graduate, right, from college or from their bootcamp or their program, or even like online, like self-taught developers. And this means that after a decade of time, what you're gonna see is a market that was blooming and where like there was a lot more offers than there was a lot more demand, sorry, than there are engineers coming in. Now the model has completely flipped, right? Like the market is completely different because there's a huge amount of engineers who are qualified and are ready and are inside of the market, but the jobs, they haven't doubled as a consequence, right? Like more jobs have increased progressively, but it's not, the proportions are not equal. What does that tell you? Does that mean that that's it, it's over, you need to quit, you cannot become a software engineer, software engineering is dead? No, obviously not. That's just like the flash headlines that some influencers or like media outlets, they like to use. The reality is, if you don't think emotionally, you guys are code benders, right? So we always think rationally with our mind. And what you realize is that what has happened to the market is simply that the bar has been raised higher. That's all. So it's the same as what has happened to a lot of other industries where just over time the bar is being raised higher because there's more people entering it. So does that mean that tech is dead? There's no point in becoming a software engineer. It's all over? No, obviously not. That's just like the flashy headlines that some creators like to use or some media outlets. But for us as code benders, we don't think emotionally. We think rationally. We analyze the situation and we think with our brain. The only thing that this means is that the bar has been raised higher. That's all it means. If it's more competitive, the bar has been raised higher, which is the same as what has actually happened to a lot of other industries, right? Over time, the bar just gets raised higher as more people enter that industry. That's all. And if you think about it, where do you find 6-figure jobs that are easy to get in society? Like if you look around all the jobs that are available, where is there a 6-figure job, like more than 100K salary, that is easy to get? If you want to become a lawyer, that's very hard. It's super competitive as well. You need to do long studies and then it's just overall very difficult. Becoming a doctor, same thing. Super long studies, extremely competitive and difficult to get it. So software engineering is still a very good avenue, especially if you compare it to the two other ones I mentioned. I believe that software engineering is a faster path to the 100K mark. But the question that you might be asking now is, since the market is so competitive, how can I still win? How can I still get that job? Well, the key in any competitive market is always figuring out the path to stand out. It's always that. And if you think rationally about it, when you apply for a job, what is the only thing that truly matters, right? What is the only thing that is going to make a recruiter call you? It's your resume. Because at that stage, when you apply for a job, and if you have recruiters, engineering managers who look at your resume, the only information they have about you at that stage is just that. It's just the resume, right? So that's the very first step that you need to think about, is how can you optimize your resume? And one of the most important things that you can do right now to elevate the quality of your resume, to elevate the potential it has to stand out, is to work on interesting projects. That's literally like, outside of having more experience, that's the best thing that you can do. Work on projects that use good technologies that are used by companies like React, Next.js. So then you're gonna have those keywords that match the job description that they want, because they also check that. That's one thing. But the other thing is the idea. Like, try to work on projects that are interesting, unique, not another like to-do list app or like weather app. Try to work on interesting projects that are full stack. We work on the front end, a back end. We're going to be building interesting features. We have to solve some problems. Maybe also go to the next level. Like, don't just have your project running locally. Try to deploy it. Try to deploy it online. Try to get some users. Try to scale it a little bit. Then it's gonna, like, the more you do, basically, the more you learn, the more problems you solve, the more valuable it becomes and the more unique it becomes. Sometime back, I got a comment on my Instagram asking me how my belief in God helped me change my life and become a senior software engineer. I went from a kid born in a war zone, moving to Europe to escape all this conflict for our survival, to a place where I didn't know the language, the culture. I went to school. I was lost at the beginning. I was a failure, honestly. I was failing school. To completely shifting my life around, moving to the US, getting a master's degree, finding a six-figure job, becoming a software engineer, then moving to New York, and now working as a senior software engineer on top of the Empire State Building. If I have to think about this question, just the importance that God had throughout this whole journey, it's actually very difficult even to put into words, just the importance. I was kind of thinking, like, when I got this question, I was like, what the heck? Actually, it's very difficult to answer, just the magnitude of what it represents. And if I have to put it into a simple example, I'll probably say this. Imagine if two people are thrown in an empty field. One of them is not told anything. He's just there, he's lost, he doesn't know what he's supposed to do. He's just in this field and he's supposed to survive, figure out what he's supposed to do. The other one, though, he is given a specific set of instructions. He's given what is the objective that he's supposed to reach, where he's supposed to go. He's given the map of what he's supposed to follow. And then he's given reassurance that it's going to be okay, that the journey is going to be difficult, that he's going to face hardships and challenges. But ultimately, as long as he follows the plan, as long as he trusts that map that he's given, things will be okay. Who do you think out of those two people has a higher likelihood of reaching this end, this dream destination where they want to be? That's basically the same way as I compare myself having my belief in God, having my religion, and me not having it. And it's kind of difficult maybe for some of you guys to understand it, because when you haven't experienced something, when you haven't tasted something, you don't know what it is to have it, right? It's kind of like this example with the guy who is in that empty field and he doesn't have a map. Well, he doesn't know what he's missing out. For him, the reality of life is just the reality that he's experiencing. He doesn't know what it's like to have the map. He doesn't know this entire different human experience that exists. Throughout my journey, there were many moments where I had actually close to a breakdown, right? When you move to a completely different continent, when you lose everything you have, all the people, your family is far away from you, it's very easy to get lost. It's very easy to go off rails. And I had many moments like that where I was close to having a breakdown. But what helped me at those moments is realizing that actually results, they don't depend on me. Results are from God. And my job is just to do the action. My job is just to do the effort. The effort, though, is under my control. You can always control how much effort you put in a test, to prepare for an interview, to work on a project. You can always control that. You don't control the outcome. You don't control whether you succeed at the exam, whether you get the job that you want, whether you get the results that you want. You cannot control this because they depend on God. But when you shift your mindset and realize this, it removes so much pressure from your life.
And it makes your entire energy focus just on the variables that you can control. To me, to come back to the main question of the video, this is the answer. This is what the belief in God gives me to my life throughout this journey. This is what it has brought me. It brought me the sense of clarity and the sense of peace. I want to walk you through my last 7 years building over 15 AI apps. From the first project that I hacked together in college long before ChatGPT was a thing, to the project that I build now as a senior software engineer. It all started in 2018. Elon Musk left the board of a small company called OpenAI. It was also the year that I started getting into coding. Google had just released a massive announcement for X AI. It's a voice AI that can make phone calls for you and book appointments.
Sure, give me 1 second.
I was mind blown by where the technology was going, but at the time I was still studying electrical engineering. I had just moved from Belgium to the US on a scholarship to do a master's degree, but I hated my studies. It was so boring. And while I was there, I had this idea to build a startup and make $1 million in 2 years. My plan was, since my master's degree will take around 2 years to complete, if I can build a startup now and then sell it by the time I'm done with my master's degree, I will graduate from college as a millionaire. This is really what got me into coding. I was never really passionate by coding, but having an exciting goal that I thought I could reach and using code as a tool to get there, this is what changed everything for me. My startup idea was to create an AI gifting app that can recommend you gift ideas for your friends and family. So essentially you open the app, answer a few questions about the person you want to offer a gift to, and then you're going to see a bunch of recommendations of gifts. When you click on it, it's going to open Amazon links. And every time someone purchases a gift through the app, I would get a small commission on that. At the time, I was completely new to coding web apps and to AI in general, so I started doing research about how Netflix recommends movies using their recommendation algorithm. And that's when I discovered collaborative filtering, and I wanted to implement that for gift recommendations. 2019, this year, I was finishing my master's degree. OpenAI had also just released GPT-2, a model that showcased impressive text generation abilities. But it was also raising some concerns about misuse, and the company also switched from being a non-profit company to become a for-profit. At the time though, I completely missed all the news around OpenAI. I was busy building the MVP of my startup idea and trying to market it, but with no luck. I realized that I'm not a good marketer and I don't know how to sell this thing. In time was running out, cash was low, I was about to graduate, and I got an offer from an edtech startup based in LA. They had a cool team. It was a new company that was just starting up. They received funding and they wanted to build an AI tutor for high schoolers. I liked the idea a lot, I liked the team, and so I joined them. 2020 hit, and so did COVID. It completely changed the market, and the startup where I was working at had to pivot, which postponed our AI plans. So by that time, I still hadn't done really much AI work. I started reading the book AI Superpowers by Kai-Fu Lee. This book blew my mind. This is when I understood that AI is gonna change everything, and it's coming much sooner than people expect. 2020 was also the year I started my first YouTube channel, and at the end of the year, a friend shared a video with me showcasing the use case of a new AI model that had just come out. GPT-3. I was mind blown again, and I had to get my hands on that model to try it. 2021, the world was in lockdown because of COVID-19. AI actually played a crucial role in the pandemic, from drug discovery to data analysis. I was still trying to access the GPT-3 API, but I was still on the waitlist. At the same time, there were a lot of concerns about AI's role in misinformation and deepfakes.
I am not Morgan Freeman, and what you see is not real.
2022, I finally got access to GPT-3. This was 6 months before ChatGPT came out, and I built my first GPT-3 apps. I built an AI that can turn your thoughts into tweets. I built an Andrew Tate AI chatbot. This was the time when Andrew Tate was going viral.
Well, what color's your brigade?
And then I built a viral YouTube video ideas generator. I also moved from LA to NYC for a new job at a startup who had offices on top of the Empire State Building. At the end of the year, on November 30th, 2022, ChatGPT came out. It went absolutely viral, reached 100 million users in just 2 months. This was the fastest growing app in history. In 2023, I went deeper into AI and started learning more about it. GPT-4 was just released, a new model that showed very human-like outputs. And I used it to build a couple of apps like a children book AI generator, a viral tweet generator, and an AI that helps you prepare for your technical interviews. Then I taught 10 developers in my community how to build AI apps. This is the first Codebender cohort program. In my eyes, we're really starting history. In just a month, these beginners build apps like an AI that turns lectures into structured notes, an AI meal planner, an AI meme generator, and a ChatGPT clone that is voice controlled. It was such a good experience that a few months later we were back with another cohort. These guys were complete beginners. They had never built an AI app before, and most of them had very basic coding experience. And in just a month, they learned the skills they needed, and they built apps like Wall Street Bets GPT, where you can ask financial questions, and an AI QR code generator that can create artistic QR codes for any URL that you provide. That year felt like 10 years in AI development. Every single company was adding AI as part of the roadmap, we had one big AI news every single week. AI agents, AutoGPT, Midjourney releasing an insane text-to-image improvement model, 11 labs releasing a human-like text-to-voice AI, and much more. 2024, the AI industry explodes. Nvidia stock goes through the roof. There is a war to get access to the GPUs because of shortage and because every single company wants to get access to AI. New competitors to OpenAI are starting to catch up with their models like Anthropic, Google, Meta, Mistral, and others. OpenAI gave us a preview of Sora, an insane text-to-video model. I also built over 10 AI apps, and the year is not over yet, we're just in the middle of the year. I built apps like a chat with PDF, chat with site, an AI to visualize concepts, a resume reviewer, and 6 other projects. In my opinion, building AI apps is the best way to stand out as a developer these days and get opportunities. I also launched the AI Codebender Bootcamp, which is an improved version of the cohorts that I did in the past. It has over 90 students, and this one you can take it anytime you want. It's going to teach you how to build a bunch of AI projects and how to get high-paying jobs in the tech market. And I started an AI agency to help companies adopt AI solutions. I'll tell you more on that one later because there's a few interesting things that I discovered. Congrats, you have completed the foundation module. Now you're ready to go into the next steps. Get the skills to land a 6-figure job. This video, I'm gonna give you a very clear, laser-focused, no BS roadmap to become a full-stack developer in the era of AI. And I've also created a master Notion template with all those steps so that you can use that as a guide in your journey. You can download it through my newsletter, link is below. The first thing that you will need is the very basic foundation of how websites are rendered. It's HTML and CSS. You can think about HTML as a skeleton of a body and CSS as the skin and the clothes and the hair, basically the overall look. HTML is really the basic structure of a web page. So if I were to build a page with purely HTML, it would look something like this. So you see, it's just like text, titles, images, and links, and that's it. CSS is what adds styles to your page. So if we took the previous web page that we had and we add a layer of CSS on it, it would look like this. So you see, it's like the colors, the positioning, the animations, the overall look of the website. Those two languages are quite easy to learn. Actually, there's not much complexity in it. It's mostly like descriptive languages. Some people even argue whether it's real programming languages or not, because basically you're just describing the page that you want in a specific syntax that you need to learn. One good resource that I recommend to learn is Codecademy. What I like about them is that it's very interactive. As you're learning through different concepts, you're directly applying them. You directly code inside of your browser. It's super interactive. And you'll see that it's a resource that I keep recommending across different chapters of this video, but because it's a good one. Once you have learned the foundation of HTML and CSS, I would recommend you to build a little project. You can build a portfolio website for yourself, try to make it a little interesting, try to make it funny, but don't spend too much time on it. Legit, maybe 1 or 2 days is enough. Now we're moving to the next step of our roadmap. It's where you will learn your first programming language, JavaScript. If you're creating a character and HTML is like the skeleton and CSS is like the skin and the clothes, then JavaScript is the muscles and the nerves. It's what makes the body move, what it makes it react and interact with others. JavaScript is the most popular language on planet Earth right now. It's extremely powerful. It has a very wide ecosystem of tools and frameworks and libraries. It's super versatile. You can use it on the front end, you can use it on the back end, on web and on mobile. You can handle complex tasks. It's a very, very powerful language and it's the best language in my opinion for beginners to learn. In terms of resources, Codecademy has an excellent introductory course to JavaScript. That's the one that I recommend you do. After that, I want you to build a project. You can build a little game, for example, like a Pong game. In terms of time, it's gonna take you from a few weeks to a month. It depends on your level, on prior experience and your affinity with that language. But yeah, I would say like a month. In terms of time it takes to learn, obviously it depends on how much time you're willing to put in every week. It depends on your prior experience, your affinity with the language. I would say on average it takes from a few weeks to a month to be able to learn it. JavaScript is powerful, but by itself, it's actually not that powerful. It's truly powerful because of its ecosystem. And one of the most important libraries you need to learn is React. If we take the previous example where HTML is the skeleton and then CSS is the skin and JavaScript is like the muscles and the nerves, React is like an exoskeleton. It allows you to empower all the moves that you're doing and it allows you to do things that will be extremely difficult without it. But in programming words, what it allows you to do is to create a single page application. So it's applications that have building blocks called components that are reused across the full app. You have a dynamic state, you have pages, it's super interactive. It's a very dynamic application. It will really help you improve your speed and productivity. Again, for the resource,
Codecademy is an extremely good one, but I would also recommend you reading the official React docs. It's pretty well written and it's a resource that you're going to use just throughout your journey. In terms of projects, I've actually left a lot of projects on the Notion guide, but one thing that you can do is you can build a chatbot, you can build a startup idea generator, you can build a gift idea generator, and a lot more ideas you can just check out on the doc. And for the time that you need to learn it, I would say if you have mastered JavaScript, you took the time to learn it, you did like the Codecademy course, I think a week or 2 weeks will be enough to learn JavaScript and start working on your first projects. Step 4, learn how the internet works. And you might be asking like, wait, I know how the internet works. I use it every day to go on TikTok. Bro, this is not what I mean. I mean truly learning how internet works. And what I mean by that is when you open a web page, what happens behind the scenes? What is HTTP? What is DNS? What is SSL? What are all of those terms and concepts? And if you have no idea what that means, it's alright. I'm gonna explain you in very simple terms. You can think about the internet as a mailing system, where the IP is your home address. The DNS is like that friendly postman who knows where everyone lives. HTTP is the standard delivery protocol. HTTPS is just a secured version of that delivery protocol. Course is the regulations that determine who can send packages. And SSL is like the seal that ensures that no one else reads your mail. That's it. Again, I've linked a few videos in the Notion guide so you can familiar with it, but one resource that I will recommend you is to check the Mozilla web docs. It's very complete, it has a lot of information about all those concepts that I mentioned. In terms of time, it won't take long to learn, maybe like a day or two, because you don't want to go too deep into it, you just want to learn the concepts, just read about it, and then you know what it is. Step 5, understand the command line. If you want to become a full stack developer, you have to master your terminal. It's a super powerful tool. It's like a Swiss Army knife. You can run apps, you can install dependencies, you can debug, you can edit files, you can do so many things. If you go really far in it, you could legit not even need to use your mouse anymore. You can do everything in your keyboard, run any commands that you need. But you don't need to go that advanced, just learning the basics is enough. For the resource, just use Codecademy. Man, at this stage, they should sponsor this video. Like I gave them all this free marketing. But the reality is that it's a lot easier to just use one resource for your full journey, and especially a good one like this one that is super interactive. Just makes things a lot easier. Once you have learned those basic commands, go on cmdchallenge.com. It's like a little game that will allow you to practice those commands that you learned. And in terms of time to dedicate to this, I would say just a few days. Maybe 2-3 days is enough to learn the basic commands. And then as you go, you're gonna keep learning new things. Next step is a super important one. It's Git and GitHub. Git is a system that allows you to track changes in your files, to collaborate together with other engineers, to see previous versions of your file, to roll back, and a ton of different functionalities that it has. GitHub is a website that basically uses Git on the web, so it makes all those features accessible through an interface where you can store your code. It's the most popular website to store code and to work collaboratively with other people. So it's extremely important if you wanna go and work in a company or work with others. It's as important as air for a human being. Git and GitHub is the equivalent for a developer. I remember, man, what I used to do in the past before I knew Git and GitHub, if there was like an assignment or something, like a group assignment, and I had to share some code, I would share it on Google Drive. And it was so messy, man. Like we were 4 different guys working on a project together. We would all share our code on Google Drive. We would all have to compile the code together somehow, sit next to each other, say like, oh, I changed this code, this line, and then I did a change in this line. And it would be such a mess. It would spend hours and hours just trying to merge code together. GitHub makes it extremely easy. You can very easily see changes and merge code together. It's specifically meant for that. For the resource to learn it, Codecademy, you already know that. For the project, literally take the apps that you build in the previous steps and push them to GitHub. That's the best thing you can do to learn. In terms of time, I would spend just a few days to learn those basics, because you have to understand, Git is something you're going to be using every day. So you'll have plenty of time to practice more. It's enough for the step to just get the basic foundations and then you move to the next step. Step 7, learn backend development. People throw around a lot of languages like Python, Ruby, PHP, C++, Java. Forget about all of them and focus only on Node.js. If HTML is the skeleton, CSS is the skin, JavaScript are the muscles, React is the exoskeleton, then Node.js is the brain. It's what handles all the complex logic of your app. And it's hidden. You cannot see the brain. It's in the backend. Node.js is a backend JavaScript runtime environment that allows you to run JavaScript on the server, which normally you cannot do, right? Because JavaScript can only be run on the browser, but Node.js allows you to do it on the server. The advantage is that you don't need to learn a new language. It's all JavaScript, which means that everything you learn in JavaScript, you can still apply to Node.js. And it's super popular. A lot of companies use it. In my opinion, it's the go-to if you want to learn full stack development. For the resource, you're going to do the Node.js course on Codecademy. And then for the project, you can literally take any of the projects you did in the past and try to add the backend to it. In terms of time, it's going to take you a week or a few weeks, depending on how intensely you do it. Once you have learned that, it's time to learn the next piece that you need, which is the databases. There are two popular types of databases. There are SQL databases and there are no SQL databases. You want to learn the difference between them two and when to use one over the other. To make it very simple for you, if your data is structured and there's relations between the data, then you want to use a SQL database like PostgreSQL. So for example, let's say you're tasked to organize a wedding and you have a list of guests, you have a list of their meal preferences, and then you have seats where they're assigned to across different tables in the wedding hall. This is structured data because each guest is related to a meal and is related to a seat. So that's why you want to use SQL for this. Now, on the other hand, if you want to plan a surprise party for your best friend, you don't know exactly which are the guests that are going to come and you don't know what they will bring. So you have uncertainty. And because of that reason, it's best to use NoSQL, a database like MongoDB, for example. And the advantage of a structure like that is that it's going to be a lot more flexible for the future as you scale and handle like more uncertainty. Learning both of those databases is going to take some time. I usually recommend learning only one, and I recommend the first one, PostgreSQL. Because it's very powerful. A lot of tech companies use it. That's what I use too also at my company. For the resource, you're going to do the Codecademy PostgreSQL course. For the project, it's very interesting now because you know front end, back end, and you just learned about databases, so you can do full stack projects, which means that you can add those backend functionalities to whatever app that you have built before. You can add a user authentication, sign in, create user profiles, store their data, save their preferences, and a lot of those things. This is going to be very exciting for you. In terms of time, again, dedicate a week or a little bit more depending on how involved you are. And now we're moving to the most exciting step in my mind. It's step 9, AI integration. This is a step that most likely all the other roadmaps that you're looking at, they don't have it because it's so new and you cannot not learn this. Bro, it's like refusing to become a Super Saiyan when you could become one. Doesn't make any sense. You have to learn different AI APIs like OpenAI, that's the creators of ChatGPT. They're the most famous ones. I would start with them and I would learn prompt engineering. This is also super important, know how to prompt properly. The main resource for this, in my opinion, is the OpenAI documentation because since it's so new, there aren't many very good courses that have been built on this. And right now, the OpenAI documentation is where you'll find the bulk of the information. So that's where I would recommend you checking first. But there is still one course that I was able to find and it has step-by-step instructions on how to build an AI application. I've linked it in the Notion guide so you can check that one out. As a project, now it's very interesting because you can build so many different projects. You can build a speech-to-code converter where you literally imagine an app where you say to the app, I want you to build a portfolio website for me, for example. And then the app, the same way as if you ask that to ChatGPT, is going to write the full code for you. It will transcribe your voice and turn it into the full code for the website you want. That's one project idea. Another idea is that you can build an Elon Musk chatbot. So it's a chatbot that has the personality of Elon Musk and you can interact with him. Then you can build a gift idea recommender. So you input the personality of the person you want to offer a gift to. It's going to suggest you a full list of personalized gifts for that person. And in terms of time to invest into this step, I would say after a few days or a week, you're going to be able to build AI applications. But bro, spend as much time as you need and as much time as you can to learn those things. There's no limit there. This is the only step where I say no limit. Invest as much time as you can. And after that, you can continue your journey. The codebender never stops learning. He never becomes obsolete because he's always on top of things. You can learn TypeScript, you can learn SCSS, you can learn Docker. There's a lot of different things that you can do. Obviously, AI, you're going to keep learning that because, bro, right now there's a huge opportunity in the market through AI. Once you have gone through the steps in this video, you have an enormous potential to make a substantial amount of money and to change your life. Bro, don't let this opportunity slip. Use the roadmap that I've created as a guide for you. You can use it throughout your entire journey. You can access it in my newsletter. You'll be able to download it there. It's going to be the first email you'll get. There's also a bonus step in it that I've written, and it's something that, in my opinion, the reason why so many people who learn to code give up is that bonus step that I've laid out. So I really recommend you check it out. It's something that most people don't do, so please do it. The advantage of that Notion document also is that I can update it a lot easier than updating this video. So as AI evolves and as the market evolves, I'll be able to update that document, so keep referencing that one. Okay. So we have just covered the standard developer roadmap. Once you're done with it, I'm gonna show you some more advanced tools that you can use to stand out as a new age software engineer. Just last week, 2 AI companies reached out to me to invite me for an interview. The salary range was around $190,000 a year as a base salary, and on top of it, there was a huge amount of equity in a startup that will most likely IPO within the next 2 years. There is a huge potential in this space, and in this video I'm gonna give you a complete roadmap on how to become an AI developer. And at the end I'm gonna give you a list of interesting project ideas that you can start building. In a market where most tech companies struggle, where we have seen huge layoffs, where hiring is massively reduced, you see that there are AI startups who are raising hundreds of millions of dollars and massively hiring. There is a huge amount of money that is being poured into AI right now, and there are a lot of opportunities to grab. And they're not just opportunities at companies, we also see solo developers who build AI apps within a few weeks or months, like an AI PDF chat app, and they're making over $10,000 a month from that app. We're gonna go over all of this in this video, but first I want to clarify something very important because a lot of people get this wrong. An AI developer is not an AI researcher. It's not a machine learning engineer. It's different. An AI developer is fundamentally a full stack engineer who uses AI APIs to build cool stuff. That's basically what it is. And these days we have APIs for everything. If you want to generate text, story, poetry, marketing copy, you can use the GPT models. If you want to generate images, posters, artwork, you can use the Dolly API. If you want to generate voice, like ultra realistic voice, you can use the 11 Labs API. If you want to generate video, you can use the open source Stable Diffusion models through Replicate or Hugging Face. And then OpenAI has the Sora model, which they have announced recently. And then you even have models that can generate code for you. So basically any medium that you can imagine, there is an AI that can generate it for you. And as an AI developer, all these capabilities are just tools at your disposal. So now let's get into the roadmap. I want you guys to get into a level where you can build an app like this one. It's an AI PDF chat app. This app was built by one solo developer and is currently making $60,000 per month, which is a very good salary. And if, let's say, you're not interested in building your own business, you want to go for a company, the skill set that this guy possesses, the sole developer who built this app, he can go and work for any company that he wants and he's gonna get an amazing offer with an amazing salary. So those skills are very powerful. First though, before we start talking about AI, you need to get the prerequisites. You need to learn how to build a basic app without any AI. That's why you need to learn about HTML, which is the skeleton of your app. Then you need to learn about CSS, which is the styling, and it's what makes your app look pretty. Then you need to learn about JavaScript. This is what adds some dynamic elements to your app. After that, you're gonna learn about Next.js, and that's a JavaScript web framework that is super powerful. It's actually used by a lot of solo developers to build those AI projects that I was discussing. But also big companies use it. Companies like WhatsApp, like Netflix, like Apple. And this is also what I use at my company on a day-to-day basis. So it's a very powerful framework. After that, you're gonna need to learn some backend. So you're gonna learn Node.js, which is a JavaScript runtime. JavaScript can usually only be run on the browser, but using Node.js, you're able to run it on the server as well. It's very convenient. And the last thing here is the database. You're gonna learn PostgreSQL for that. Learning all of this is gonna take you between 3 months and 6 months, depending on how fast you are and especially how much time you're going to dedicate to this. A good resource that I recommend is Codecademy or Free Code Camp. Just pick either one of them, they're both good, but just stick with one. The second step is to learn the basics of AI. So you need to understand what are LLMs, how do they work, what are tokens, what is prompt engineering, how to optimize the output through prompts. This is something that a lot of developers overlook. They just want to jump into the APIs and start building projects quickly, but they don't get the basics right. And this means that they're going to reach a ceiling pretty fast and they're going to fall behind at some stage. But not you. You're different. You are a code bender. So you will not fall behind. You're going to get the edge by learning about those fundamentals. I've made a short video about this that's going to teach you all the essentials of how an LLM works in just 10 minutes. I'm going to link in the description. I highly recommend you watch it. It's going to be very beneficial for you. I invite you to subscribe to the channel if you want to see more AI stuff like this and join the Codebender movement. The third step is to learn the AI APIs. This is my favorite part. This is when you're going to start building cool AI projects. You remember the APIs that we discussed earlier? This is when you're going to start using them. I recommend to start with the OpenAI GPT model. So it's just a text-to-text model. You give a text to the AI, it's going to give you a text back. Start with this, then move to the Dolly API. Dolly API is a text-to-image model.
So you can request images to be generated, and it's gonna be your first experience interacting with something other than text. Once you have done both of them, that's like the core OpenAI API, I recommend you go beyond OpenAI and look into Replicate and Hugging Face. You'll have models there with capabilities that OpenAI doesn't have, and they can do very specific, interesting things. It's really a gold mine, and not that many people are using them, so you can get the edge if you start using them. The fourth step, learn frameworks and tools to build powerful AI apps. And the main one here that I recommend is RAG. It stands for Retrieval Augmented Generation, which is basically a process to take an outside knowledge base and add it to your AI on top of its own training dataset so that it can provide better results. It's basically what it is. I use this for a project I'm building. It's a children book AI generator where users can just describe a child and describe the story that they want, and then the AI is going to generate the text and all the images. Is going to create a full book for that child. So I'm using RAG to create higher quality outputs for the books. So what's happening behind the scenes is whenever a user writes a query, so for example, the user asks for a story about the little boy who goes on an adventure in the jungle. What the app is going to do behind the scenes is going to send this request to a database that I have, a database of books. Those books are stored as embeddings, which is a vector representation of the data. The request to the user is going to come, hit that database, and it's going to be compared to all of the books that are available. The book that has the closest representation to this query that the user has made is going to be extracted and is going to be added into the prompt. So in my case, if I want a children's book story about a boy going on an adventure, the best book about a boy going on an adventure is going to be fed into the prompt, and then all of this is going to be sent to OpenAI to generate the story for the book. So I'm going to get much higher quality outputs than if I was not doing this. It's just basically a much better prompt that I can build. To learn this, you'll need to learn LangChain, which is a powerful framework to build AI apps. Then you'll need to learn embeddings, and then you'll need to learn vector databases. And just to explain this concept very quickly to you, I'm going to come back to that example of my children book app. I had like a raw PDF file with a bunch of books. LangChain was used to break this down into small chunks and create embeddings from it. And embeddings are basically vector representations of that data, so that it's easier to store, it's easier to manipulate. And then I send all of this into a vector database. And a vector database is just a database that stores embeddings. That's all it is. Because regular databases like MySQL or PostgreSQL, they're not good to store embeddings. So a new type of database was invented specifically to store that data and to manipulate it and search through it. So that's basically what it is. This is a lot of information to learn, but in my opinion, if you want to make it easy on yourself, the best way to learn, the best way to digest all of that information is to just work on building projects. That's literally the best way. Instead of actually just spending days and weeks reading the theory, start work on projects, and when you hit roadblocks, that's the moment when you're gonna go into the theory, figure out exactly how to solve the problem that you have in front of you, and then move like this step by step. You hit the roadblock, you go find a solution, get yourself unstuck, go to the next step, and as soon as you're stuck, and you basically continue that cycle, and it's gonna really consolidate the knowledge in your brain, and it's gonna make all those concepts a lot more concrete for you. I promised at the beginning of the video that I'll give you a few project ideas, so here they are. Number one, I recommend the classical, which is building an AI chatbot. However, don't just build a boring chatbot with no personality. Take the personality of someone that you like, of someone that you want to chat with, like Elon Musk, Lex Friedman, Sam Altman, whoever it is, but just build a chatbot that is based on the personality. So you'll have to train it based on some data. This is a very good introduction AI project to build. Next project is an AI resume builder. So it's an app where a user can input basic information about them, and then the AI is going to generate an optimized resume with all the sections that it needs, with all the bullet points, all the right descriptions and everything. And you can also do a more advanced version where there is the possibility for a user to upload their current resume, and the AI is going to generate an improved version of it. Or you could also add a field where a user can input a link to their LinkedIn account, and based on that information you can directly generate an optimized resume for that user. And then the third idea is to build an app where you can upload screenshots of a website, and it's going to turn those screenshots into actual code. You're going to need to use the GPT Vision AI API for this.
In this lesson, I want to give you 7 more project ideas that you can build to stand out and get interviews. The first project is Interview GPT. This is like an AI coach that helps you prepare for your interviews. So you're going to enter the URL of a job description that you want to apply to. So for example, here I have this website with OpenAI. It's a software engineering position, backend. I see that the salary is between $160,000 and $385,000. So that's perfect. I come here, I copy the URL, I paste it inside of the app. Then I select the interview type, either behavioral,
lead code or project. So it's based on whichever interview that you want to help to prepare for. You select, so for example, I say lead code here, and then I have to specify an amount of how much I'm willing to pay the AI to help me, to coach me, to pass this interview. So if I say a low amount, like for example $1, it's not going to take it seriously, it's going to joke around, it's not really going to help me. If I say a high amount, like $1,000 for example, then it's truly going to help me prepare so that I actually pass the interview. So I'm going to just put $1 here for this demo, and then I have to upload a resume. I click here on this button, I select my resume, and what it's going to do right now is that it's going to read my resume, is going to scrape the job description, and based on those two elements is going to create a personalized interview to help me prepare for specifically a lead code style interview here. So it finished loading. It first says joke because I only paid $1, and then it asks you a few things, and then I say, I don't know, for example, I don't know, give me a code example in JavaScript. And then you see that here is basically giving the example. I also added like some code rendering, markdown, and just to make it like fancy and kind of look nice. That's basically what the app is. This project was built on Next.js. I used Puppeteer to script the data from the job description. Then I used a library called PDF.js to be able to extract the text of the resume PDF that is uploaded completely on the client side. So on the client side, I'm able to extract the text. I don't need to store it anywhere. And then I take the text extracted from the resume together with the job description, and I send all of that to GPT-4 to start the AI chat. And that's basically how this app is set up. One side note though is when you use apps like this online on the web where you have to upload the resume, be very careful that they don't leak the data, because some websites, especially like the free ones, they capture your resume and then they're gonna sell it on the back end to like some other companies, and it might create problems for you. The next project is Super Viral AI. This is an app that helps you generate viral YouTube video ideas, thumbnails, and scripts. So the way it works basically is that you first provide information about the video that you want to create, some information about the channel, the style that you like. Then it's going to generate 10 video titles for you. Select the best one that you like the most. After this, based on the title, it's going to generate a thumbnail for you. You can tweak the thumbnail because you're basically chatting with this viral like AI generator. So you can say that you want some changes to the thumbnail, and then it's going to generate those changes. After that, it's going to create a full outline of a script for you. And again, you're always chatting with the AI, so you can say, for example, make the script longer, change this or that, make it funnier, and it can adapt to you. I actually built a simplified version of this app a year ago, but at the time it could only generate titles. It couldn't do thumbnails or script. This was just a very basic version of it. I posted that on Twitter. I didn't have much following, but I got big YouTubers, like millions of subscribers, who reached out to me. And one of them proposed to pay me $750 for 10 video ideas every month. So the only thing I had to do is like use this tool to generate 10 video ideas that are like pretty good, fits his niche, and then send him that, and it would be $750 every month. But now, since AI evolved a lot and improved a lot, I wanted to build a better version of it that can generate more things like thumbnails, scripts. And honestly, in the future, as those technologies evolve, you might be able to generate a full YouTube video based on just some little prompts that you write, or at least a draft of a video. So this is an interesting project that can potentially make you some money. I built this with Next.js. Next.js is the main framework used to build this app. Then I use Claude 3 as the text generation API because I noticed it's a lot better than GPT-4 in terms of creativity. Generally, it creates better YouTube titles, so that's why I use this one. And then I use Dolly to generate the thumbnails for the video. Next project is called Resume Worth. This is a very simple app where you can just upload your resume. It's gonna scan it, and then it's gonna say what is the dollar value of your resume, like how much money you could be theoretically making with it. And it's gonna tell you all the good things about your resume and all the areas of improvement. This app, actually, I took inspiration from another project that I saw on LinkedIn that went kind of viral, where this guy built an app that tells you the dollar worth of your lead code profile. So I basically made the same for a resume. And this is a lesson for you. Whenever you see a project that works well, that is catchy, that gets a lot of attention, think about how can you use the concept behind this idea into something else, like a different application. Here he was doing this for lead code, and I'm doing this for resumes. I posted the project on LinkedIn and it got a pretty good amount of attention. A few hundred people tried it. And the nice thing is that someone saw it and then uploaded it on the reactexamples.com. So I also got a bunch of users through that. This project is built on Next.js. Like all of them, is just my favorite framework, and it's extremely powerful and extremely used by a lot of companies. I used PDF.js also to extract the text from the PDF, and then I used the Mistral API for the AI model. Mistral is basically a competitor to OpenAI, but it's open source and cheaper, so I wanted to try it for this project.
Now let's look more in depth into how you can build your first AI project, an AI chatbot.
To build an app like this, you first need a catchy idea, because we don't want to build just a boring AI chat app that has no personality. Be a little bit more original. Pick a character and make the chatbot based on that. You can pick Elon Musk, Lex Friedman, Alex Hormozy, David Goggins, Habib Nurmagomedov, Andrew Tate, Putin, Trump, Sam Altman, Einstein, Assalamu Alaykum, Mr. Beast, Mike Tyson, or even fictional characters like Goku, Naruto, Mikasa, Batman, The Last Codebender. I'm gonna obviously pick our hero, The Last Codebender. Next, you want to think about the architecture, and for a project like this, the architecture is very simple. It's basically 3 blocks. You have the front end, so that's all the visuals that you can see when you look at the app. Then that front end is going to make a request to the internal API built with Next.js. And the role of this API is just to add extra context to the prompt so that it's very specific to the character that we're building the chat with. And then from that internal API, we're going to make a call to an external API, and that's going to be OpenAI GPT model. And then that AI is going to respond, and that response is going to be sent back to the front end. Next, let's start building the app. So I like to think from a top-down approach. So I start at the top level of the app, and then I go deeper step by step to understand what's happening. And here we're going to start at the page level. That's the highest level. And you see that, so you have a bunch of HTML, you have the image here, which is the logo at the top. This is basically the header. And then we have a chat component. And the chat, basically like the name says, this is the main component of this app. So we're going to enter the chat, and we're going to see what's happening down there. And here you see again, you have this return, and you have a couple of things happening. We have this render response function that is not defined yet. We're going to define it together. And then you have a form with an input. So the form is what you see at the bottom. This is where the user like sends a question to the last codebender. And the render response is most likely going to be where all the chat is appearing. So the first thing that we're going to do here is that we're going to use a very popular AI library called, basically it's just called AI actually. It was built by Vercel, which are the creators of Next.js. And this package is very powerful. It makes it super easy to build an app like the one we see right now. So I'm going to use it. I'm going to import the different functions that this package offers. And you see that there's the messages array, which is going to contain all the messages of the chat. There's an input variable, which is the input that the user is writing like right now. There's a handler for that input, and then there's a handler for the submit, which sends it back to the AI. Then we're going to define the function, which is the render response. This is the main thing that we want right here. We want to basically show the chat conversation. So this is what this function does. It maps the array of messages, and then it returns just one by one all the messages. That's basically what it does. Then there's a little bit of formatting. There's like an image to show like the avatars, and then it just shows the content of the array. That's it. Nothing complicated here. And then the extra add-on that we're going to add is the last part, is this scroll function. What we're going to do is we just want to automatically scroll down as the chat gets longer than the viewport, so that the text is always within the view of the user. And that's basically it. This is the chat component. So with this, our UI is ready. And what you see is happening right now is that this use chat from the AI library is calling this API. This internal route that we have is /API/OpenAI. So now this is the time to look into how this API route is defined. So let's move into the API route. And you see this is the skeleton. We're importing OpenAI. We're importing a bunch of things from the AI library again. We're defining an OpenAI client. So you just specify, like you do new OpenAI, and then you specify your API key. And that's it. Very simple. It's defined. Here we set the runtime to edge. So this is just make sure that the API runs faster when we deploy on Vercel. It's very nice. Like for your side projects, if you want to deploy apps like this, apps that are built on Next.js, they're super easy to deploy on Vercel. Literally like 1-2 minutes, and then that's it. You have your app that is deployed. And that's very nice. Now we're entering into the actual handler of the API. And this is this function right here. So it's going to be a post request. And the first thing that you want to do is you want to extract the messages from the request. That's the first thing. And once we have the messages, we can use them to send them to OpenAI. And you're going to use this syntax. So you do OpenAI.chat.completions.create. And inside of the create, you're going to specify a bunch of parameters. So we specify the model that we're going to use. We're using GPT-4 for this. At this date, this is the best model that we have available. Then you have messages. This is where we're going to add all the messages that we're going to send to the AI. You put streaming to true so that the response can be streamed. Streaming just makes the result a lot more smooth, right? Like when the user sees the answer appearing from the AI, it's going to appear character by character. Instead of just waiting 10 seconds for the full like result to appear as a block, here is going to appear in a very smooth way. And then we set the temperature, which creates like some variability in the answer. Now we're going to populate the messages array, and the first thing that we want to do is we want to specify a systems prompt. So the systems prompt is basically we tell the AI how it's supposed to behave overall throughout the flow of the conversation. And here, if we want to build a chatbot for the last codebender, this is basically what I say. You are the last codebender. You're a unique individual who has unlocked the ability to read the code of the matrix and shape it at will. You're a hero and an inspiration for millions. You address people as your students. You always reply in an epic and badass way. You go straight to the point, and your replies are under 500 characters. So the AI right now that we've created is going to always follow, or is going to try to follow to the best of its abilities, the system prompt that we have specified. But then you also need to specify also like the exact requests that the user has made. And that's why we're going to send like the messages that are coming from the request. We're going to add it and we're going to send it each time to OpenAI. Once we're doing this, we need to handle the response. So we're going to literally just return it right here. And that's it. We're going to use the OpenAI stream because this is basically a handler from the AI dependency. And this is going to allow us to stream the response. And that's it. We have built the front end. Now we have built our internal API. And the last part, like the last block of the architecture was the OpenAI API, which already exists, that was built by OpenAI. So our app works. And now if I just open it and I say something like, what's up? It's going to reply whatever the last code bender replies. And you can ask anything you want, like how to learn JavaScript. And then it tells me if you want to learn JavaScript, you must embark on a journey of relentless study and practice. Okay, it says a bunch of things. Let me ask, give me a concrete roadmap. And then it starts like spitting out basically a full roadmap. Vendors, check out this AI app that I built. You basically upload your resume, it's gonna read it, and then it's gonna tell you the dollar value of how much it's worth, how much money you could be making using this resume. I'm gonna show you how I built it, and I'm gonna share all the code with you. First, we need to talk about the architecture. So for this, I use Next.js for the UI. Then in order to extract and read the text from the PDFs, I used a library called PDF.js. So this is all happening on the client side. So the role of that API is to build the prompt and to pass the API key. And then we send everything to the Mistral API. That's basically the architecture of this project. One of the students of my bootcamp was actually asking me, why did I use Mistral AI for this project over GPT-4 like I usually do? And there are a couple of reasons for this. I actually plan to make a full dedicated video on Mistral AI and just the advantages of it. But basically it just came down to the fact that I wanted to try a new AI model. It's like you have been eating pasta with ketchup all week and you just want to have something new for dinner tonight. I'm gonna show you the code for the app in a minute, but first I want to show you something else that I've prepared. If you guys want to build projects like this one that I showed you and you don't necessarily have any ideas, I've created a free pack with 7 unique AI project ideas that you can use. It's completely free. You can just sign up. There's a link in the description. If you go there, sign up, you're gonna get access to it. And every idea has like screenshots, has like a tech stack that is recommended, has a few tips on how you can get started on this. So I highly recommend you check it out. But now let's look into the code for this app. So this app has a regular Next.js app structure. So you're gonna go inside of the app folder and there's a bunch of things happening. There's like components, there's the root page. For this demonstration, I only want to focus on 2 parts. One is the text extraction from the PDF. So that's functionality that I built. And the second one is just sending that data to the Mistral API and getting the result. So it's going to happen in this component, the resume uploader. This component is going to be imported at the root level. And this component is basically just when you look at the app, the button where you upload your resume, it's just this component, right? So it has to handle the functionality of uploading a PDF and reading it. And you see there's a bunch of HTML here. And then there's this function that we care about, the handle resume upload. So if I open it, you see that it's basically it resets the state. It gets the file from that event. And then it calls this other function, the read resume. Actually, this function I should have made a utility function out of, I should have placed it in the utility folder, but yeah, whatever, it's here right now. This, I'll be completely transparent with you. I actually have no idea what it's actually doing. So obviously I know because I worked on it, but what I mean to say is if I look at the code just like this right now, I have to actually dive deep to really understand like what's happening with the reader and like how we're breaking this down in this library, and like what the heck am I doing with importing the library here and then using this workaround. Like I'll have to remember, you know. The reality though is there is no nice library that I found to do PDF like text extraction on the client side, because I want to do it on the client side. It's just a little bit faster, and I thought it would be very easy to do. I thought there was like an existing library that would allow me to do it, but the best one that I could find was this one, PDF Next.js, and for some reason with Next.js it was just such a pain to make it work. So I had to go through all this workaround of importing it here, like assigning like this URL to the worker, and then like just doing a bunch of things here. Like it turned out to be not that simple. But the reality is I've actually built this like 2 or 3 projects ago. So I'm just copy pasting, like whenever I need a PDF like text reader on the client side, I'm just copy pasting this code like until something better comes out. So I don't even remember how I built it, wrote it. I just remember I struggled a lot, and I did like a lot of research to figure this out. On Stack Overflow, I think some people shared like similar code. So that's basically how I got it. I don't have much to say about this. It's like ideally if someone builds a library, that's the type of things that you can just reuse and import it, and you never have to worry about it. But basically this handles the read the resume, and then I'm setting all this text, this extracted text, I'm setting it inside of this state. And if you actually look at this state, this is passed as a prop, because I want to bring it back up to the parent component. Because as soon as the PDF handler has read all the PDF, it has read all the text, it's going to store it in a state variable, and then we want to send that to the API. And this is happening right here. So this is the root component, and what you see it's doing, like if show worth is false, it's going to show the resume uploader button, otherwise it's going to show the resume worth component, which is like that grid with like the dollar value basically that you saw before. But it's happening here, the API call is happening in this use effect. So as soon as the resume text changes, as soon as it's not undefined anymore or not empty, then we're calling this function, and this function is this API call. So I'm giving like the resume here, and I'm making this complete API call, and then just setting some state here. This function, because you see I'm not doing like a regular fetch API call, I'm using this library that is called the AI SDK from Vercel. It just provides you with like a lot of nice things, like if you want to stream your response, and just makes the code kind of cleaner. And you see I'm using the use completion hook. It exports the complete function, which is this API call, and I'm just using this. That's about it. And the only thing that you need to do to configure it is you just need to provide the API route, and it's going to handle everything else. So that's very nice. So here now we have covered the PDF text extraction part and then sending it to the API. And now in the API, this is the part where like the brain of the operation is. This is Mistral AI. For this, you will see that if you have checked some of my videos before, I've checked some of the codes that I have written, it's very similar. Or even if you have just done it on yourself, it's actually very similar. It's pretty standard. It's always like you have this kind of like middleware where you provide the prompt, you have this client for the API that you want to use, and then you send all of this to the actual like external API. So here what I'm doing is I'm importing this Mistral AI dependency so that I can have the client. I'm importing a few things so that I can stream the response. I'm defining the client here. I just need to provide the API key. Then since we're going to have a post request, I'll have the handler here for a post request. I'm extracting the prompt from the request. I'm trying to get the response now, because basically I'm using the client. I do mistral.chat stream. And here I'm using the latest large model, because this is the model that is comparable to GPT-4. There's also a small model that you can use, like if you do Mistral -small. And then you send the messages. In my case, I only have one message. It's not really a chat, so I just send one message. It's an array of one message, and with the content, which is going to be the prompt. And here, this is where I do a couple of things. Again, if you follow my strategy for writing prompts, I always like to start with a context. So I say here, like, you're an expert at predicting the dollar worth of resumes. Then I give a little bit more details. Then I give tasks of how it's supposed to handle this mission that I have for it. I provide the resume, and the resume comes from this prompt from the request. And then I give the output format. And the output format is very important, because if I don't know how the AI is gonna send me back the response, I have no idea how to parse it and show it to the user in a nice way, right? Because I could show obviously just text, but if I want to show like a nice like 2-column layout the way I did with like a dollar value on top and a couple of nice fancy things, I need to know exactly which format am I getting back from the API. It's like I want to make a contract with the API that I send you this format, you give me back this format. This is what I specify here in the prompt. So I say like I'm using kind of like an HTML like tag structure, because I've noticed that this structure works pretty well, since most of those AI models, they were trained on data from the web. And what is the web? The web is basically a bunch of HTML, a bunch of Markdown. So if you use those types of formats that the AI is very familiar with, then usually it's going to give you like a very consistent output. So here I define like resume worth, I define an explanation section with like a list, and then I define an improvement section. So this is where the AI is going to give you tips on how to improve your resume to increase your dollar value. And that's it. After this, I'm basically just exporting the stream, and then you have it. So you have the API that is ready now, you have built the PDF handler feature, and then all the styling, all the layout, etc. Like I'm going to give you the code, you're going to have access to all of this. But basically that's the project.
The first project is Wall Street Bets GPT built by Ali from Kosovo. It was his very first AI project that he built. I gave him the template code for an AI chatbot and he made this from it. At the beginning, his idea was to create just like a regular financial chatbot. And then we were discussing through some ideas and I told him like, actually, what if you build something that is a little bit more unique, something that is more catchy, something that if you would share it online, it would actually potentially go viral. So we brainstormed a little bit and then this idea came of creating a bot for the Wall Street Bets subreddit. And so I love what he did with the design, like the way he reused the mascot and everything. It's awesome. And it's basically a regular chatbot where you have this chat interface, you send messages, it returns a response in the style like with the same copy, similar like wording as what people use in Wall Street Bets GPT. And that's basically it. He just asks questions and it returns answers. It's built with Next.js and the GPT API. The next project is Kraken, an artistic QR code generator which was built by Alex from Russia. But when I was helping him build this app, he was actually based in China because he's studying there. So with him, actually what's interesting is he had barely any coding experience before joining the Codebender program. And on top of it, because of the time zone difference with China, it was very hard to work together. We have calls like in the Codebender program every Saturdays. We have calls at a specific time. And for him, those calls, they would be like at 1 a.m. or something like that because of the time zone difference with New York. But he didn't miss a single call. He was so motivated and excited and he built this project even though he didn't even have the prerequisites to join the program. Just by pure motivation, he was able to accomplish this, and I'm so proud of him. Like, it's really impressive. He built this Next.js app that is plugged into a Replicate API. And Replicate is like this open source company that provides like a lot of open source AI models through an API. And this model in particular was generating artistic QR codes based on a URL. So you provide a URL, you provide like a description of a style that you want, you click on generate and it creates this. So here I provided my website, lastcodebender.com. I put like a text like Japanese architecture and then created this. If instead I say, for example, pizza, and I click on generate, you have to wait a little bit for it to generate the QR code, but then it's gonna create something that is a QR code that looks kind of like a pizza. So let's see. Yep, you have it. It's not the most beautiful. Like if you try it again multiple times, it gets like prettier. So let me try it just one more time. All right, it didn't make it a lot better, but you get the idea. I can also try something different like forest, for example, and then it's gonna generate something with trees, I assume. Yep, here you have it. Nice, I like it. By the way, this was all part of my Codebender AI program. If you want to sign up, go to lastcodebender.com/bootcamp. I'll leave the link in the description. I only accept a few people every 2 weeks, so don't miss out. You're gonna get access to a bunch of AI project ideas, tutorials on how to build them, direct calls with me so I can help you with your projects, a private community of AI developers, and a bunch of other bonuses. So I highly recommend you check it out. Alright, next project is an AI resume builder which was built by Elias from Chechnya. So this project is basically an AI chatbot that gives you tips on how to improve your resume. It's missing a few functionalities. So for example, you cannot actually upload your resume and get a feedback on it directly. So you kind of have to upload the whole text and then get the feedback. But then you can also kind of use this chatbot as a general chatbot to chat about like a resume. So for example, give me tips for resume for software engineers. And then let's see what it says. And then, okay, then it starts giving you like a few tips. The nice thing here is that the responses are streamed. It's a very like smooth experience to chat with this AI. And then I say, what is the best thing to include in a resume? And then it gives you tips like this. So just like a regular chatbot. The thing though with Elias that was super interesting is that he was an electrician. He hadn't coded in a few years. It was his first time getting back into coding, and even when he was coding, he was doing Python. But this is a Next.js project, so in the span of just a single month, he went from an electrician who hadn't coded in a few years to building an AI app that is deployed online that people can try. So I was very proud of him, and now he's actually starting studies in computer science at university. So that's cool to see. Our next project is actually a bit similar to this. It's called Interview GPT. It's an AI chatbot that helps you prepare for your interviews. It was built by Andy, who is a student from New York. And here basically you just write like the name of the position. So for example, I'm going to put software engineer, and in the company, I'm going to put Google. Let's start the chat. And now here it starts the chat. And this is like more of a behavioral interview. So he asks like, how do you see your role aligning with Google's mission and core value? And I'm going to say just, I don't know. Let's see what it says. That's okay. So here actually the code is very similar to the previous project we saw. It's both basically chatbots built with Next.js. We send a request to the OpenAI API, get a response, and then show it. But it's two different applications, right? They solve two different problems. One is focused on resume building, the other is focused on interviews. And obviously there's a lot of room for improvements. I've actually made another video where I take this project, the Interview GPT, and I make a better version where you can link a job description, upload your resume, it's gonna scan all of this, and then it starts an interview based on the actual data
specific to you. And Andy, the cool thing about him also, like with this project, it was also his very first project. Like the very first project that he built an AI app, like web app using Next.js and a bunch of technologies. So that's really cool. In just a few weeks inside of the Codebender program, this is what he was able to build. Now let's move to our next project. This one is the AI Task Wizard. It was built by Musa from the US, who is also a student. And what he did is this app that allows you to organize your tasks. So basically I'm going to write something here like make a YouTube video. Time to accomplish it, I have like 2 hours and the importance is high. Then I submit, and then it's gonna basically take this task and then it's gonna break it down. So it's adding it here, and then it says, okay, first I need to brainstorm ideas and script it. I have 30 minutes to do this. Then I have to set up the filming equipment and background. I have 30 minutes, and then I have to film and edit the video. I have 1 hour. So then you can add other tasks like I don't know, like eat breakfast. I have 30 minutes, importance low. And basically this gives you tasks like this. So you can kind of manage your day. So same thing here, it's a Next.js app that takes multiple inputs, sends them to the OpenAI API, gets the results, formats it. So he was expecting a specific format because he wants to get like this checkbox and then he wants to get bullet points. So in the prompt, he specified like the format he wanted. And that's basically it. That's how you build an app like this.
So the first project is Meme GPT. It was created by Annie Root from the UAE. And the way it works is simple. You provide your API key for OpenAI. You click on generate meme, you have to wait a little bit, and then it creates a meme for you. Elon Musk versus Mark Zuckerberg. If I click again, it should generate another meme. So this one, just for context, the time when he built the app, like a big news that was happening was that Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk were scheduled to fight, like an MMA fight. And the app that he wanted to build was about memes, because it says here it's like memes based on what's trending. So this was like a trending topic. And he built, it was just a React app that was using the OpenAI GPT API to generate text, and then he had the library of images that were selected, and he would match the text to those images basically to generate those memes. So this was like a simple quick project, and I remember he even shared some of those memes on Reddit, and a few of them got like a decent amount of upvotes, so that was pretty nice. Next project is Chop the Pundit. That was built by Brai from Nigeria. I've taught codebenders from all over the world. Like I said before, we're at UAE, Brai is from Nigeria, and you will see like in the rest of the video, there are projects from the US, Canada, Europe, Asia, really like all the continents of our planet. So this one was more like a meme project. It's basically this Chop the Pundit, which is like this character that provides like funny commentaries on events that you provide. So if I say, for example, Bitcoin is rising in price, loading, and then it says, okay, I forgot. It only talks about football. So if I say, for example, who is better, Ronaldo or Messi? Let's see what happens. And then it says, yeah, the eternal debate, Ronaldo and Messi, both are legends. And then it speaks about the GOAT. It actually picked Ronaldo as the GOAT. It's funny. I basically provided him with a template JavaScript code to just make a call to the OpenAI API to get the response from it. And he tweaked the template, made different changes, adapted the UI completely, made something unique. And I really like the way it came out. It's like a quick, fun little project. By the way, all of this was part of my Codebender program. If you want to sign up, go to lastcodebender.com/bootcamp. You're going to get access to a bunch of different unique project ideas, tutorials on how to build them, direct calls with me, access to a private community, and a bunch of bonuses. I highly recommend you check it out. Alright, the next project is a ChatGPT clone that can use voice control. So you open the app, you click on sign in, and then it's going to open an interface for you. That interface is basically a ChatGPT clone. You have like a very similar type like home screen. You can pick the model that you want to choose. So that's like a unique aspect to it, is you can pick which model that you want to interact with. You can start new chats by clicking on the button on the top there. And then instead of new chat, you can start typing things. So at the very bottom, you can start like typing whatever you want to say to the AI, like how are you, for example. And then it's going to send a request to the OpenAI API. You see there's like a loading state, then it's gonna take like the response back. But the unique aspect to it is you see at the bottom there, like on the bottom right, there is like a little mic button. When you click on it, it transcribes your speech. You can click on stop, and then you can send that to the app, and then it's gonna respond. So it's basically like a ChatGPT clone with the basic features of it, and then it has voice control on top of it. So this is like a nice project by Asad from India. So I basically provided him with a React template that was making a call to the OpenAI API and creating like a chat, and he completely transformed it, molded it to a clone. I think he spent like 2 weeks working on this project, and I really like the way it came out. Next project is one that a lot of students will actually like. It's called Turn Your Audio into Notes. So it's built by Imran from Ingushetia. This one is actually a vanilla JavaScript project as well, because he had never built any apps before. He was like a beginner into web development. So we started with something simple, just vanilla JavaScript front-end application. And what it does is that you see on the top left corner, you have to provide an API key. And the reason why it's done like this is because since it's a purely front-end application, like there's nowhere to store the API key, so he had to do it like this. He just forgot to encrypt it. He should have put like a type password on the input so that it's hidden. But yeah, anyways. So here you can upload like an audio from a lecture, for example. Like you go to one of your classes, you take your phone, turn on the recording, record like the lecture, like 1-2 hours or whatever your professor is talking about. You upload it to this app, and this app is gonna just create very structured notes based on that audio. So it's something very useful. And he actually, after building it, he shared it with a few of his friends at university, and a few of them started using it, which is pretty cool. But yeah, so it's a vanilla JavaScript app that makes a call to the OpenAI API. Actually, first it makes a call to Whisper, which was nice because he used two APIs. He first used the OpenAI Whisper API, so that he transcribes the audio into text. And then once he has the text, he sends a call to the GPT model to get like very structured notes for it. That was very interesting. So that's like a nice example of a project that uses two different AI APIs in combination to build something interesting. But the thing that really impressed me with this is he had never built a web app before. Like he was really, like he was a beginner in coding. He didn't have much coding skills, and what he was able to accomplish relatively quickly with this app was really cool to see. And he made this in realistically really 2 weeks. Like we had calls for during 1 month, like every week would have like 1 hour call every Saturday, and then the rest he was just working himself. Like the beginning calls were just like introduction into like how things work, and then the last 2 weeks, that's when he was working on his project. Pretty cool thing that he built. Next project is Recipe Pal by Abdul Malik from Chechnya. So he built an AI app that can create a recipe plan for you based on some configuration that you have. So I really like the UI. First of all, like it's a nice little interface that he built, like very immersive. And you click on one of the options, it asks you for like a preparation time, like how long do you want to cook. You can select an option from the menu, like from the drop down, sorry. It asks you about the ingredients that you want to avoid in this meal that you want to cook. You basically write something, and then you can just collect the custom dish that is creating for you. You have to wait for a few seconds, and then it creates the dish. You can select one of them, and then it's gonna give you like the full recipe on how to prepare this. The nice thing about this project though is that he built it with Next.js, and Next.js is my go-to project now for like any AI project that I built. It's a really nice framework. It's extremely popular. A lot of companies are using it. The company where I work, we also use it. It's a very powerful framework, especially to build like AI projects and deploy them easily. It's the best. Highly recommend using it. Next project was built by Carlos from Spain, and it's like a fitness planner. So you have to input a bunch of characteristics about you, your age, your height, weight, gender, like the experience that you have, objectives, injuries, like how much availability you have, so how many times you're able to work out every week, and then the equipment that you have, if you have like a home equipment or gym. Then you click on submit, and then it's gonna load, and then it's gonna generate basically a full plan for you to help you reach your goals based on the objective that you have selected. And you see that the nice part is that it's actually a daily plan. So based on how many days you can work out per week that you've selected, it creates a plan for every single day, the duration of the workout, which muscle group to focus on, and which exercise that you're supposed to do. This project was also built with Next.js, again, like my favorite framework, and like everyone else used the OpenAI API to build this project. The nice part about this one that I liked is that there is a pretty big form, so there's a lot of information that you provide, a lot of context, and that actually helps the UI generate something specific. Because you could also build something like this as like just a chat, or maybe like a one input field where the user has to provide all the basic information, and then the AI creates a plan. But here, by having a form, you make the information a lot more structured. And when you send structured information to an AI, it's able to provide a much more structured response. And also you make sure that the user doesn't forget anything, so you really very specifically provide all the information that the AI needs to create the best plan that it can. That was like a nice aspect to this. Next project is Quran Pal by Barish from Turkey. So this was like basically a Quran companion that helps you answer questions that you have about the Quran to explain like some concepts or share insights. Sorry, by the way, it's lagging a little bit because this is a recording of a demo day we had where he presented the project. So I like the background he had, like he made like an animation video background, but otherwise it's a pretty simple app. So it has like one input field. This is part of the template that I provided him, and you write like the input that you have, any questions you have in the input field, click on submit, and then it gives you like a response. So for example, here he is writing to the AI, actually, can you introduce yourself? So like then the AI is saying like, Assalamu Alaykum, I'm a Quran expert, and then it gives you like some indications of what it is, like the assistant, and then it's going to be asking some questions. But yeah, here he's asking like another question about like a surah, and he's asking
it in English, and then you see that in the response is providing commentary basically on that chapter of the Quran. Next project is Berkshire GPT, which was built by one from the US. So he was actually already a more experienced engineer because he was working at Meta, and he built this Next.js chat app, which is basically a chatbot app for Berkshire Hathaway. So this very famous like investment fund, and he trained the model based on data that he found from like some of the investment letters or something like that they had. And here you see that, for example, he's asking questions about like the Facebook stock, and then the chat is replying information about it. So it's not like a trading bot that makes investments for you. It's more like a bot that provides you information based on like the data that it was trained on. And it can tell you things like the advantages of that stock and the disadvantages, and then it gives you a summary like, oh, like the Facebook has like a strong competitive advantage, blah, blah, blah. Like it explains a couple of different things. Here, this is typically an example of what I was talking about when I say like you can build a chat on a very specific niche and people will find it super valuable because you're niching down. You're not just building like a random chat. Like for example, ChatGPT is just a random generic chat interface where you can just chat with an AI and then you can customize it through prompts, but it's still pretty generic. However, if you build something a lot more specific, like what he built here, then it becomes a lot more interesting because you have, first of all, an interface that are very specific. You trained it maybe based on data that is like hard to get, that is unique and makes the AI a lot more performant for that specific use case where you're in. And then the niche typically, right? So like people who are interested in investment, they're gonna most likely check a bot like this instead of just asking ChatGPT, right? Because ChatGPT is too general. So here he made a good job of just niching down, but then the rest, like building an app like this, is relatively simple. It's like I made a tutorial actually on how to build an AI chat as like your first project. Next project is an AI thumbnail generator, which was built by Ahmed from the US. The thing though is he built this project around a year ago or so, and at the time only the DALL-E 2 API was available, and DALL-E 2 was honestly very crappy. Like it didn't really follow instructions well. Just the generation was very low quality compared to what we have today. But the way the app basically works is that you just have an input field, you provide text for the thumbnail you want to generate, you press on submit, it sends the request to DALL-E 2, which then returns an image, and then it just displays the image. So he was just testing it by like taking a video title from like just a random video on YouTube. But as you can see, the results, they're not great. Like first of all, it was limited to only a square image and not like a landscape image like we need for YouTube. And then you see just like a random image. It's not catchy for a thumbnail. But now though, with the new versions that exist, like with DALL-E 3 or with different AI APIs for like images that exist, you can do a much better job than this. So this idea is still relevant, and I know that some people have developed an idea like this, like a thumbnail generator. They were making a few $1,000s per month, like with this AI. Like I think there was one tool I saw on Twitter, I don't remember how it was called, but the guy was making around like $10,000 per month using this. All right, and for the 10th project, I actually have a very nice video demo for this one. So this is a Twitter analyzer which was built by Wakas from Canada. You basically input in the text field like a tweet idea that you have, press submit, and then it's going to give you a feedback on the tweet, how to improve it. It's going to give you ranking of like the viral potential of that tweet. And this one, the funny part is that when I had shared online all the projects that my students had built, like for the first cohort, like the 10 first projects that my first students built, this is a project that a lot of people reached out about to ask, hey, can I get access to this tool because I wanted to like create content for Twitter. So that was interesting. Like this shows that ideas like this have potential from a monetary perspective, because when you're actually solving problems for people, people are ready to pay for that. And the bigger the problem that you solve, the more money they're ready to pay for. Projects that solve problems in general are a lot more interesting. They're a lot more interesting for recruiters, for managers in interviews. They will ask you questions about it. They like those types of projects, they stand out a lot more usually. I recommend you look into it.
I've recently started building a lot of different AI apps, and I've discovered some interesting and simple tools and APIs to help you build very unique projects. Let's start with the front end. I use Next.js as my weapon of choice. It's a React framework that provides me with a couple of nice features like a router, and I also like their API routes, which provides me with a backend without needing to have a separate application running. Since I use Next.js, I also use React since it comes inside of it, right? Next.js is a React framework. I don't do anything too fancy though of React. I just use useEffect and useState. I could optimize my code more, but for me, this is enough for like 90% of what I need. For the CSS, I use Tailwind, and the only reason honestly that I use Tailwind is because ChatGPT writes good code with it. Like imagine if I need to create a dashboard in a minimalistic style, dark theme with buttons that have this rounded corner, I can just describe all of this to ChatGPT and it's gonna generate all the code, and I can easily copy paste it without wasting any time. That's literally the only reason. I can also provide a picture of like a UI that I like, and I say, oh, can you build something similar to this but for my application? And it writes all the Tailwind classes correctly. I just copy paste, add it to my application, and then it's very easy. I do use UI libraries sometimes, like I've used ShadeCN in the past and a few others, but honestly, I'm not too attached to them. Sometimes I use them, sometimes I don't use them. It's up to you to decide if you need it or not. Next, for the backend, I mentioned that I'm using the Next.js API routes. So that's what I do. I use edge functions for this. So for example, in my case, I'm building AI applications, right? So you're gonna have one API route for your AI. If it's like OpenAI, if you need to do some text processing or image generation, if you use Dolly. So my client side Next.js is gonna call this internal API route. That API route is gonna process the request, maybe add some extra prompts to it, add the system prompt, and then it's gonna send all of this to OpenAI, to like this external API model. And also this allows me to protect the API key because I pass it on the server side on those API routes. That's super convenient. Next.js provides you the ability to have a front end and a back end through those API routes. It's really nice. For authentication though, I don't like to build the backend myself. So what I do is that I use Clerk. Clerk is like an authentication provider that makes it super easy to add user signups and sign in to your application. Super easy. I think the first time I used it, I spent just a few hours setting that up. And from there, I always use it now for all the projects that I do. Just copy paste that code that I set up once. But it's very easy. Probably in like 20, 30 lines of code, something like that, you're able to set that up. That's very convenient. And then also the nice thing with Clerk is that it gives you all the general authentication providers like Google, like LinkedIn, like whatever it is that you want. People can also log in using those accounts that they have. The other thing that you have to consider for your backend is, especially if you're building AI applications, and especially if you, like me, you're making them available for free, or you don't charge based on the number of requests that users are making. For you, the more requests people do, the more it's going to cost you, right? So you have to think about that. And especially I was giving my apps away for free, so you could sign up and use real AI apps for free. And if people are going to use them to like burn all my credits, I don't really want that, right? I'm not making anything from them. Like I just wanted to share it to the maximum amount of people. So I implemented rate limiting using Upstash. Upstash provides you with a Redis database that is going to track all the requests that you're making to your API, and you can limit specific APIs to a specific number of requests on a time frame that you want. So for example, on some of my applications, I limited the number of requests to 3 per day. I made like an art generator, for example. Every day they could generate 3 images, and that's it. And then they have to wait till the next day. And Upstash makes it very convenient, also free to use. The only drawback of Upstash is that they only provide you one database for free. So you can essentially only have one app that is running for free per account. But then if you really want to stay for free, just create the multiple accounts and you can keep using it like that. For hosting, it's very easy. I just use Vercel for all my applications. And the nice thing is that it integrates with GitHub super easily. So I just go on my Vercel dashboard. I click on one button to import the GitHub project. After 2 minutes, your app is fully deployed, and then that's it. You can share it with your friends, you can share it with your parents, share it with online strangers. To get some users. So it's very easy. I have 10 apps right now that are running on my free Vercel account. I'm still on the free hobby tier, and so far all good, right? You only run into limitations when either you want to build something that is an app that is computationally intensive, so you're going to run into limitations on the API side, or if you start to get too many users. But then that's a nice problem to have. You can charge them and essentially make money. It's not going to cost you a lot even if you have like a paid tier on Vercel. For analytics, the nice thing of using Vercel is that Vercel also provides you with an analytics dashboard that just comes out of the box. The only thing you need to do is you need to install a Vercel analytics package in your app, but also it takes like 2 seconds to add. It's like 2 lines of code. And then you need to enable analytics on the Vercel dashboard. And then that's going to give you the page views, like the number of visitors coming in, where they're from, like which countries are they from, which device they're using to access your app. So it's very basic, like analytics, nothing too advanced. I use this for my projects because right now I just didn't spend too much time on analytics, to be honest. If you want to do something more advanced, and something that I'm going to start doing later, is Google Analytics. That can be one way. Otherwise, you can set up something like Mixpanel or Heap to track your analytics. Next is the special sauce, like the extra spice that I like to consider in the stack, is the API that you're using. So if you're building AI applications, you need to use AI APIs. The thing that I like to do though is, because since those APIs cost money, and if I want to make my apps available either for free or as cheap as possible, I found that there is a workaround. A lot of companies these days, companies like Nvidia, Cloudflare, like big companies who have a lot of capital, they make AI models or AI APIs available for free on a very generous free tier. For example, if you use Nvidia NIM API, it provides you with a bunch of open source models like Mistral, like Llama 3. Those models, for most people, they're just as good as GPT-4. Like for a lot of applications, most people are not going to even tell the difference between the two of them because they're pretty good. Like those open source models or they're decent. And if you get them for free versus paying a bunch of money to OpenAI, obviously it's nice if you can just use something for free. So NVIDIA NIM API has a very generous free tier. Cloudflare AI API has an even better free tier. And then Together AI also has a nice one. So you could essentially alternate between the three. Like whenever one of them, you reach the max amount of credits that you can use, you just move to the next one and you can keep updating your app like this. So that's a nice thing. If you really want to go with paid though, like let's say you really care about performance, maybe you want to use GPT-4, you want to use DALL-E 3, you can use the OpenAI API. That's fine as well. Or you can use Replicate also. That's another nice one that has like a huge library of APIs that you can use. But that's essentially all the ones that I've personally tried. This is the tech stack that have allowed me to build 7 unique AI apps in 7 weeks. This stack is designed to help you prototype apps in the shortest amount of time possible. If you want to build real SaaS applications though, like production level where you can charge people money, obviously you also need a database to track all the user data and then a payment provider. I recommend just using Stripe. That's the simplest and best one to use. Codebenders, thanks for watching, and always remember, code is just a tool and a tech stack is just a series of tools to help you solve some problem, provide the maximum amount of value to your users, and based on the value that you provide, that's what they're going to be ready to pay you for. Customers who use it, they don't care about which tech stack you use, which code did you write, they only care about the quality of the app and how much does it solve their problem. Always think about this. I built one AI app every week for 7 weeks, and it's apps ranging from chatbots to resume reviewers to art generators. I did everything myself, from the idea to the designs and the code. On week 1, I built Interview GPT. This is an app that helps you prepare for your technical interviews. And the way it works is that you just provide a URL of a job description. So for example, here I have this OpenAI software full stack developer position. I'm going to copy the URL. I'm going to go in the app. I'll paste it. I'm going to select an interview type, like behavioral interview, for example. This is just an amount of money that you have to pay the AI. It's like fake money, because based on how much you're willing to pay the AI, the better the job it's going to do, right? So if you pay a lot of money, it's going to do a good job. If you pay just like $10 like I did now, it's not going to do a great job. But it's just for the sake of this example. So I'm going to upload my resume here. And the nice thing is that what it's going to do now is it's going to read the job description that you have provided. So the exact job that you want to apply to is going to scrape the description. It's going to analyze your resume, read it fully, and then it's going to create a custom interview for you to help you prepare. So here it knows my name, it knows what I'm doing, and then it asks me some question. Can you tell me about the time where you had to work closely with a team? And then I say like, I don't know. And then it's gonna, basically it's using emojis. Since I said that I'm only willing to pay $10, it's not really taking me seriously. I can start it again just to show you how a lead code style question looks like, with a higher amount. Here you see this is a lead code style question, so it's actually providing like code examples. That's also something that I implemented. And then I can say something like, can you give me a hint in like JavaScript, for example? And he's gonna see that it's gonna create like blocks of code. So that's kind of like an AI agent that helps you prepare and pass your technical interviews. It's built with Next.js. You're gonna see that this is the tech stack that I use for all my projects. Next.js is like the default framework I use. Then I use the GPT-4 API. Then I used Puppeteer to script the website, and GPT-4 as the AI model. So we take the text of the website, we take the text of the resume, we send all of that to GPT-4, and then that's what creates the interview essentially. Now the next week I built Super Viral. This is an app that helps you generate viral YouTube video ideas for like creators. So here basically I open the app and I have 2 areas on my screen. One area is like a chat, and the other area you see it's gonna preview like the results. So for example, here it's asking what is your video idea, and what I want to do is learning how to code by building fun AI projects. That's like a video that I want to make. Then it's asking, okay, what is your channel about? I have a channel about teaching AI. And then like, what is the style of video that you want to make? And let's go crazy here. I'm gonna say Mr. Beast style. Now it should suggest me 10 titles. All right, so it's going through here. I'm gonna select one of them. So for example, this one. Once you have selected the title, what it's going to do is that it's going to try to generate a thumbnail for you. So here it first of all describes like the idea that it has for the thumbnail. And then I say, like, it's asking me if I want to add anything based on this idea. And I'm going to say, just make the colors vibrant. There you have it. This is the thumbnail. It's asking me, is the thumbnail okay? I like it. I'm going to say yes. Otherwise I could keep asking questions to improve it basically. And after this, it's going to start generating the script. So this is the script for the video. This app is built with Next.js as well, but I use different AI models for this one. I used the Claude 3 API to generate the ideas and the script, because I noticed that Claude is actually more creative than GPT, or at least for the use case that I was using it. So Claude is a model by Anthropic and GPT is the model by OpenAI. So each of them, they have like their own advantages. And then for the image, I used the DALL-E 3 API. On week 3, I did something different. So this is an app where you can upload your resume, and then it's going to tell you the dollar value of your resume, so how much it's worth in dollars. If I do it now, it's going to read the resume, load, and then it should show me the value. Yep, here it is. Then it's gonna tell you the key factors, like why does it think that your resume is worth that much, or like hypothetically the job that you could get, how much they would be willing to pay you. And then here it says a couple of improvements that you can do in order to earn more money. So it's kind of like a resume reviewer essentially, but just packaged in a more interesting way. This is also built with Next.js, but here I use the Mistral API to read the text of the resume and define the dollar value and format all of this. The AI was essentially returning an HTML structure that I defined, where I wanted to have like a title, which is the dollar value, and then I had some specific tags for like the key factors and the improvement, and then I could just render it nicely on the page. This project I actually posted on LinkedIn and I got quite a bit of engagement. You see here like 200 something likes and just a bunch of comments. The interesting thing as well is that this project, someone saw it through LinkedIn and then they shared it on reactexamples.com, and then the project was there. This gave me just a little bit of extra traffic. So if I show you the analytics right now, let me find the resume worth. It's this project here. I'm gonna open it, go to analytics. We're not going to see the whole analytics since the beginning, because since I'm only on the free tier, the analytics are limited to just the past 30 days. But you can see like 261 page views. It was a lot more before. The project died down a little bit. But you see here, React examples is like the lead referrer for page views. And then you can see countries like India, United States, Brazil. By the way, guys, if you like these projects, subscribe to the channel. I'm going to be posting more of them. On week 4, I wanted to go with a completely different niche. Crypto was trending, so I wanted to build a project around it. And the idea was to build this app called Crypto Regrets. So you can specify an amount of money here, and it's going to tell you how much you would have made if you invested that amount in this specific crypto a year ago. So here, for example, if I had invested $1,000 in Bitcoin a year ago, I would have made $1,500. And the text here, this AI generated. So basically the AI adapts the text that it says based on the amount of money that you could have made. I invested in Polygon, for example, now it's negative, so it's something different, and so on and so forth. Here I used Mistral for the AI model, and I found that NVIDIA actually provided it for free through their NVIDIA NIM API. So basically I'm just using the free credits that NVIDIA has. Like they give you 1,000 credits on an account that you create. That's how I can keep these projects for free essentially. And then in order to get the crypto values, I use the crypto API called CoinGecko. On week 5, I built a more complex project. This is actually the only project where I collaborate with someone else who's a student in my bootcamp as well. So you can upload a PDF, the AI is going to read it, and then it can answer questions that you ask about the PDF. I've also set up authentication here, so you click on sign in. I can sign in on my account. Then what I'm going to do is, just for the sake of this demonstration, I'm going to actually upload a Japanese PDF. So this, as you can see, this is like text, this is completely in Japanese, but the AI can read it, and not only can it read, it can answer questions about it. So if I'm going to say like, what is this PDF about? And here it's going to know. So this is a PDF that is a guide for this Japanese library. And then I can say like, when was it written? And then it's gonna know. And then something that I can do is I can actually ask questions about specific pages. So this is page 2, and I can say like, what is page 2 about? It's answering about page 2 in particular. For this app, the technologies that I used is Next.js again as the default like web framework. I use Clerk for the authentication. Clerk is really a game changer for authentication. You can set up authentication on any app in literally a matter of like minutes. Like maybe the first time you're gonna do it, it's gonna take you like an hour, 2 hours just to get familiar with it. But then after that, in a few minutes, like I add authentication to any new app that I build now. It's very easy to use, and I have a generous free tier that you can use on all your projects. Then I'm using the PDF.js library so that I can extract the text on the PDF that I upload on the client side. So I don't use any API for this, just on the client side, I extract the text. And then I send all the text to Mistral, and Mistral AI is basically using that PDF text as the context, and then I can answer questions on it. The fun part about this project is that I actually noticed that a pretty famous creator signed up to use it. It's a creator called Mike Shake. You guys might be familiar with him. And just to prove you that this is not just a random person with the same name, but it's actually this exact creator, he follows me on Twitter, and I posted this project on Twitter. So he saw it, signed up, and tried it. I don't really know him personally. We just interacted like in a few tweets. And then he started following me when I was sharing some AI projects for creators. So that's basically how he signed up for it. On week 6, I also built a chat app, but here instead of chatting with your PDF, you can chat with any website. So you come here, it's a very simple UI. You have to just drop the URL of a website. I'm going to just take my personal website. I come here, I paste it, I click on submit, and then it's going to open the chat interface. Here again, actually you have to authenticate. I'm already authenticated, but I've set up like all the next apps I've done, I always added Clerk to have authentication. So here it just tells me that this is the website that I entered, and then I can say like, what is this site about?
And then it says this website is the bootcamp that teaches people how to code AI projects and get jobs. And it's led by Zaurbek Stark, which is me. Perfect. And then I can say like, what does it teach? And then it teaches how to build apps with Next.js. And yeah, perfect. This is exactly what it is. So you can essentially chat with any website like this. This is a Next.js project. Again, it uses Clerk for authentication. It uses Mistral for the AI model. And then I use the tool called Scraping End to scrape the content of the website. Originally, I was actually using Puppeteer, but I run into some limitations once I deployed the project. I deployed with Vercel, and I just have like a free account, like the hobby tier account. And then I was running into limitations because it would take too long to process the extracting the text, like scraping the text of the website. So I had to use this third-party tool instead of using Puppeteer. By the way, in case you're curious about this background and how I made it, I just created this with Midjourney. So I asked Midjourney to generate like an anime-style illustration of a mountain and a man who's standing in front of it. And then I just added like a dark gradient opacity just to make it a little bit darker, just so that the text stands out on top of it. And the way I actually got this whole idea of using a background like this for this app was from that guy on Twitter who created a little tutorial on how to do it, because he did this for one of his projects and he also showed how like Intercom is using it and just a couple of examples of different apps. So that's basically how I got the inspiration. He has his tutorial somewhere. Like if you scroll down on his page, you're gonna find the tutorial somewhere. After this, on week 7, I built a completely different project. This one is more visual. So here what you do is that you can enter an idea that you have, and then it's gonna visualize this as an illustration, like a beautiful, like minimalistic style illustration. So for example, if I say smart work beats hard work and I enter this, it's gonna load some illustration in the style of like Visualize Value, in case you're familiar with it. It's like a famous page on Twitter who does like interesting designs. The illustration appears here, and then if I click on it, it shows it like that. And it's like hard work versus smart work, like a simple minimalistic style illustration. And then you can do a lot of different ones. This is another one to inspire people to continue working hard and not giving up. The text is a bit messed up, so I'll just try to generate it multiple times until I get a result that I'm satisfied with. But that's essentially what this app is, and the goal is to take those illustrations and then just share them on social media to like maybe build up a page or something like that. The tech stack for this app, you guys know it by now, there's no surprise. I use Next.js as the main framework, and then I use the Dolly API in order to generate those illustrations. I was actually thinking of fine-tuning a model, like a stable diffusion model, on the specific type of illustration that I wanted, but I just didn't have time because I was supposed to do this project in a week, but I just procrastinated, and I had like one day left to build it, and build it like on like end of Saturday, Sunday. So that's why I went to a simpler solution of just using an existing model, which is the Dolly 3 API. One thing though that I did do here is that I implemented rate limiting, because the thing is with images, they're more costly than regular like text generation. And I didn't want people to just keep using it and just burn all my credits. So I implemented a rate limiting where every user can do maximum 3 image generation per day. So for example, if I go here now and I say another one, this is going to be our third one for today. It's going to generate an image. And if I try a 4th time, it's going to show an error now. So I can only generate 3 images per day. In order to do this, I used Upstash. So Upstash is a service that provides a Redis database, which can track all of the requests that you're making in your app, and you can limit it based on some criteria that you define, right? So you can say like 3 requests per day, or 3 requests every 24 hours. In my case, which is what I did. So it generated this, and then if I say something else, like again, like hard work, it's smart work. Well, actually, this is the opposite of what I said the first time. And you see here, there's an error message. It says, sorry, you can only generate 3 visuals per day. And then reach out to me on X if you want more. Young Chuck sees that AI is the new gold rush. Everyone is jumping on it, so he tries as well. But the competition is more fierce than ever. Everyone is using OpenAI to build projects and businesses. But the last Cutbender is different. He also started with OpenAI, of course, but he then went deeper. He dived into new realms to get the edge. That's when he discovered the power of open source AIs, and he's using them to build what no one else is building. Young Cutbenders, my name is Zaurbek. I'm a senior software engineer at an AI startup in New York City, and on this channel I teach you how to use AI to stand out as a developer and build cool stuff. In this video we're gonna see how to use open source AIs to build cool projects with the goal of getting rich in the AI revolution. During my research on this, I discovered a very interesting document. It's allegedly a leaked document, internal document from Google, where they say that open source models will win over time. They will win on Google, they will win over OpenAI due to the collective efforts of vast amounts of engineers. And this is very interesting because they see that they will literally outcompete the 2 biggest players in AI right now, which is OpenAI and Google. And there is one passage in particular that really surprised me, is this one. Open source models are faster and more customizable, more private, and pound for pound more capable. They are doing things with $100 and 30 billion parameters that we struggle with at $10 million and 540 billion parameters. So this really blew my mind and this caught my attention. So open source models truly are very powerful and have a huge amount of potential. So I want to test that. Which one do you think out of those 3 images, all of them were generated by AI, but which one do you think was generated by an open source model? I want to see if you can distinguish the difference. Open source models are free, easy to use, they're customizable. 2 out of those pictures are generated by private, like closed source models that are paid. Which one do you think it is? It's actually the one in the middle. The one in the middle is the one that was generated by an open source model. This one was generated by Dolly. This one here on the left was generated by Midjourney. So open source is truly catching up, and you can see here on this plot as well, it's a plot about the accuracy of some language models. And you can see here are humans at 83.9%, GPT-4 is 85.5%, and look at this Llama 2 70B model is super close to GPT-4, and Llama 2 is an open source model, which again is very, very interesting. So now you're convinced about open source models. You want to explore this, you want to use it to build your next project. Where do you find those open source models? Well, the go-to place to find those models is Hugging Face. And I'll be honest, I knew about Hugging Face for multiple years now, but I always ignored them because I thought like, what a weird name it is, like Hugging Face. What kind of name is that? And then that logo and everything, I thought it was super sketchy and kind of lame also, I'll be honest. But I started to change my mind recently when I started working on this project, this AI project, which is a children's book, a custom generator. To build it, I actually used open source API called Replicate. It's a Replicate hosted an API for Stable Diffusion, which is an open source model. And I was like, man, actually, those models are very interesting and allow you to do very interesting things. And then I had a student who built an app also using an open source model on Replicate, which was like this custom QR code artistic generator. He was doing like QR codes that look like pizza or like cities or stuff like that. So this is very interesting. And that made me dive deeper into open source models and try to understand what is possible to achieve with them. By the way, quick side note, if you like these projects that you saw and you want to build AI apps that look similar to this, the pre-order for my bootcamp is closing soon, so if you're interested and you want to join, go to lastcommand.com/bootcamp. So as I continued my research into open source, that's when I stumbled again on Hugging Face and I decided to give it another shot. And honestly, I was mind blown by the types of things that are available there and just the types of projects that you can build. I'm going to cover this very quickly. You can think of Hugging Face as the GitHub of AI, which is a pretty big statement, but it's actually fairly justified, because the amount of models they have is absolutely insane. We're gonna check that very soon. But to get started, if you want to start building a project with Hugging Face, you basically just create a Hugging Face account, get your API key, find training models, find a trending model that you like, pick it, install the Hugging Face dependency, and then run just a basic example to get started. And from there, you can build more and more complex projects. So let's check a few models right now. I'm going to click on this link. It's going to open this page, and then you see a list with a bunch of different models. Look at this 15,458 pages of AI models that are available. And you have models for everything. You have multimodals, computer vision, natural processing, languages, audio. You have a ton of stuff. So for example, if I click here on text to image, you're going to find different AIs that are available here that serve like custom purposes. So here you have a model for Stable Diffusion, but then you also have other models for very specific things, like this one, for example. This is like a, I don't know, like a spaghetti image generator. And this is very interesting because those models are trained for very specific purposes. And for your application, this might give literally better results than using DALL-E or another like paid closed source API. So you have a ton of things in there. You have audio as well, you have text classification, you have literally anything that you can imagine. It's available there. One thing though that you're going to encounter when you start building apps with Hugging Face is the concept of inference. You will see this keyword in a couple of functions and some packages that you'll need to import in your apps. Inference is the process of applying a trained machine learning model to new unseen data to make predictions or decisions. I like this diagram actually to represent this. The first row here is the training. So you use a bunch of data, a bunch of images of like people, bicycles, strawberries, for example. You have a lot of labeled data that you use to train your neural network. And then that network, that model is able to make predictions based on it, is able to recognize those patterns, right? But what happens if you give it an image that it has never seen before? So you give an image of a bicycle that it has never seen before. It has seen other bicycles, but it has not seen this one. And inference is when it's able to actually predict and accurately determine what it is, like new unseen data. It's able to know that it's actually a bicycle. So now what I want to do is I want to give you a quick example of an app that we can build with Hugging Face. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit. So what we're going to do now is we're going to build a little translator app that takes text and just translates it in different languages. So first you're going to import the dependency, and then then you're gonna create an instance for Hugging Face. Then you're gonna start a function. We're gonna translate text, right? That's the goal of this little example. We're gonna translate this text. So I'm printing it here. Then on this instance, I'm gonna call the translation function. I'm gonna provide it a few parameters. I'm gonna provide this model. So this is a model for translations. I'm gonna provide the input, which is the text to translate, and then parameters, which is the language. This is the source language and this is the target language. So I wanna translate text from English to French. Once I get the response, I extract the translation text field from it, I print it, and I return that. So we're gonna be just calling this function with this text. The text I'm using here is you're watching a YouTube video about artificial intelligence. So let me open a new terminal and I'm gonna run this file. So it shows me the text to translate. Now you have to wait a few seconds and then it's gonna show like the translated text in French. So here you have it. This is the translation. Vous regardez une vidéo sur YouTube sur l'intelligence artificielle. If I want to translate this in Russian, so I'm gonna change the target language from French to Russian and I'm gonna run the script again. Let's see what it gives us. Here we have it. This is a translation. Вы смотрите видео на YouTube о искусственном интеллекте. So this was just a quick example of how you can use the Hugging Face interface to build like something very simple. But obviously you can go ahead and build way more complex apps using the different models that they have available to make very unique projects specific to the use case that you have. But Benders, before I explain this tech to you and explain how embeddings and vector databases work, I just want to show you the potential of this technology. This is an indie hacker project that was built by one solo developer. It's basically just a PDF chat app and it's making over $60,000 per month. An indie hacker solo developer project. It's just a project where you upload your resume and you can chat with it basically. This is just one example of a cool project and there are a lot more things that you can build as a solo developer utilizing this technology. But it's not just the technology that solo developer use for indie hacker projects. It's things that giant tech companies use as well. Google uses this to provide search suggestion results. Netflix uses it to provide movie recommendations. LinkedIn uses it to connect similar people together. Spotify uses it and a lot of other tech companies use it as well. Young contenders, in this video, we're going to learn about the power of embeddings, vector databases, and RAG, which stands for Retrieval Augmented Generation. My name is Zaurbek. I'm a senior software engineer from New York City. And on this channel, I teach you how to use AI to stand out as a developer. So first, why do we need embeddings? What is this thing? Embeddings basically turn a large amount of data into a format that makes it very easy for the AI to process. And I'm going to give you a very concrete example of how I use embeddings. So this is just like a few examples here, but the concrete example of the way I use it is this app that I've created. It's a children book AI generator. So in this app, a parent can just specify a description of their child and age, and then the AI will generate a book with like text and images. The reason why I'm using embeddings and vector databases is because I want to improve the quality of the results. So what I want to do is if a parent, for example, has a child and they want to create an adventure book for a boy who is like 5 years old, I want to be able to provide the AI with high quality children books about adventure for children who are roughly in that age range. Because then the AI can just generate much better quality results than if I just make this random query out of the blue. And that's basically the goal here. Embeddings help me provide a much better context for the AI. By using ChatGPT, you know that just the quality of the context you provide has a very high correlation to the quality of the output. So that's the reason why I use embeddings. But concretely, what are embeddings? Like, what does it mean concretely? Embeddings are basically math vectors of data that represent words or sentences or paragraphs. Basically what it is. So if you have a sentence like, yo, what's up? An embedding of this would be a vector that is just a representation of this in numbers in space with many dimensions. And just to help you like represent this in your head to kind of visualize it, in 2 dimensions it would look like this. If we had like 2 dimensions vectors, it wouldn't be as interesting because 2 dimensions is very basic to represent data. You don't have enough information. It's kind of like a very gross oversimplification. But let's say we have this just for the sake of trying to picture it in our head. You have this 2-dimensional representation where you have 2 dimensions. 1 dimension is vertically here. It's like the goodness of a character. And our data is like the characters here. And the other dimension horizontally is the strength of the characters. So you see that Goku is good and strong. So he's in this quadrant. And depending on the level of strength and goodness, he's going to go further on the right side and then further up than another character. And you see that characters that are close to each other will have embeddings that are close to each other. That's kind of the way it works. So if you have words that are close to each other in the space, they're going to be presented close to each other. And there's a bunch of things that we can do based on that. Now, like I said before, embeddings actually have a lot of dimensions. They have dimensions in the hundreds or in the thousands. So it's a lot more than just 2D. And even this picture right here is like a 3D representation. So we cannot picture in our head above 3D, but that's just to show you that those dimensions are a lot bigger than this. Now, how do you get embeddings? Like, how do you create embeddings in the first place? Well, you're not going to create them manually. You're going to use the OpenAI embeddings API. So OpenAI has an API to create those embeddings, and you can just take the text that you have, you're going to send it to your API, and then it's going to generate this vector. The code for this is super simple. It's literally just a few lines long. You're going to use their embeddings API that is provided by the OpenAI package that they have. In this variable, you're going to have that embedding. And what I do, for example, for my children book app is I have a database of high quality books. I send them all into the embeddings API and then generate a bunch of embeddings. The problem though is, what do I do with this data? I have an array of vectors or like a database of embeddings. What do I do now? I need to store it somewhere to be able to reuse it, right? And that's where vector databases come into the picture. The problem with regular like databases like MySQL or PostgreSQL is that they are not good to handle that type of data. That's why people who are smart have invented very efficient databases that handle specifically embeddings. And there are companies like Pinecone or Chroma that you might have heard of. They're specialized in this. They specialize in storing embeddings and retrieving them in an efficient and quick way. What do you do now? Right? Like, you have a database of vectors, of embeddings. What do you do with this? Well, the simple thing that you could do is you could literally use it as a regular database where you use it to just retrieve data. But that wouldn't be as efficient, right? It wouldn't be as interesting to just have a database where you upload data and then you just retrieve it. What would like to do is actually use this data and empower it by combining it with generative AI to create new things, to make it more creative. And that's the whole philosophy behind retrieval augmented generation, also known as RAG. Basically, a user is going to make a request to your app. Your app right here is gonna search and look up your embeddings API, your vector database, to find the most relevant documents based on what the user has asked. Then it's gonna provide both that question and those relevant documents to an LLM, to ChatGPT, for example. And based on this, it's gonna generate a much higher quality response. So me, for example, for my children book, a user comes, makes a request for a children book for their child that they want. The app is going to make a request to the embeddings API to find the closest documents, the closest books to this request. So like if parent wants like a comedy book about their child who is 10 years old, then the app is going to look up for books that are like children books in the comedy category for children who are between like 10 and 12 years old, for example. It's going to retrieve those documents. It's going to retrieve the top 5 that are the closest to this request. It's going to send that request from the user combined of those 5 books to the LLM, and then it's going to generate a much higher quality book based on this. That's the whole concept. That's what retrieval augmented generation is. Here are 10 APIs that you can use for your next AI projects. I'm going to go from the simplest one to the most crazy one. Code vendors, let's go. Random stuff API, like its name says, is basically just an API that can do random stuff. If you need a joke, it gets you covered. If you want to manipulate images or chat with an AI, anything random that you can imagine, it can do that. So if you want to do a bunch of small random things, you have it through this API. It's free to use and you can access it through the Rapid API. If you want to go more heavily into AI though, I recommend you check the OpenAI API. This is the most popular API when it comes to AI models. If you want to just generate text, things like just chatting or poetry or even code, you can use the GPT-4 models. If you want to generate images, anime, logo, designs, you can use the Dolly API. I actually used both of those models, like both of those APIs, GPT-4 and Dolly, to create a custom children book AI generator. It's an app that generates children books based on like a prompt of the user. But that's not all. OpenAI also has the Whisper API, which turns audio into text. And one of the students at my bootcamp actually used it to create an app that turns lectures, like audio lectures at university, into structured notes that you can use to study for exams, rehearse, like review the material of the course. When it comes to costs, from my personal experience and from the students that I've had, you don't really need to worry about it. When it's just you work on personal projects, it's gonna cost you like $1 or $2 to build your project. If you scale it though, if like you share it online and a few hundred people start using it, then yeah, it's gonna increase to maybe $2, $3, $5, like maximum $10. But still, from my personal experience, I got apps that a few hundred people tried it, like 500, 600 people, and I had to pay like maximum $5 to $10. Now, if you want a model that is faster and more performant for text generation specifically, there is a competitor to OpenAI called Anthropic, and they have released a model called Claude 3. On a lot of benchmarks, actually Claude 3 outperformed GPT-4, which is very interesting. So if your use case is like text generation or something that is creative or even code generation, Claude 3 can be very interesting for you. I used it to build a YouTube AI generator that generates like creative video ideas and like titles and scripts. And from my experience testing both models, testing OpenAI and Anthropic, like with their Claude 3 model, did a much better job. It was a lot more creative. Like GPT tends to be kind of like more mainstream and just not as creative in general. So that's something that you guys can explore. And in terms of cost, it's very similar to what OpenAI does. By the way, Codebenders, if you want to build some AI projects but you don't have ideas, good ideas of what you can do, I've created a pack with 7 unique AI projects ideas that you can build like today. You can download it, there's a link in the description, it's completely for free. Now, if you're in a situation where you need a model with a large context window, something like you want to upload a PDF of a book and you want to be able to chat with it, that's where the Gemini API from Google is very interesting because it has the largest context window out of all the models that we have seen. You can literally upload an entire book and it's going to be able to retain all that context in memory and provide you, like, answer questions based on it, versus other models at some point they just lose the context and they forget what was even the thread of the conversation. The other nice thing when you have a large context window like this is that it essentially, for a lot of use cases, it eliminates the need of using RAG or embeddings. That's useful. Now, we have talked a lot about models that can do text-to-text generation or text-to-image generation, but what about going from text to audio? And that's where 11 Labs come in. You're just gonna give it a few seconds of anyone's voice,
and it will clone it and make it look real.
The API is pretty fast to use and they have a generous free tier that you can use for most of your personal projects. Another interesting AI that I've actually discovered a while ago, like many years in the past, is Video AI from Google Cloud Intelligence API. So that's an API that allows you to extract metadata about videos that you give it. And it can recognize up to 20,000 different objects and actions and places, which is pretty insane. This means that, for example, if you give it a movie and you want to know what is the specific moment when a bald character with a red shirt was making a joke about eating cornflakes, and you can know that because it's going to give you the exact timestamp where that metadata showed up. I discovered this API around 2 years ago when I was searching a way to build a library of footage that I can use as B-rolls on my videos, because I was struggling at the time to find specific clips to illustrate some points that I wanted to say. And I thought, what if I had a library where I can just write keywords and it's going to show me all the best clips from different movies that have this situation in them. And someone actually built something very similar. There's an article that you can check out, like, using this API. And the nice thing too is that you can start using it for free because they give $300 of credits to use it. Alright, but what if we want to go to the next level now and go from text to video? How do we do this? Well, here we're more limited, like, because OpenAI Store is not available yet, unless it is, like, by the time you're watching this, maybe the model is already available. There are a few APIs that you can use for this, and the first one is called Synthesia. You can use it to generate those AI talking face videos. The only problem though is that it's quite expensive if you look at the prices. So I actually like to use another API called Replicate. It's an API aggregator that has some of the best open source models available. If you want to generate amazing art, check out their Stable Diffusion model. If you want to restore images, upscale images, transcribe text, even generate videos, make 3D stuff, there's just an endless amount of models that are available for you. The pricing is reasonable. And the interesting thing is, if you can find some of the new models before they become mainstream, before a lot of people realize they exist, you can build projects that literally go viral. One of my students used one of the Replicate models to create an artistic QR code generator. So it generated that creates QR codes with an artistic layout. And that's the types of projects you can create, especially if you find those models early on before everyone else. You can build viral projects with this. We're not stopping there though. There's another API aggregator that I want to show you because it has some interesting models that I have not found on Replicate. It's called Eden AI. You can use it to do things like automatically parsing unstructured documents from a structured text. So things like PDFs that you have scanned that you want to parse, resumes, invoices. You can then translate those documents. You can also remove backgrounds from pictures, recognize faces, and do a bunch of other use cases. But now, what if I told you there is actually another API that is even more impressive than this, that has all the models that we discussed so far in this video and more? That's called Hugging Face. This is the place where you can find the wildest things. You want a model that animates pictures? No problem. You want to take your face and put it on a bunch of different characters? You got it. And of course, all the regular models like text to text, text to images, text to audio, you have all of those. And what I like is that you also have data sets that you can use to fine tune and train those models. Hugging Face is basically the GitHub of AI models. This solo developer is earning $60,000 per month with his AI PDF chat app. And this other dev just earned $250,000 per year with his app called SiteGPT. And this one is earning $150,000 every month for his AI logo generator. I've rebuilt every single one of these apps in just a few hours using a simple tech stack. To build the first app, an AI that allows you to chat with any website, we need to set up the right architecture. First of all, I use Next.js for all my projects. It's my weapon of choice. It's a React framework that comes with a bunch of nice functionalities. The UI will have two things: one input field where the user can write the URL of the website, and then a chat area where they can chat with the website. When the user enters the website, it's gonna send a request from the Next.js client-side application to the internal Next.js API route to scrape the data.
Because the first thing we need to do is we need to script all the text of the website and store it in a variable. You can use Puppeteer for this and then set it up as a Next.js API route. I had never built a scraper before. I had never used Puppeteer before. So I just went on ChatGPT and I asked, hey, can you build me a super simple scraper? It generated all the code for me. I think I just had to do like a very tiny small modification. And then I'll be honest, I just took that code, it worked, and I had my scraper built like this. But once you have all the text of the website stored in a variable, you need to take this plus the question that the user is asking in the chat and send all of that to your AI. So I'm building another Next.js API route for the chatting. And this one, what it's going to do is basically it's going to add an extra prompt and then it's going to send all of this to Mistral AI. It's a competitor to OpenAI, like an open source competitor. And honestly, it's pretty good. It's a lot cheaper than using OpenAI. And for most people, they're not going to tell any difference. Like they're not going to see that, oh, like you're using this open source model or using GPT-4. Performance is very, very similar. And this is what my app looks like. An AI that allows you to chat with any website that you want. The next app is the one that makes $60,000 per month. And by the way, if you enjoyed this video so far, consider subscribing. This app is the $60,000 AI PDF chat app. To build this one, very similar. Again, we're going to use Next.js. For the UI, I need two parts to my screen. So on one half of the screen, I'm going to have an area to drop a PDF and to visualize it, like to preview it. And then I need to be able to extract the text from it. So I'm going to do all of it on the client side, actually, to make it simpler and faster. I'm going to use a library called PDF.js. It allows me to extract all the text from it. I'm going to store that in a string. Then whenever the user asks a question to the chat, I'm going to take that PDF text together with that question and send that to an API endpoint that is going to be responsible for the chatting. And here you're going to notice that it's actually very similar to the other app that I just talked about, SiteGPT, because it's essentially the same thing, right? In SiteGPT, we had the text of a website together with questions of the user, and we send all of that as part of a conversation with an AI. And with the PDF chat app, it's the same thing. Instead of having the text of a website, we're going to have the text of a PDF, but then the chatting is the same thing, right? So we're going to send all of this information to an API endpoint that we have internally, like a Next.js endpoint. We're going to add a bunch of extra prompts to it to make it better. Use our API key there and then send all of this to Mistral AI. Again, I'm using Mistral for both of them just because it's a lot cheaper. And this is what the final version of my app looks like. You can just drag and drop a PDF there. It's going to read it. You can ask any questions that you want on any of the pages. And you can actually even drop PDFs that are in different languages. This is like a Japanese PDF. And you can ask any questions you want on it. The next app is the AI logo generator. It's the one that brings $150,000 per month. So in order to rebuild this one, I actually wanted to make something pretty simple, and I wanted to make something a bit more unique because those logo generators, a lot of people have already done them before. So I was thinking, what if I just build an application that creates illustrations in the style of Visualize Value? Visualize Value, in case you're not familiar, is this brand that creates this hyper minimalistic visualizations of different ideas and concepts. So I wanted to build an app that would allow me to generate illustrations like this because I think it's pretty catchy and people would be interested in like using an app like this. So I have a simple architecture, a Next.js client with one input field where a user just types an idea. Then it takes that text, sends it to a DALL-E 3 API, adds like a very complex prompt to just try to get as close to as possible to a Visualize Value type illustration. And then it just sends back the image to us. That's it. Very simple. It's like a dark theme front end with one input field. I'm using Clerk for authentication and I'm using Upstash for rate limiting because I don't want people sort of abusing the API, right? Like image generation APIs, they're a lot more expensive than just text generation. So I implemented a rate limiting using Upstash. And I limit it to 3 requests per day. So users have 3 requests that they can use every 24 hours for free. One thing though that I would have improved if I had a little bit more time, because this app I literally built it in a day. Actually, technically even in a few hours because I'm reusing a template code that I have and I use it to just speed up all my projects. Instead of using DALL-E 3, I would have used fine-tuned stable diffusion. On their API, you can fine-tune models. I think if I would have provided like a bunch of illustrations like in the Visualize Value style to that model and just trained it, fine-tuned it, I think it could have even generated better results than DALL-E. Maybe it's something I'm going to do later when I have time. My students actually built a similar idea, like a literal an AI logo generator as part of the Codebender bootcamp. And you can see basically how it works here. The way the app works is very simple. You first just sign in. Then I'm going to just drop a PDF that I want to use, that I want to chat with. It's going to scan the PDF, read it. Here just telling me that the PDF is very long, so it's only going to consider the first pages of the PDF for the chatting, but yeah, here we have it. Grow rich while you sleep. So I'm going to ask the AI, what is the topic of the PDF file? Yeah, and here it says personal development and it says the name of the author, Ben Sweetland, which is correct. You can also ask questions on specific pages. So for example, if I say, what is page 3 about?
And it's going to tell me. Page 3 introduces the concept of grow reach while you sleep, which is exactly this. It introduces the concept of the book. I can also upload PDFs in different languages. So for example, here I have this Japanese PDF that I'm going to upload. So you see here, just full Japanese. And I can also ask, like, what is the title of the PDF? So you see, it translates it and it allows me to chat with it in English. Nice. I built this app, by the way, with one of the students on my bootcamp. This is part of a challenge that we're doing where every week for the next 7 weeks, we're building one AI app and just trying to share it publicly. The goal is to get more people to notice, try to get opportunities. I've been doing this for the past few weeks and I already have 2 companies who reached out to me to invite me for an interview. I document all this on Twitter so you can follow me there. We're using Clerk, and honestly, this was my first time using Clerk for this project and it made it so easy. Literally in a few minutes, you can set up authentication for your app with a database and everything that you need. What you need to do is you need to import the Clerk dependency with the provider. You're gonna add the provider here. You're gonna wrap it. You're gonna wrap your whole app within the provider, and that's about it. The only thing that I created after this is I imported all those sign-in buttons and all those things inside of this header, and you see that it has this wrapper component. So whenever you send in, everything that is inside of this wrapper component is gonna show up. So in my case, I just want to have the user button that shows. So if I show you the app right now. So here what we have is we have a sign in and sign out wrapper components. So what those guys do is whatever is inside of it, based on the state, is going to show that up. So for example, here, whenever the user sign in, is going to show whatever you have put inside, like whatever components you have put. So I'm just going to put the user button, which is the button that shows like your user account, status, and settings and things like this. And that's the button that you can use to sign out as well. And then we have the sign out component, which everything that you put inside of here is the state that when the user is signed out, they're going to see. So here I want them to see the sign in button and I want them to see the sign up button. Whenever they click one of those, they're going to open the modal to invite them to sign up. So this is basically the root component, and that's it. Authentication is set up, right? So with just this, we have authentication that is ready available. Now we're moving to the next step, which is uploading the PDF. And then to upload the PDF, like I said, we're going to be using PDF.js. First, we're going to extract the text, then preview it. All right, so this is what's going to happen here. So now if I go back to our code and if I look into the components, you see that there is PDF uploader component. I'm just going to walk you through the main areas of the code because I'm going to give you access to all of these things at the end of this video. So you can look at it at your own pace, but I just want to show you like the critical parts of the code and how I built it. Here, like for the PDF uploader component, is basically just an input button that allows you to upload the PDF, but the core functionality is happening inside of this read PDF file. So whenever the PDF has been dropped in that area, it's going to call this function to read it. PDF.js, unfortunately with Next.js, for some reason there's some complications because of the server-side rendering. So I had to do this ugly workaround. Like I haven't found a way to do it cleaner than to import PDF.js here and having to set the worker source to this. If anyone knows, maybe by the time you're watching this, they have patched it and there is a way to just, you don't have to do this, basically you just directly import it at the top level of your component. But for now, this is where we are. I first check if a PDF has been uploaded because obviously if there's no PDF, we don't want to do anything. If it has been uploaded, I set the state. And after this, I'm going to basically be reading the file. So whenever the file is uploaded on load, I'm going to be reading the document. And what I'm going to do is whenever the promise is resolved, I'm going to check the number of pages. So if there are too many pages, I'm going to send an alert to the user telling them that only the first, here I've just set it to 4, so only the first 4 pages, but you can set it to more obviously. Only the first ones are going to be considered for the AI to be read, because if someone uploads like a book of 10,000 pages, like you cannot process that with, or at least with this setup that I have, because I have a simple like client-side PDF text extraction. And all of this is going to be sent to the AI model, so you don't want to also have super big bill of credits that you're going to receive at the end of the month. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to loop through those first 4 pages. I'm going to extract the page and then I'm going to extract the text content of the page. And then I'm just doing a little bit of processing because I want to set that inside of the set PDF state. And I want to give it the number of the page and I want to have the extracted content right here. And that's it. That's basically it. This code is the code that I copy paste in all my projects that need to extract a PDF on the client side. So at this stage, I kind of forgot what it does. I just know it works. I copy paste it, I add it. I use this in a couple of other projects on my channel so you guys can see it. But basically, this is a PDF uploader. Now, what we're going to look at is the chat. Because from the moment that we have extracted the text from the PDF, we have that available. We need to be able to send that to the AI model, to Mistral AI, to chat to it. And if you're gonna look at this code that I have right here, this code is basically what I have in all the AI chats that I've created. I have a full tutorial on my channel how I create those, but it's always the same. Like once you've created one, you can always reuse this. It's the same concept. Like you're gonna just have an array of messages that you need to send to your API, and that's about it. So the main function that we're interested here is the handle on send message. So what this is gonna do is whenever the user sends a message on the client, it's gonna add it to this array. It's gonna send that whole array to our API, and then it's gonna return. So here, actually what it's doing is whenever it has the text, it sends that to the API, like I said, and then the API, if I edit here, is just gonna be like a middleware for the Mistral API. And here you can add like a system prompt. You can have like, you can protect your API key for this and just add other things, like basically a middleware, right? You can add other things that you want. And the reality of what is going to happen is if I put this here, this is going to then make a call external. It's actually the NVIDIA NIM API for us. And I'm going to use the Mistral model. You'll see that in a bit. But in this, I'm going to put a different color just because this is an external API like that. So I'm going to show you how I'm actually setting it up inside of the code. Here, the first thing that we have to do whenever a user types a message is we have to check, is the user signed in, right? We don't want to send requests to people who are not signed in. So we check this. And if the user is not signed in, we open the sign up model. Then what we're going to do is I want to add just some basic rate limiting. So this is the rate limiting that I was talking about with local storage, where I'm just tracking all the messages that are sent. And if the user sent more than the maximum message count per day, which I've set to 20 for now, then I send an alert and I don't allow them to send more messages. So this is a very basic rate limiting. Obviously, for a real app, you want to do something better than this. I was just in a hurry because we're building those AI apps every week. We have to spin them out quickly. This is what I've created. In a future project, I'm going to show you how to implement like a proper rate limiting. But then the core of what we're interested in is this. So whenever a message is sent, we're going to add this message to this set chat messages state variable array. We have another array, which are the messages that we want to send to the API. And then here we're going to add a long prompt with what we need. So I specify a role. I'm saying that, oh, you're an expert at analyzing texts and answering questions on it. This is your task. This is the PDF text that you have received. And this is the user message, like the question that they have asked based on that text. And that's it. So here I'm just sending that to our API. And this is just a custom function that I've created that has two callback methods. One is the set messages. The other is the set error. And the set messages, the only thing that I want to do is whenever the function finishes, it's going to set the messages right here inside of this array. It's going to display to the user. And if there's an error, it's going to send that error. So for example, here, if for some reason the user was not authenticated, it shows this. And at the end, what it does is that it sends the message count in the local storage. That's again for the rate limiting. So that's about it. So it's just a basic component that stores an array of all the messages, sends that to OpenAI, and then just maintains this communication. And then in local storage, just sets the rate limiting. So in terms of the API endpoint, it's very standard. It's just 20 lines of code. It's pretty short. What we're doing here is we're just importing some OpenAI dependencies. Then we're creating an OpenAI client. But the difference is we're not using OpenAI here, right? We're going to use the NVIDIA NIM API. So the difference is we're just using the OpenAI client, but we're changing the base URL so that it looks at NVIDIA. And then the only thing is here we're looking at the Mistral model. So we're not using GPT-4 or something like this. We're using Mistral. That's about it. I got invited to an interview by a top AI company last week, but they only gave me a few days to prepare. And since it's a very high paying job, I thought, let me try to use AI to help me crush that interview. So I'll show you the app that I built. One of the students on my bootcamp actually already built something a bit similar, but I wanted to improve it and make it better. So this is what I created. So when you open the app, you have to specify the URL of the job description that you want to apply to. You choose the type of interview you want, if it's a behavioral, lead code, or project. And then you tell the AI how much money you're willing to pay it, because the more money you pay the AI, the better it's going to perform. If you don't pay the AI well, it's not going to really try to help you. It's just going to crack some jokes, maybe mock you, and not really do anything besides that. So I found this job description from OpenAI for software engineer. You see, look at the salary, from $200K to $370,000. So I'm like, okay, not bad. Let me just copy this job description. Come here. I'm going to drop it. The interview style, let's pick lead code. And then for the money, actually, just to make it interesting, I'm going to put $1. Let's see what it does. So now I'm going to drop my resume. So what it's going to do now is that it's going to scrape the job description from the URL that I've given. It's going to analyze the resume that I've given. And based on all of this information and on the knowledge that OpenAI has, it's going to start an interview process. So this is the interview. Is you're going to interview with Bob, the interviewer. And since I only gave $1, look at the replies. It's not going to be very serious. It's going to just be joking around. So it says like, oh, you're quite a bargain hunter, aren't you? And then it's going to do this. So it's asking me something. And I'm like, I try not to Google it. I'll wait right here. And I'll just say, I don't know. Give me a JavaScript example. And then it just explains basically. And the nice thing also, you see the response is streamed and the rendering is pretty nice. So the code is within a code block, the spacing is properly, indentation and everything is nicely done. So this is the project that you'll see how to build in this video. To build this project, we're going to use Next.js. It's a very popular web framework that is used by a lot of companies. Then we're going to use the OpenAI API. Again, super popular API that is built by the creators of ChatGPT, so it's the best AI API that is available. And then we're going to use Puppeteer, which is, again, a famous web scraper. So we're going to use pretty popular technologies that are very good to add to your skill set. By the way, if you're interested in this project and you want to see more projects like this, and you're interested to get my help where I teach you build this project, where I give you all the codes, the templates, different ideas of projects where we can jump on calls, and I can help you progress in your project and grow in your career as an AI developer, you can check out lastcodeinventor.com/bootcamp. This is a private bootcamp that I've created specifically for that reason. So if you're interested, you can just check it out. Now for the architecture of this project, we're going to try to make it simple. We're going to have a front end that is built with Next.js, and this front end is going to call two APIs. One API is going to be the scraper with Puppeteer. It's going to scrape the job description web page. And then the other API is going to be the OpenAI API. So this is what we're going to send. Once we have the resume and we have the job description, we're going to send both of them to this API. It's going to basically process the data, create a beautiful prompt, and then send that to the OpenAI API. OpenAI is going to respond, and this is what is going to start the chat with the AI. So now let's look at the code. I always like to go from top to bottom. So it's a top-down approach where I look at the highest level first, so the top level of the app, and then we go deeper and deeper step by step. So here we're going to start at the page level, and you see that at the page level there is basically the logo. So this is the logo that we have right here, and then there is this component, the wrapper. So we're going to look into what's inside, and the first thing that I always like to do is I look at the state, so what's defined here, and then I look at the return, which is the HTML, and I see that there is an if condition. And if we don't show the chat, then we're going to show the request form. So this is the initial stage we're in right now. And then if this variable is set to true, it means that we're going to show the chat. So there's a few things that we need to do first. And the first one being is we need a way to handle the interview when it's going to start. And this is what this function is going to do. So here, the first thing is we're going to define the message that we want to send. So basically all the inputs of the form, so the job description, the payment, the resume type, everything, we're going to send that to our API. So we're gonna structure a prompt here where we basically just, like you see, like one by one we add all these fields, and then actually let me give you full screen so you guys can see more. Then we're gonna send that data to the AI, and we're gonna use this callback function to initialize the state, and the initial text response we're gonna pass it to the chat. What this does is that when we click on the button, it's gonna process all the data, it's gonna send it to OpenAI, it's gonna get the first response from OpenAI, is going to pass it down to the chat, and so as soon as the chat loads, it directly will have the first message of the AI is already going to be there. You don't need to wait for it. So now what you need is something to set the show chat variable to true, like state variable to true. So we're going to do this, and we're going to call this start interview function, and when it's over, this is when we're going to set the loading to false and the chat to true. And the start interview is basically this function that we saw right here. So as soon as this function is called and it's finished, it means that the whole information was taken, it was sent to OpenAI, it got returned, and then we have everything that we need. So this is on a high level, but now what we're going to do is we're going to go deeper into the request form so that you understand how we actually process the resume, how we process the job description, how we scrape it, and then we're going to go into the chat component. So if I open the request component right here, you see that there is a couple of functions that we need. We need a function to read the resume, obviously, and we need a function to scrape the job description. And that's basically it. And then we need a function to handle the whole thing all together, to just like combine all that data and send it to the AI. If I scroll down, you see that there's a bunch of HTML here. This is basically the form that you see on the website. This is this HTML code right here. So we're going to look into the functions. I'm more interested in that right now. And the first thing is, again, if we look at high level, we're going to look into this function, the handle resume upload. This is the bigger function. What this does is as soon as the resume is uploaded, which for us is kind of like the submission of the form, is when the whole form is filled, the resume is submitted, it automatically sends the form and starts the interview. So this is kind of like our submit function. So we set the loading to true. because there's a loading to just process all the data. Then we get the file that was just uploaded. If there's no file, we show an error. But otherwise, what we're going to do is we're going to call the two main functions. One is that we're going to scrape the job description from the URL that we have. And the other one is that we're going to read the resume. So let's see how this is built. First is the scraper, right? That's the first field that we enter. And for that, it's literally just, we have an AI API. I'm going to show you how to build it, where we just make this call to that internal API that we have. We get the result, and then we populate the state with that result. The resume, though, is a little bit more complicated because we're going to use this PDF-JS-dist library. And this code, honestly, like, I'm not going to spend a lot of time explaining it because basically I literally took it from somewhere else. I just had to tweak it a little bit because it was a bit tricky. Like, there were some issues with Next.js and the dependency. I had to like be a little creative, but it's just basically processing the resume to extract the raw text from it. And that's basically it. So once we have this means that we can read the resume, we can scrape the data, and we populate all of this inside of this state variable, the set interview data. And that is sent back to the parent component, the wrapper, and it can use this data to send it to OpenAI. Is basically how it works. So now let's get deeper. We saw how the wrapper is composed, we saw how the request form is composed, but we didn't get one part, which is the scraper. How does the scraper actually works? And for this one, I don't like to say it, but literally this is ChatGPT wrote the exact code for this. I had to do a few tweaks, like add some types and just fix a few issues, but literally, like I never built a web scraper before, so this was my first time doing it. I knew about Puppeteer, but I just hadn't used it, so I was like, okay, let me try ChatGPT, let me see if actually can build like a complete API endpoint that does the web scraping that I need. And it actually built it, like all of it. And at first there was like a little bug and I had to just prompt it a few times so that it fixes itself. But then I got it to work. The only thing that is worth mentioning here is that actually the way I use Puppeteer is pretty simple because I don't do any complex extraction. Like I just have a basic web scraper that is gonna load the page, take all the inner text from it, and that's it. So it's going to literally take everything from the page. This means that it's going to take the header also, it's going to take the footer, some links, a bunch of things that we actually don't need. But the reality is that from my experience of testing, GPT-4 is good enough that even if you provide like a job description and a bunch of things around it that are not relevant, it's going to ignore all this part and it's going to only focus on the actual job description. So technically it doesn't really matter the fact that we're sending like a few extra characters for the header and the footer. It doesn't matter much. From my experience, it's still fine. That's why like I didn't do anything too complex to try to like based on different websites how to exactly scrape only the job description. To me, something simple like this works well. So now that this whole part is covered, so we see how the wrapper behaves, we see how the request form behaves, how the scraper works, how we extract the data from the PDF. Now it's time to dive into the chat. The chat component starts by specifying a bunch of different props, specifying like objects where it's going to be just like the avatar images for the chat, a message type, and then we're going to get into the component. If you scroll down, you see that the rendering is pretty simple. There is this function that is going to basically show the chat conversation. The form at the bottom, that's just the input. So this is if I open the chat right here, this is the input and this is the chat. So we're going to need to see how this function is defined. But first, we're going to define a bunch of state that this component needs. So obviously it needs an input. It's going to extract all the data from the props. It's going to destructure the props because we're going to need all those fields for our prompts. It's going to generate the initial message. So the initial message needs to be inside of the structure. Then we're going to define a bunch of the initial messages that the AI is going to need to kind of initialize the first state of the app. And then we create the main state variables, which is going to be the chat messages and the AI messages. The chat messages is everything that we're going to show to the user inside of the UI. The AI messages are going to be the array of things that we send to the AI, because we send actually a lot more than what we show to the user, because we need all the context of the resume and the job description. All of it needs to be sent every time to the AI. Now let's look into the main functions that we're going to use. And the main one being the render response, which is going to render actually the chat conversation. And here it's a pretty simple map over the chat messages state variable. And so we're just going to show like an image for the avatar, and then we're going to wrap all of it inside of a markdown render just so that it can show like the code nicely and like all the formatting is perfect. But that's basically it. The main thing though is going to be this handle on send message function. So what this is going to do is anytime we type something in the input and we send it, is going to make the request to the OpenAI API. So we extract first of all the message from the input. We add the message that the user just sent to the chat messages array, like that state variable. And then we're going to send it to OpenAI. That's basically what we do. So we take this whole conversation and we send it to OpenAI every time the user inputs something. Because the API is stateless. So if you don't provide the context of the conversation every time, it's going to just literally forget. And it will think that you just prompted with something new every time. That's why we need to send the whole flow of the messages. And once you have sent that, you update the state of the response that you received. And basically, that's how the chat works. So it's just this. So if I scroll up, you see that we define a bunch of states. And then we have two main functions. One is handling when we send the message. And the other one is just handling like the visual, like showing the chat. That's basically what it is. Now, just the last thing that I want to mention here is that I've created an auto scroll. So this is just a nice feature so that like whenever the chat goes beyond the viewport, you don't want to have to like manually scroll to see like where is the message. It's going to automatically scroll down. So the last message is always within the view of the user. But what this means now is that we have covered most of the architecture of the app. So we build the front end, we build the scraper, we build all of the elements, except the last part, which is our internal OpenAI endpoint. So we're gonna check this right now. And this endpoint is actually pretty simple. Like whenever you wanna build an AI app that has OpenAI, your code is gonna look extremely similar to what I have right here. So you import the libraries that you need. We're going to use this AI library from Vercel. It's a pretty nice library because it gives us a bunch of tools that are really convenient to use, like the OpenAI stream, which allows us to stream the response to make it like very smooth. Then we're going to create a client where we literally just do new OpenAI and then we specify an API key. We're going to specify the runtime to be edge just so that the API runs faster on Vercel. And then we're coming here to the handler. It's a handler for post requests. So the requests that we're going to make to the OpenAI API are going to be only post requests. And the first thing we want to do is we want to extract the messages array from the request that we're doing. Like I said, we always send the full array of messages, the entire state of the app. We send it to OpenAI. So the first thing is just to extract that. And the next thing is to literally just send it to OpenAI. So directly, straightforward. We do OpenAI.chat.completions.create. And inside of the create function, we're going to specify a bunch of variables, a bunch of parameters. The first one being the model, then the array of messages. Then we set the streaming to true. And then we set the temperature. The streaming, like I said, is just what allows us to get responses that are very smooth. So instead of sending a request to the OpenAI API and waiting 10 seconds until it gives you the full response, what it's going to do is that it's going to give you a response one character at a time. So then the UI looks very nice because you can do something like this. If I just say hello, now it's going to stream. It's going to show the characters one by one, you see? So this is a much better experience than having to wait for 10 seconds until all of it appears in one shot. Now we're going to specify the messages, but the nice thing that we're going to do is that we're going to specify a system prompt first. And the system prompt is what tells the AI how to behave overall, like throughout the entire conversation. And here we say, I give like a context. I say you're an expert interviewer, specialized in conducting interviews for software engineers. Then I give like a format. I give the expectation of the format that is going to be receiving every time. I give an objective of what it's supposed to do, and then I give instructions. This is where I say that if the user doesn't pay you a lot of money, don't help them much, and if they pay a lot, do a very good job. And then it's basically the instructions. So that's what it is. Actually, you might be wondering, why do I align this prompt like this? Like, why don't I give the space? This is because when you use the syntax, actually spaces do matter. So if I would do this here, like when the app sends the request to OpenAI, it's going to also send the spaces here, and that's just extra tokens that I don't need. So I just do what I did here. And then obviously I'm going to send all the messages. This is you start with the prompt, like the system prompt, and then you send all the messages that are in the flow of the conversation that is happening on the front end. Once you have done this, you have sent your request to OpenAI, you need to get it back. So now you need to handle the response. And this is going to be very simple because we're going to literally just import what we used from the AI library right here. And this is going to allow us to stream the response. That's it. This is how I build Interview GPT. Imagine if the little side project that you build in just a few hours could make you $750 every month. Last year, I built a little AI tool that generates YouTube video ideas. I made a few tweets about it, and a large YouTuber with 2 million subscribers reached out to me. He wanted me to send him 10 good video concepts every month, and for that, he would pay me $750 monthly. With the AI tool that I built, this would take me maybe maximum 2-3 hours if I would have to generate a bunch of ideas and just select the best 10 ones and send it to him. In this video, I'm going to show you how to build not just this tool, but a version that is even better than this. We're going to use Next.js to build the app, Claude 3 API to generate the video titles and script, and then the Dolly API to generate the thumbnails. On one side, you can interact with the AI, and on the other side, you get the results, the video title, script, the thumbnail. The architecture is as follows. We have a Next.js UI that is pointing to 2 internal APIs. One API for the text generation, we're going to use Claude 3 for this, and one API for the image generation. We're gonna use Dolly from OpenAI for this. Now let's look at the code. To build an app like this, just from a high level, we're gonna need a header, and the header is just the top component here. And then we have the chat. The chat is the main component of this application. This is what does the interface with the AI and then what shows the results. So we're gonna open this component right now. And we're gonna look into what's happening here. You see that you have two areas in the return, right? We have the chat wrapper, which is what is the chat interface with the AI. And then we have the preview element, which just shows the thumbnails, title, script, and all of that good stuff. So I'm gonna make the code full screen right now just to explain you better. But basically this is what's happening. In this component, it's pretty simple. We are importing a bunch of different things. We have an input state, which is what the user is typing. And then we have this use chat hook, and the use chat hook is what essentially handles all the logic of this application. You're gonna see it in a minute. It's a very interesting hook. But you see here that it's importing the text response, which is the response from the API. It's what we're going to render in the preview. We have an array of messages, which are all the messages with the AI. We have a handle submit function, which handles the submit whenever user types something. And then we have the typical like loading state and error state. And you see here, if I open this, what's happening is just that we are taking this array of messages, we just map over it, and we show a chat message component, which is basically just a line in the chat app. And then we have the loading state, which is those three dots you're going to see in a minute that just like create this nice loading state whenever user types something and waits for a reply. And then the chat form is just the input. That's all it is. And then we have the preview, which is very simple. It's literally just this markdown component that is taking the text that it's supposed to render. And I'm using markdown here just to show HTML, like bullet points and stuff like that. The only last thing worth mentioning that this component has is that there is an onSubmit function. And this submit function is just a little wrapper for this handle submit. And what it does is that it prevents the default event, sends the input to the handle submit, and just resets the input whenever the input has been sent. So let's look now into the use chat, which is the key of this app. So this hook is quite complex. There's a lot of things happening, but we're going to ignore a lot of things for now, and we're going to just look at the handle submit. This is the key function. It's whenever user types something and sends it to the app in the chat, this handle submit function is going to be called. So let's look at this guy right here. So he's just calling a loading, which is natural, right? You set the loading to true, and then when everything finishes, the loading is going to set to false. But the main thing that it's doing is that and the handle submit is calling this function. He's calling his child process chat input. That's basically his son. And process chat input is doing a bunch of different things. You see it right here. He's a very capable son because he actually has also kids of his own. He has 4 children. And those kids are doing a variety of different things. One is collecting the inputs, because the very first thing that's happening in the app is because it asks you questions about like the video topic that you want to create, what is your channel about, what is the style that you want. So it's collecting inputs so that it can start the generation. Once it has the inputs, it goes into the validate title step because it generates a list of titles and you need the user to pick a title. So one function is responsible for that. Another one is once a title has been selected, it generates a thumbnail and it needs to validate the thumbnail. So it asks the user, is this thumbnail fine? Do you want any changes? And the last one is once the thumbnail has been validated, it goes into the script, and the script is the last step. So we're going to start with the first kid, which is the handle collecting inputs. And for this one, the thing is that I'm actually not calling the API at all during this step. It's just hard-coded questions that I'm asking, and I'm just trying to collect the inputs. And once I have all the inputs, so it's like 3 questions that I'm asking. So that's when I send it to the API. For this, what I'm going to do is I actually need to hard-code stages for the app. The number 1 stage is they collect the inputs, and it's going to have an index because I'm going to ask 3 different questions. So I need to be able to increment in that index. And this is the questions that I'm asking. I'm asking one question about the idea. So I'm saying like, what's the idea? What is the video topic that you have in mind? What is your channel about? And what is the style of the video that you want? And then I'm defining an array just to know the order, so that it's always this order. It starts with the idea, then it asks the channel, then it asks the style. Once I have this defined, I'm gonna go below in the handler, the handle collecting inputs, and I'm gonna find the current index so that I know where we are in those 3 questions. I'm gonna update a variable we have using the input that the user provided, and I assign it to the correct index. And then what I do is I wanna go to the next question after this. So I increment the index. I wait for a second because I don't want the AI to just reply instantly. I wanna simulate like a real chat engagement. So the AI is gonna wait for a second, and then it's gonna reply with the next question in order. And then it sets the stage to the next step. And so we do this as long as we have questions in the array. Once we don't have questions anymore, so once we have collected all the responses, that's when we're gonna move to the next stage, which is, if I move right here, is the validate titles. So this is what I have to do here, is I have to tell it to move to the next stage, and I have to create a function that is gonna start the generation of the titles. So let's look into this function right here. That's the next son. It's the next stage is the title. So this one what it does is that it gets the prompt for the first generation. Then this function, I'm gonna go into it in just a minute because this is basically the API call to the Claude API. And what it does is that it takes the user prompt, it gets like the information that we have collected, and it sends that to the API. Once you get the results, it stores it into that state, and then it tells the assistant to ask like which title is your favorite, basically what it does, and then it sets to the next stage, which is the validation, right? So it's moving stages by stages within this flow. So it's a little more complex than just a random chat app where it's just like you're interacting with the AI. Here we have very specific stages that we need to follow. That's why we need all this logic. After this, we go into the validate step. And here what it does is that it first sets the state variable, which is the video data, which is the information that we have collected. And here we're collecting the information about the favorite title. And once we have that, we can start generating the thumbnail. So we create this chat that we're going to send to the AI. And we basically say, oh, this is all the information that the user provided. Now this is all the titles that you have given, which title is your favorite. And then the user replies. And we want to send this whole chat back to the AI so that it knows that the next step that it's supposed to do from there is to generate the thumbnail. And this is what it's doing right now. I'm taking all this chat, I'm sending it to the API through this function, and then it's gonna return me a thumbnail prompt. And I take this thumbnail prompt, I update two state variables, I ask if there's anything special that you want in this prompt, like because in case the user wants to add anything on top of it, and then I go to the next stage, which is the validate thumbnail step. And then we continue like this. We move to the next son in the family. So this one, what it does is that, like, I was trying to think how to actually validate the step. Like, once you ask questions about like, oh, like, are you satisfied with this thumbnail, for example, like how to make it so that if the user replies something, I move to the next step instead of just the AI interpreting the reply as being like a modification. So I basically made it very simple. If the user replies with a yes, or if the reply starts with a yes, this means that they're satisfied and we can move to the next stage. Otherwise, we need to do the validation step over and over again until the user is satisfied. So if the user is satisfied, you'll see that we're gonna move to the next step. But first, I want to look into what happens if the user is not satisfied in the validation thumbnail step. So if the user is not satisfied, we need to generate a new thumbnail, obviously. So what we do is that we get this thumbnail API call and we give the original prompt, and then I say make the following changes, and this is whatever the user has input. This is what we ask as the next change to make. So we do this, then we add a message to the assistant saying is the thumbnail okay. So in the chat you're gonna see a message appearing asking is the thumbnail okay, and then we're gonna replace that in the preview. So the set text response, this is what we're gonna use in the preview, and we just want to show the image inside of that preview now. So this is basically the thumbnail validation step. So you make a call to the API, you generate a thumbnail, you show it, you ask the user, is it fine? And now it's going to keep repeating this as long as the user says yes. So once the user says yes, that's when we move to the next step. And it's basically just this. So we set the state to validate script. And this is the last step of the app. It is going to call the validate script function from here. And this function, this is the last son of the family. This is the youngest child, but it's a very important one. So here you see that the logic is pretty similar. It's also like an if. If the reply is a yes, then the script has been validated. Else we need to keep generating the script. And it's a very similar function as the one we had before. You basically have a chat, which is all the information that you provide to the API. It's all the context around like the information that the user has inputted, like the different discussions that there were. And then it's about like the generation step. So we send all that information to the API. The API returns the script, and then we add the script to the preview, and then we add the last message, is the script okay? And now it's gonna keep, like, as long as the user has an input that is different from yes, or that is different from something that starts with a yes, it means that it's gonna keep generating the script. Otherwise, it means that you're finished and it's all good. So this was like the bulk of all the logic of the app, is just trying to think about all the stages. Now from here, it actually gets a lot simpler. I want to show you guys the API call. So you see that we had get thumbnail and get video text, and it's the API calls that are defined here. It's just two regular fetch calls. Like there's nothing special here. You see that it's just making a fetch call to the API text, and then this one is making a fetch call to the API image, and then it's just providing a prompt each time. That's all what it does. So there's nothing like special at this stage. The special part happens in the actual handlers of the API. So Next.js has those routes that are defined. If you go in the API folder, for example, there is this text API that I have, there's a route. And if I look into what's happening here, is that it's basically importing Entropic, which basically provides us with this client to use Claude in an easy way. I'm just creating an instance of that client with the API key that I have. And then I have this post request handler. And this one basically just gets the prompt messages array from the body, and then it's gonna call the Entropic API, which is Claude in our case. So this is the regular syntax, it's entropic.messages.create, but then we're gonna specify parameters inside of it. I'm using Claude 3 Opus model. It's To this day, this is the most performant model that they have. And from what I've seen, it actually even outperforms GPT-4 in some benchmarks. So that's interesting. That's why I wanted to try it for this video. You need to specify the maximum amount of tokens for the reply. A system prompt is optional, but I want to show you like what I'm doing actually with the system prompt. And then you specify the messages array. That's like the chat conversation. So the AI knows like what's happening in the chat. What does the user want? The system prompt is where kind of the magic lies and how we're able to do this whole flow. I want to show you what I'm doing. So first I'm specifying a role. I'm telling to the AI, you are a very successful content creator and marketer. Then I say that you have the brains of Mr. Beast, Mark Rober, and Joe Matek combined. You're a master at creating viral content that is both entertaining and educational. Once this is done, the AI knows the context of who he is. Now we're telling it the task. And it's going to have a very specific set of tasks to follow in order. Because our app is set in stages, so I want to tell the AI to actually follow those stages. Stage number 1 is you going to collect basic information about the user. And once you have that, generate 10 video ideas that will go viral. This is this step right here. Next, after the user has selected their favorite idea, generate the art prompt to create a catchy thumbnail. So this is the thumbnail stage. And then we have the last stage is if the user liked the thumbnail, you're gonna write short bullet points for a viral script and you keep it under 600 words. So that's all the instructions that it has to follow. However, if I would have to stop right here, the problem is that it wouldn't actually know the right format to use. And the format might be changing every time and there's no way that I'll be able to read it properly and like format it well in the app. So I'm actually specifying a very specific format that it has to follow. First, I'm telling for the 10 ideas that you're gonna generate, return them in this format, which is an HTML list. Next, for the art prompt, I'm giving this specific format, which is like tags that I've created that I can easily replace in the code once I receive them. And then the last step is to generate the script, and I'm giving this format, which is an H1 for the title, and then it's just like bullet points for the script. That's basically it. Now it's gonna follow this exact format that I've defined. I know then on the client what I'm supposed to receive, and then I can handle that. This is gonna generate the title and the script. The other route that we have is gonna generate the images. And this one is a lot simpler. This is just a dolly call. So you see that the structure is the same. Instead of using an Anthropic client, we're going to use the OpenAI client. And then same way we collect the prompt from the body and then we get the response. And then we call the Dolly API. I have this basic prompt here where I'm kind of telling it what it's supposed to do. And then the user prompt comes right after. So here I'm just saying like specific style that I wanted that I thought like could work well. And then the user prompt comes here. And that's basically it. So we have an app that can generate a list of video ideas that can allow the user to select the best one, that can generate a thumbnail for that idea, that can allow the user to tweak the thumbnail however they wish. And then they can also get a script and they can tweak the script however they wish again. I saw this guy making $250,000 per year with this AI app. I'm gonna show you how you can rebuild it and quickly hack it together in just a few hours. I started a challenge to build one AI app every week with my Codebender community. I was supposed to have the whole week to build it, but I kind of procrastinated during the entire week, and then I only had the weekend, just a few hours to finish the project. So here's my plan. First, I'm gonna build a front end and I wanna make it very simple. It's gonna be a Next.js application that just has one input field where you can enter the URL of a website. Then once you submit, it's gonna call a scraper to extract all the content from it. And from there, it's just gonna be a regular AI chat. I've built some of them before already on this channel where it's gonna interact with an AI where you can just ask questions and get responses. So part one, we're building the Next.js app. There's nothing special here. It's literally just a basic Next.js app with an input field that can take a URL. And once you click on the submit button, it's gonna make a call to an API, an internal Next.js API for the scraper. For the UI, I wanted to make it kind of look unique. Even though it's very simple, I still wanted to have like little spice. And that's why I've added this interesting background, which was just generated with Midjourney. I asked Midjourney to create like an anime type illustration of a mountain and some kind of adventure there. And this is an inspiration that I got from this guy on Twitter who built something similar, so shout out to him. The only problem though is when I asked Midjourney to generate this illustration, it did a few different versions. This was my favorite one, the one that I used here. But the problem is that instead of having an adventure there, he added some kind of like woman who was hiking there. And I was like, what the hell, like this is not what I asked. I wanted to have like some kind of mysterious, like badass adventure and not some kind of like just random woman who was like doing a hike there. I tried to erase this part of the image and ask the AI to generate it a few times, but every time it would just mess it up. So I opened GIMP, I imported the art there and I tried to just draw over it, and I added like a man with a cape, and I zoomed in a lot into it. It looked super ugly and I was like, man, like it's not gonna work. So then I zoomed out and I was like, dang, actually this is not bad. And this is basically how I got this illustration. Next, for part two, we actually need to build a scraper, right? So now we have an input field that when it's submitted is making a call to our internal API route, but then the API, we actually need to build it, right? We need to handle that request. So here I literally just asked ChatGPT to build me a scraper. It started using Puppeteer, which is a pretty famous library for scraping, and the code was working perfectly on my local. It was a very basic, simple scraper, but as soon as I deployed it online on Vercel, it would start erroring. And I was like, why? Like, what's happening? I don't understand. Turns out I was hitting limitations on the free tier account. So I had two options. Either I would have to upgrade, which I've never done. I have like 10 plus projects on Vercel. They're all still running on the free tier. So I'd have to either upgrade or I have to find a separate solution. So I found a third-party tool called Scraping End, which is basically an API that allows you to scrape websites whenever you make a request. Now that we have this, we can build the actual chat. So this is part 3. I've already showed you on this channel like tutorials on how to build an AI chat. So I'm not going to do this again here, but I basically took like a video that I've already done here. I took the exact code, I copied it, and I pasted it into this new app. The only difference that I introduced is instead of just chatting with an AI where you send questions to an AI and then the AI responds, I also added the context of the website, so the whole text that I got from the website inside of the prompt, so that it knows that the chat is around that website and it's supposed to answer questions on it. And for the AI model, I'm just using Mistral. This is an open source alternative to the GPT model from OpenAI. And the only reason why I used it is because it's cheaper, or in my case, actually it's completely for free because I'm using it through the NVIDIA API. And when you sign up on the NVIDIA API, you get access to 1000 credits for free. So for most of your personal projects, you're going to be able to just use those free credits that they give you, and you're not going to even have to pay anything for that. So in my case, I have this app that is deployed and is just running for free. Now that the chat is here, it means that we have all the main functionality of the app, right? Like users can input the website, they can submit, it's gonna scrape all the content, and then they can chat and ask questions to it. What's missing though is that we need to make it more secure and we need to make it more scalable. So that's part 4. And the first thing that I did here is that I added authentication using Clerk. Clerk is literally like a magical tool. I think I've never used a tool that is so powerful and convenient. It allows you to set up authentication for your app in literally like minutes. The first time that you use it is gonna take you a few hours just to get used to it. And like for me, the first time I used it, I think it took me like 2 or 3 hours to set up because I was running into some bugs and I was trying to troubleshoot it. But now for any project that I create, in literally a matter of 2-3 minutes, like I'm not kidding, in 2-3 minutes, because I copy paste my code, I have authentication that is running, I have like a database, I have everything that I need. And the other nice thing as well is that it allows your users to sign up with any provider that they want. So you can enable like Gmail, you can enable LinkedIn, GitHub, you can have like a form with a bunch of different inputs, you can do literally anything you want, and it's all out of the box available for you. It's a very, very good tool. And on top of it, they have a very generous free tier, so you can use it for free in your applications until I have like 1,000 users or more, something like that. So it's pretty generous. The next thing that I did to make the app more scalable is once I had authentication, so once I had actual users, I could implement rate limiting. So since I'm making the app available for free, I don't want people to use it unlimitedly for free because every API call has a cost, right? Even though I have like a free tier with NVIDIA, once the free tier is over, like I would have to pay for it. So I implemented rate limiting using a tool called Upstash. And what Upstash does essentially is gonna track every request that you're making, is gonna store them in the Redis database. And once you reach the limit, like the rate limit that you have defined, and in my case, I just defined that I want maximum 25 requests per day. So my users wanted to sign up, I allowed them to do 25 free requests every single day. And once that limit is reached, that's when their account is blocked and they cannot use it for the day. So that's how it works, and Upstash makes it very easy to set up something like this. I used it the first time for this project, and I think it took me like 30 minutes or something to set up the whole rate limiting. Part 5, now we have the app ready. So here's a little demo. You come on the app, you first have to sign up or to log in, and once you're in there, you just drop the URL of a website that you want to talk to. You click on submit, and then you start asking questions to it, and you can just engage and interact with that website. And you're limited to 25 free requests every single day. I posted this app on X and LinkedIn, and I got a few people to try it like that. You can follow me there if you want to get updates in real time on projects that I'm building and things that I'm learning. My posts used to get on average 30 to 40 likes. Then I used this AI agent strategy, and this is what I got. 170,000 impressions, 1,265 likes, 133 comments, 41 reposts, and I gained 200 followers. I'm gonna show you an AI agent that I built that I can take a YouTube video and I can repurpose it into high quality content for LinkedIn and Twitter so that you can get more leads. Several people online try to build an AI social media agent, but they all have the same problem, is that AI sucks for content generation. If you ask ChatGPT to generate a tweet, you cannot trust the quality, and usually it's pretty bad. The method that I discovered makes it a lot better. I'm a senior software engineer. I've spent the last 5 years working at tech companies in New York and LA, and I've recently left my job to build AI solutions. I've basically codified the process that content creators use to go viral. So the main problem that AI has right now is that it just sucks at generating content for social media, right? Like if you ever try to use ChatGPT to generate a joke or be funny, it's gonna make the most boring or lame joke ever. If you ask ChatGPT to generate a tweet, it's gonna look like you jumped 20 years in the past, or like 10 years maybe in the past, where using emojis and a bunch of hashtags was the way to go viral on Twitter, right? So there's no way that you can post something like this. If you try to post this on Twitter or on LinkedIn, like
Like you're not gonna get any leads, you're not gonna get any engagement. So I was thinking, actually, what is the way? Like, what could be a solution? Because all those agents, everything that people are building, it's nice, but it doesn't really work. So what I thought is, what if we actually codified the simplest way that people use to go viral? And really, the simplest way is, if you look at a platform like YouTube, for example, people look at videos that are outliers. So if I see a channel that performed exceptionally well, where one video performed a lot better than the average. So for example, you see this one, how to get ahead of 99% of people. This video got 22 times higher amount of views than the average on the channel. And it got 4 million views. This was a year ago. Then you see that this person built the same video 4 months ago and it performed 44 times better than the average on their channel. And it's basically the same video. This one is 12 minutes long, this one is 12 minutes long. This is like close to the same thumbnail, same title, nearly everything. And so it got 2.3 million views. And this is really the easiest way to go viral on social media. You take an idea that has worked, that is proven to work, there's like objective data. You know that it has worked on this channel, it has outperformed. And actually this idea, a bunch of other people did it. And it has outperformed on all of those channels. And this was a comparatively small channel as well. So this is very interesting. And I was thinking, how can we build something similar to this for our use case, right? Repurposing videos into text content. And we can do something very similar. What if we take an AI and then we give it as examples outlier posts? So posts on Twitter, on LinkedIn that performed exceptionally well on smaller pages. Because you know that if a post performed really well on a small channel, it means that it was just purely based on the post. It's not as if this person has a huge audience and just the audience was driving the traffic. No, it's purely based on the algorithm liking that post. So it means that there is something special there, like the hook or the structure. If we reuse that, there is much higher chances that our content is going to go viral as well, that is going to perform well. And essentially, if you have this, like if you have an AI that can take those outlier posts as an example together with your content, your brand, you have basically created a money printing machine. So that's the goal of the agent that I want to build. So let us look into the architecture of this agent, and then I'm going to explain how I'm actually building this. So the first part of what the agent will do is that it's going to take a YouTube video and then it's going to transcribe it. So that's the first module. Then it's going to take those outlier posts. Once we have the transcription of your video together with the outlier post, we can pass that to the AI. And here I'm actually using Claude. I'm not using ChatGPT because the GPT models from my experience are not as good for content generation. Claude is just a lot more creative. So I'm giving it to Claude and then I'm asking it to generate tweets based on this. So it will have example tweets that performed very well together with the content of your video, together with the content of your brand essentially. And it's going to generate a bunch of tweets based on that. Now, all the tweets should be pretty high quality already, but you might have favorites, right? You might still want to select them before actually posting them on your page. So you're going to select your favorite tweets. And here is where it gets interesting. We're going to now take the favorite tweets you have selected because it's extra data that is available for the agent, right? Together with the video script from before, together with the outlier posts from before. And then we're going to again pass it to the AI and we're going to ask it to generate LinkedIn posts. And now it's going to generate much higher quality LinkedIn posts because it has more data available. There's more things that can be built. We're actually looking into building potentially like features to generate newsletters, like high quality newsletter content, blogs and more things. But this is the agent in a nutshell right now. This is the architecture. So let's look into the code now. I built this Next.js app that basically does what I described, and I'm going to show you very soon, basically in a few seconds, I'm going to show you a demo of how the app works. But in terms of the code, essentially I have this main component, and this component is going to have two functions. One is to generate the tweets, and one is to generate the LinkedIn posts. So when I want to generate the tweets, I'm going to make a call to our API that generates the tweets. And then when I make the LinkedIn post, I'm going to make a call to the API that generates the post. So the code here is fairly simple. It's just like calls to an API. And there's just a little bit of logic and just UI stuff. But if I show you the actual API, this is where the interesting part is. There's three main endpoints. There's one endpoint that generates the tweets, one endpoint that generates the LinkedIn post, and one endpoint that generates the scraping for the YouTube video. So if I want to generate the tweet, or if I want to actually scrape the video first, that was the first part of the architecture. This one is actually pretty simple as well. I'm just using this YouTube transcript library. It's going to take a URL of the video and then it's going to give me a full transcript. So that's the first step. Once the transcript is available, we have this generate tweet API. So here it's going to get the transcript of the video based on the other endpoint that we created. And once you have that transcript, it's going to ask the AI to generate a series of tweets based on the transcript plus those example tweets that we have provided, those outlier tweets. And here it's going to generate the output, and we use structured output just to get like a nice format back in the UI. And a pretty similar thing on the LinkedIn side, like on this LinkedIn endpoint, except that here we're also going to pass the tweets that we've selected. So the favorite tweets, we're going to pass that as extra information.
And because it has this, it can generate results that are even better. And then same thing, we return that to the user. So now let's look into a demo of how the app works. I'm gonna take a couple of videos on YouTube and try to generate interesting tweets and LinkedIn posts for them. All right, so this is what the app looks like. So here you provide the URL of the YouTube video, and then you provide examples for tweets and examples for LinkedIn posts. And then you click on this button, it's gonna generate tweets for you and LinkedIn posts. So what I'm gonna do is I'll pick one video from Alex Ramos's channel. So I'm gonna take this one, I pause it, I take the URL, I paste it here. And what I'm gonna do, just for the sake of this example, I'm actually gonna take this post that I made that went viral. I'm gonna paste it here, and I'm actually gonna use the same for LinkedIn and Twitter. I'll just use this one to kind of show you what it looks like. I click here, the algorithm is running, the agent is working, and then it's gonna generate a few tweets for us. We're gonna be able to select those tweets, and it's gonna generate some optimal LinkedIn posts. That's it, here are the posts. You see that for every post, there is a viral potential score. So this is the AI basically giving a score of the potential that this tweet has. For example, this one, the easiest business to $1 million tier list. And then it gives you a list. So this is a pretty good hook. This one also is a good hook, is an 8 out of 10. Never start a coaching business, do this instead. And it gives you like a list. I can see this one doing pretty well. This is another one, 8 out of 10. This one, don't start a digital course business until you have an exit plan. And then this. So I kind of like this one. I like this one. I don't like this one as much, so I can delete the ones that I don't like. And then I'm gonna say, yeah, let's say this. So these three. I've selected these as my favorite ones. So I'm gonna first post these. Actually, I can try to post them. But then I'm gonna click here to generate some LinkedIn posts based on, again, it will have the transcript of the video, the examples, tweets and LinkedIn posts that I gave, plus the tweets that I took that I liked. Perfect. So we have our LinkedIn post here. So look at this one. I tested 10 years of business models. Here's what I learned. Again, like this one, I'm confident that this can perform really well. It's a pretty good hook. So these were the results. I'm pretty happy actually with what it came up with. And this was with just one post that I gave as an example. So this is pretty good. I'm going to try another video. Now I'm going to try Dan Koh's channel. So I'm going to take his most popular one, just copy the link and then generate a bunch of posts for him. This is it. I like this. Look at this one. I tested 10 years of productivity advice. So that's a very good hook. If you're feeling stuck, use this. This is 7 out of 10, 6 out of 10. What is a 9? Okay, this one is a 9 out of 10. Don't start. So here, replace with the year because the video was from 2023. That's why it has the year there. But you could put like, don't start 2025 or 2026, depending on when you're watching this. Until you do this, this is a very good hook. And then again, like a piece of advice. And if I want to try a different niche, like for example, here I wrote law firm education. I can select this video, is law school worth it? I click on it, I copy the URL, and then I go through the process again to generate a bunch of posts. So here we have it. There's a lot that can be improved here. And if I show you the diagram again, there's a bunch of new features that we still want to add, like the ability to write newsletters, high quality blogs, the ability to schedule posts easily, the ability to automatically scan and get the AI to find all those outlier posts. So this is basically a demo. So here I disconnected the agent, but this is what it looks like. So now let's dive into the code. So here, in order to go fast, I use the OpenAI example code that they use to display how the OpenAI real-time API works. So I took that code and just introduced some changes to fit our use case. So the first thing you're gonna see here at the app level, this is a React application. I'm gonna just zoom in a little bit, is that you're gonna see here, there's two states for the app. One state is the scraper, the other state is the voice chat. So the scraper is simply, if I open it right here, the scraper is a form that is going to take a URL. We're going to take that URL. We're going to use the scraping end API to be able to scrape it. And then once we have the HTML content of the website, we're going to apply this utility function that is just going to process that HTML. And then it's going to add it inside of the text content variable. Once the scraping is done, it's going to automatically show the voice chat component. And here there are a couple of points that are really important to cover. Number one is the instruction, right? So you have to specify instructions for the agent to talk to. So this is just the system settings that are going to be used as like overall instructions for the agent. So you provide just a couple of bullet points, you provide like a personality. And in my case, the most important is I'm going to provide the data about the website, right? It's the data about the business that I want to be interacting with. Then if you scroll down, you're going to see that we're instantiating a couple of different references. So the first one is for the recorder. So you need something to be able to record the voice of the user, right? You need a player to be able to play the voice of the AI. And then we need to have a client reference for the real-time API. And this is provided within this client, the real-time client, which is this module that OpenAI has released. It's still in beta version, but we can use it. Once those variables are defined, we need to have a way of triggering the chat, right? It's like you make a call, there needs to be like this trigger to be able to talk, right? So we have just a button, we have a connect button, and when the user clicks on that button, the chat begins. So we have this function to connect the conversation. And here, essentially, what is happening is that we're gonna connect to the microphone, we're gonna connect to the audio output so that both of these things can work. And then we're gonna connect to the client, and we're gonna send the first initial message. So the first message here, like here is just a hello message. You can specify to anything you want, but this is the initial message that is going to be sent to the agent automatically. Like you don't have to even say it, and the agent is going to reply with something. And it's going to say like hello, like, and then it's going to present itself. After this, the next thing that is important is this use effect that you see right here. This use effect is going to run as soon as the app loads. We're actually defining the agent. So the instructions that we defined above on top, like we're actually adding it to the session of this agent. So we're adding the instructions here. This is an extra functionality to just be able to transcribe the audio so that you have like a chat transcription. It's optional, you don't necessarily need it. It's just nice to have like a chat transcription of whatever is being said. Like if you want to keep it for your own records or something. And then you can specify the voice. There's a couple of options for the voice. Alloy, like this one is, from my experience, is the best voice. So I picked that one. Then you can specify an error logging. You can specify interruptions, like what it's going to do once you interrupt. Because basically once you interrupt the agent, you want it to stop talking. You don't want it to continue talking as you're talking. You want it to stop. And then the final part here is, this is in case you want to show the transcripts of the message. You're going to have like a function here, and we're going to set this set item state variable. And it's going to have the voice like of the whole conversation, essentially. So that's about it. Then in the rendering is just some UI basically to render all of this in a nice app, like render the chat. This is the button to connect it. And that's about it. So it utilizes the example from OpenAI. I'm going to leave the link to the repo in the description. And then it's just a couple of changes that I've introduced to fit the use case and have the scraping so that you can adapt it to a specific business. So here I can have another website. I see this one, and I'm going to do just a demo of it. This is a high ticket coaching program. I'm going to take it, paste it. Again, it's going to scrape it, and then we're going to be able to talk to an agent that will try to qualify us for the program.
Hey there. Are you interested in becoming a certified funnel expert and scaling your business? Tell me more about what you're looking for.
Yeah, basically I'm looking for some help to scale my business.
Awesome. Funnels University might be perfect for you. It offers a complete program to become a certified funnel expert.
But how do I know if I'm the right fit for it?
If you're looking to scale your business, land high-paying clients, and master profitable sales funnels, this program
Is there any requirement to join it?
No strict requirements. Funnels University is designed for anyone at any stage, whether you're a beginner.
How much does it cost actually?
The cost for lifetime access to Funnels University is a one-time investment of $995. It includes all courses, templates, and future updates.
Awesome. So basically you see how it works. I can do this with another website as well, like this one, for example. This is my own website. And actually I have the app running on my phone as well, so you can see. So I'm going to just show you what it looks like just by trying to call this agent.
They're excited to help out. Are you looking to turn an idea into software or need AI integration for your business?
Yeah, basically I'm looking to build like a lead scraper.
Awesome. We can help with that. We specialize in rapid MVP development and AI integration. Shall we schedule a free consultation to discuss your project further?
Yeah, that would be great. And also I would like to know, like, is there anything I need to do to qualify? Or, like, do you have still some spots available to work this month?
Yes, we have 3 spots left this month. To qualify, we just need to understand your project goals and requirements. Let's set up that consultation to dive deeper. What's your availability like?
And that's it, basically. Actually, let's try something interesting. Do you speak French?
Oui, je parle français. Comment puis-je vous aider aujourd'hui?
Oui, parce que je parle pas anglais, donc je voulais savoir c'est quoi que le site fait, quel service vous avez?
Bien sûr, nous aidons les startups et les agences tech à créer rapidement des logiciels rentables. En un mois, nous développons des NZP, des outils internes et des prototypes.
So essentially, this is how the agent works. It's multilingual, very cool capabilities. Congrats! Now you have completed the skills module. You're finally ready to land interviews and get job offers. In this module, I will teach you how you can land interviews, prepare for them, crush them, and land offers. I will also reveal why programmers worse than you are making over $120,000 per year. Let's begin.
Donovan, congratulations, brother. You recently
Thank you.
landed the tech role after less than 4 months in the accelerator.
I got laid off in September 2024.
If you're starting right now, what is the fastest way that you would find a job again? Donovan, congratulations, brother. You recently
Thank you.
landed the tech role after less than 4 months in the accelerator. Can you tell me what was your state before you joined the accelerator? How was the
Yeah,
job search like?
yeah, it was so I got laid off in September 2024, coming from Mexico. So that week when I was still on vacation, I got this mysterious email and I was really, really curious about it. I'm like, oh, what is this is about? Because it just says,
Wait, so you got the email while you were on vacation
yeah,
from
so
Mexico?
that week I came back from Mexico
Yeah.
from Mexico to Detroit.
Okay.
I was still on vacation. I took another week just to kind of like rest and recover.
Got it.
So it was like a 3 week vacation, but the last week was like kind of rest, recover, and then that following Monday I would go to work. But that Tuesday, so I came back to Detroit Monday. Tuesday I got the letter or the email from my job, and then Wednesday was the day of that, the announcement that they were going to let me go. So that was the meeting where you have the HR, the CEO, and the leadership team letting you know, like, hey, we're
Mhm.
letting you go. There's and not only that, but it was only it was 10 people who also got let go. So it wasn't only me. I wasn't the only one that was singled out. It was just
Mhm.
the wave of like layoffs that were happening around that year. So I was one of the unfortunate ones. And then, but yeah, so that was that. And then I had this, it was kind of like actually, it was a little bit of a blessing in disguise. And the reason why I say that is because I was going towards looking into AI. Like I've been studying AI on my downtime since about last year, January 2024. But I didn't have like much of a guide, so I was doing much more self study. And so when they let me go, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get into AI. I'm just gonna go hard on this AI thing because I know it's gonna be really, really important, and a lot of companies are gonna be drilling at it and want candidates with those skills. And so I made it my mission to join and so or do AI and accept it. So I got severance, I got unemployment, and so there was this program. I'm not going to say the name because I don't want to, hinder your program. But I'm not going to say the name of the program. But you know the name of the program. So it was this program I was originally interested in that taught AI skills, and so for some reason this this program I never got any response back. They were supposed to take cohorts in September. So I'm like, okay, this is perfect. And so end of September, I'm emailing them and they're like, yeah, we're trying to get things up maybe in October. I emailed them back like, hey, what's the status on this program? And so nothing, crickets. And I'm like, okay, I got to find something else I got to get into, like some type of group. And so here's the accelerator, the co-benders. And so joined this. And so that was kind of like oh, go ahead.
At that moment, what was your job search like? Because you
Oh,
joined the accelerator a few months after being laid off, right?
yeah.
If I remember
Yep.
correctly.
Yep. Yep.
How's your situation? Were you more on like learning stages of just learning about AI, or were
Yeah.
you applying for jobs already? What was your
Yeah.
situation like?
So funny thing, I realized that at least in my mind, I thought that because it was like going into the holiday season, no one's was going to be really hiring. And so I took it upon myself to like use that downtime to really focus on those skills and build in public. And then January next year, when things are starting to open up with taxes and all that, I'll start applying. So that was like my notion. I didn't start
Mm,
applying immediately after because I thought in my mind, or at least where the seasons were, it would be a waste of time. So why not use that time to focus on those skills, build it up, and then start applying once I have those skills and build in public and going through the motions.
Can you tell more about the job offer that you received? What is the job about?
Yeah, I mean, the typical benefits, 90K. So it's basically for Live Six as a community tech worker. So this is more so for helping medium to small businesses with their websites, and then also is with AI automations as well. So I've been doing a little bit of AI automations, which is interesting. That's something I want to do professionally as well. So like email templates and email automatic email responses, scheduling, phone, or was it automated calls? So those type of things with
Mm,
automation through like different tools and different like automation workflows like N8 and Make.
So
Nice. Use any data and make for this.
mhm.
Is there some custom development as well on top of
Yeah,
it?
there's some templates that are out there that we can utilize. So it's kind of like free form, like whatever can get the client to A to B the fastest we can use. So yeah.
Nice. So it's basically like an AI agency. They work with a bunch of clients to help them implement like AI solutions,
Mhm.
essentially. Got it. That's pretty cool. How did you get the interview for that position?
Yeah. So funny story. It was actually through networking. So there's a lot of networking events happening there in the Detroit, Michigan area, and I'm always going to these events, but it seemed like they just sort of popped up more frequently as of like the last few weeks to a month, where just things were just popping up like happy hours, dev network, AI meetups, and just all of these things just kind of exploded out of nowhere. As I was going to these, and I ran into a colleague that we go to the same networking events, and he was like, "Hey, Donovan," or he approached me and we got in a conversation. He said, "Hey, Donovan, I noticed that you've been building a lot in public. Those AI apps you're doing is so cool. And are you on the market?" And I told him, "Yeah, I'm actually on the market. If you know any opportunities, let me know." And he had said that, "Yeah, I'll let you know. I think I know a few opportunities as well." So about a week later, he sent me a message on LinkedIn of two positions actually. The other position passed on me, and then this position with Live Six, I got the email, or I got the interview, and was able to get hired.
So it was basically you started building projects in public, like AI
Hmm.
projects in public on
Hmm.
LinkedIn,
Hmm.
essentially, right? Because I
Yep.
remember the projects you were posting. Can you actually mention them, a few of the projects? I think people would be interested to know a few of the projects that you're building.
Yeah. So I built, gosh, I mean, built about four projects at least. I want to say more, but anyway, I built a interview app that really blew up. Like everybody was talking about that for a minute. And that was like a vocal app using it was using Vappy, the Vappy voice API. So I was like big onto. I remember in the accelerator you mentioned voice API, voice AI. So I was looking at different AI endpoints such as Vappy, 11 Labs, and then OpenAI had one, and then speech
Yeah,
to
the real
text.
time
So,
API from OpenAI.
yep,
Yeah.
real time API. And
Mhm.
so I decided to basically build like vocal based apps using a vocal AI and those endpoints. And so I built a interview app. I built a app where you can talk to a website. All of these are vocal. You can talk to a
Mhm.
website vocally, ask
Yeah.
questions. PDF you can talk to vocally.
The
Um,
cool thing that I liked is you took the projects of the accelerator and you added your own little twist to them, right?
yeah,
You made them specific to what you're doing. You were interested in voice AI. You saw that there was a big potential. This I kept saying the accelerator, like voice AI guys, like you have to target this. There's a lot of potential, and you added that spin to the different projects in the accelerator, and then you started posting them on LinkedIn, right? Like videos and screenshots of those projects,
yep,
and people started commenting like this.
yep, yep. I got a
Nice.
lot of engagement, and that's what tipped off my colleague when he noticed that, like, hey, yeah, you've been building with AI. That's super cool. And other people have said that too, but he was the one that really took notice and decided to look out for me. So I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
that's the thing. So the thing I keep telling people is if you spend a lot of time building a project and you just put it on GitHub where no one is ever gonna see it, it's such a shame, right? It's kind of like it's a very bad return on your time invested. You invest so much time in the project and no one will see it. So you might as well just post it, get people to see it, and you might have maybe one person out of a bunch of people gonna see it. This one person is gonna help you get to the then next opportunity, and it's all that matters, right? You ultimately just need one person who gives you the right referral to get you the job that you want, and then you're set essentially. So in your case, you said one person saw, like one of your former colleagues
Mhm.
saw one of the posts that you're making.
Yep.
They noticed that okay, you have those nice AI skills now, and then that person introduced you to the company where you work now.
Yes, correct.
How was the
Because he
interview
had
process like?
he had connections to that company. So
Okay, got it.
yeah.
How was the interview process like? What did they ask you? Like how many rounds? How was the process?
It was like two rounds actually. So one was like to get to know you, and then the second one was more a technical one where they just asked me about my background, the tech stacks that I use, the different AIs that I'm familiar with, the different type of like AI types like OpenAI, Claude, ChatGPT, DeepSeek. So those things basically.
Mm.
And some of the stuff that I worked on as well with like building in public. So they looked at my LinkedIn, they thought that was really cool.
So one thing that is interesting is, so basically you didn't have like a very technical interview, right? It was more behavioral, and then it was just some technical general question, like a technical screen essentially.
Yes.
So the interesting part is when you start building in public, especially if you go after those smaller type companies or the startups or agencies or companies like this, ultimately, if you really build in public a lot and you make, because you were making your code accessible as well, right? I
Correct.
believe
Yeah, I
your
had a
GitHub was.
link to the live code and then a link to the GitHub.
So basically, it's open source. That's what
Yes.
you have done. You have open
Yep.
source your project. People can see the code,
Yep.
and when you get a lot of engagement, you get users. So the app is deployed and the code is live. That's what we push in the accelerators. What we push you to do is people see your skills. Ultimately, they don't really need to test it as much because they see that the project is live, it's working. There are people trying it. They see the code, so they can literally check out the code that you have written. And then the conversation interview becomes more a conversation to see if there is a good fit, right? They don't need to evaluate you as, especially you came from a referral. So you had multiple things going on for you, right? You had the referral, you had the projects, all the code was live, it was deployed.
Yeah.
So they're like, okay, this guy, we have more trust in him. It's not
Yes.
just like this random candidate who just applies to a job board. We have no idea if it's a real person or if he's lying on his resume or whatever. Here you have a lot more trust built in. And then when you make the interview, it's more around figuring out, okay, is there a right fit with this person? Can we work with him? So that makes things a lot easier.
Yeah, it was definitely that referral that helped me, and just getting in. I tell just people just go out there and network. Preferably, I like networking in person, but online can work as well. But I find myself doing better in like in person networks, like knowing my personality, being approachable, and being able to communicate and articulate, and just making those like LinkedIn connections so people can see your posts and be able to.
Which type of events do you recommend people to go to, like to network?
There's meetups, there's conferences, there's like little like study groups. I know there was a JavaScript study group here in Detroit that kind of fizzled out, and then there's a React study group here that do happy hour. That was the one that started like making a lot of these events. We have a DevOps group I just went to yesterday. They had a happy hour. So I would say if you can go to those type of groups, and if you can't find a group, like say if you live in like the middle of a desert or a forest or just the middle of nowhere, try to do online groups as well. Like the Accelerator is a great community, obviously, but there's so many like groups out there that you can do online. So there's really no excuse for you not to network. Like there's opportunities out there. You just have to really put yourself out there.
And how did the resources in the accelerator help you land that job?
I was always interested in building AI, and I just didn't know how to start really. I've seen tutorials online, but they don't really explain as much as what's going on. And so with the accelerator, I was able to like break down things and be able to not only give you like, yeah, you'll get the project right, but you'll also have the opportunity to build it on your own. So what I liked was I was able to take this project and just make my own and look at it and be like, okay, what can I do to make this my own? I can change the interface, I can change the features, I can add new features to this. I can really make this like this hodgepodge of like different features and different like things that would help allocate the user to be able to have like a really good experience. And so I just took full advantage of that. So just having that code base and be able to like step back and be and think and say like, okay, there's opportunities here to make this really, really awesome and make this a really good product.
Yeah. And the weekly calls as well, the
Yep.
community, that
Community.
helped you too?
Yes, absolutely. So the weekly calls were great. Just very engaging. And then the community as well. Definitely, I would encourage you all, whoever's listening, to definitely engage with the community, be shown, be seen, even try to help out. Even there was times where I did help out, even though sometimes I didn't know the answer. I had to go and research it, or I did know the answer from just proven experience. And you just have this brothership community there that's really welcoming and engaging. So definitely take advantage of that community. It's awesome.
That's how you landed the paid project as well, right? Because I
Yeah.
noticed you in the community, you're sharing a lot of projects. Because I'm always on the lookout for good developers, and I hire for my AI agency as well. Like I see, okay, if there's someone who's good, someone I see has potential, I'm like, let's bring you on board on one of my paid projects. So we brought you on board for that automation project for that law firm that we're working on right now.
Mhm.
So that's the thing. Ultimately, it's always the main rule is whenever you make your skills public. So whether what you did on LinkedIn by making your skills public, inside of our community by sharing your projects, people notice you. And if there is an opportunity, maybe it's not going to be in day one, but maybe after a few weeks, a month, few months, then
As soon as an opportunity, something happens, I'm like, in my head, I know, okay, Donovan, he has good skills. He has already built some pretty cool projects. I think you'd be a good fit for it. Same thing, your former colleague was like, oh, Donovan, it's cool that he's working on those projects. Let me connect him with this company. So that's in this market today. Traditional ways of just applying to job boards, they don't work. But unconventional ways through networking, building in public, showcasing your skills, having connections, or building those connections, leveraging on your network, targeting the right type of people, that's when you can get ahead and get opportunities. Is there any advices that you have for people who are in your situation a few months ago where you were looking for a job? What would you tell them?
I would say, honestly, network. I cannot stress how important it is to find a network, to find a community, to find some things, because you can't do this alone. It's virtually impossible to build on its own. Like, when I first started out coding, we didn't have communities like this. So I'm so thankful and so appreciative that there's communities out there, both in person and online, that I can turn to ask questions, especially if you're a beginner. It's tough out there to do this on your own. So definitely get a community, get a mentor, get whatever you can, and make sure it's a good person that knows what they're talking about. Just don't get anybody that's going to steer you down, because there are people out there who can steer you down the wrong direction. So just be vigilant about that. And then I will also say, be conscious of the company you keep. Birds of a feather flock together. If you're around toxic, negative people, then guess what? You're going to be toxic and negative. There's people I had to not kick out of my life completely, but spend less time with them to focus on what I want it is that I want to achieve. So I think that's very important as well.
Yeah, good point. That's a very good point. And if you're starting right now, imagine you're looking for a job right now. What is the fastest way that you would find a job again? What would you do?
A couple of things, right? So I would definitely, again, I'm sound like a broken record, but networking, go to networking events, go to meetups, and if you live in the middle of a desert, get online, go to Slack, Discord, all those different online communities, and talk, make connections, help people, because in turn they may remember you, like, oh, that guy maybe gave me this recommendation, and XYZ. Prime example, Porva. I helped her on a couple of things, and she took notice of me, and we did a couple of group projects together. So she thought I was really cool, and so that's building connections, that's building trust, right? So
that's
definitely,
for context, that's another student or another member of the accelerator.
Correct. Yeah, she's awesome. So her and James, we got together and we built a small app together in the accelerator program. So aside of networking as well, definitely get on LinkedIn. Get on LinkedIn. Build your profile to the best of your ability. Make sure it's concise, it's clear. There's not a lot of fluff. There's not a lot of weird stuff. If there is, clean it up. Post on there 3 to 4 times a week. I do that as well. I actually do LinkedIn Live sometimes, and I record myself. If you're comfortable with doing that, do it. But if you're not, just do the casual posts of what you learn, what you're building, screenshots. You don't have to record yourself if you're not comfortable with it. I understand it, but if you do have that capacity and you think you can do it and build yourself up to it, I will highly recommend it, because that'll make you stand out, because people see your face, they see your voice, they know who you are.
And it can be just a simple Loom video, right? It doesn't have to be anything complex. You don't have to edit it. Just install Loom, record a quick 1 minute, 2 minute video showcasing your project, and that's it. And just post it. Thank you, brother. Donovan. Again, congratulations on your offer. Very happy for you, and wish you all the best.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Young Chuck wants to become a software engineer, but he's wasting his time. He's lost, overwhelmed with too much information, and he doesn't know what to do. He sees his friends finding jobs, people online earning $100,000 or more as developers, but he's just stuck. The market is brutal. AI is taking over. This is when the last code bender comes to help. The last code bender is a top 1% developer. He understands that code and AI are tools to reach his goals, to generate wealth, to become free. He relates to young Chuck because he used to be in the same spot as him. But the difference is that he figured out a game plan, a strategy to stand out in the market, to create his own path. This is the code bender way. I'm gonna give you the fastest way that I know to learn to code and become a software engineer in this brutal market. First, who am I? My name is Zaurbek Stark. I'm a senior software engineer at an AI startup in New York City. I work on top of the Empire State Building, and I gave up to code 3 times before I could make it work, before I found out a strategy that actually changed everything for me. And this is what I'm going to share with you right now. So this video is going to be structured in 3 different parts. Number 1, we need to learn how to code fast. Number 2, I want to teach you how to get interviews at top companies. And number 3 is the last step, how to ace those interviews to land $100,000 or more on job offers. So the first part, phase 1, how to learn to code fast. The complete roadmap, if you're looking for a full stack developer position, you need to learn those technologies. So HTML, CSS, JavaScript, the command line, React, Git, Node.js, PostgreSQL, and then some bonus things like OpenAI API, because that's super trending right now, and Next.js, also super trending framework right now. So this is like the foundation of what you need to learn. I have created a free roadmap that you guys can use. So if you go here, for example, if you go on lastcommander.com, I'm going to open it right now for you. If you come here, you enter your email, you're going to get access to a free roadmap. This is the roadmap that you see right here, this roadmap. It's free. Sign up. You'll get this, but then I'll keep emailing you also some interesting resources that I'm creating. So feel free to sign up. Module 1 is extremely important. So many people miss this step, but it's crucial. This is the reason why 90% of people who start learning how to code online by themselves, they just literally give up. And same thing in college. Most people who sign up for computer science, they literally give up because they don't have the mindset to succeed as a developer. They haven't figured out the reason why they want to code, what is their goal, and how they're going to succeed at it. That's why it's crucial that you go over those steps. So if you open each of those cards here, you'll see there are questions for you to prepare. Take a bit of time to do it because trust me, it's going to save you so much more time down the line. If you spend, for example, just a day or 2 days to answer those questions before actually starting to learn to code, it's going to be a game changer for you. Next, you're going to move to the first module where you're actually going to be coding is HTML and CSS. The methodology that I recommend, the one that is the most effective in my eyes, out of every different methodology that I've seen, out of all the people that I've talked to, is a project-based learning. So you don't want to just learn the theory and then start coding. You want to have a project that drives your learning. So what I recommend you guys do is right now, pick a project that you want to be working on. Pick something that you would love to see in the world, that you would love to build. Even if you don't know how to code, even if you don't know how to make it happen, but try to think about something that you could potentially achieve that would be exciting for you. And use this as a driving force. So for example, let's say you love using ChatGPT, and let's say you love watching like anime, you love watching Dragon Ball Z, for example. So you want to build a ChatGPT version that is focused on Dragon Ball Z and only answers questions about it, and is focused on like generating images and stuff like that just for Dragon Ball Z. That's your goal. That's like a passion project. And maybe even down the line you can make money with, who knows, probably not because it's copyrighted, but maybe there is a way you could take a little pivot to create something. But right now, just focus on, you have this project that you want to build, how can you make it happen? So the first thing you need is you need to create a blank page, right, for your project. You just want to have like a blank page with a domain name, just some basic information and some nice styling. That's when you need to learn HTML and CSS. That's the first problem you want to solve, the first obstacle. You learn HTML and CSS just to get you to that first step. It's like you're climbing a mountain. You're taking the first step. Here you will see that whenever you open a card, there will be a link to a free course. So I recommend you do that. It's Code Academy. You'll see that it's the same resource throughout the roadmap. It's always Code Academy. It's the best resource so far that I know of for interactive learning. There are other resources also that are good, but this one is the one I recommend you to get started on this. Then once you have built that basic page, you want to add a little bit of dynamic elements. You want to add maybe buttons and forms and a little bit of interactions on your website. That's when you need to learn JavaScript. But then maybe you want to refactor it to be more dynamic as an app. Then you learn React. And then later on down the line, you want to add maybe like a backend. You want to add the ability for people to sign up and save the data for the things they create. So then you need to learn a backend language like Node.js and a database like PostgreSQL. And the last step, module 10, this is when you're going to learn how to use AI. And this is when you're going to learn to build the real functionality that you want in your like ChatGPT, Dragon Ball Z clone. It's this module. This one is crucial. I highly recommend doing it because most roadmaps that you're going to see online, they only focus on the first 9 steps. Rarely you will see that this step is mentioned because it's just brand new. It's so new that a lot of people that haven't adapted their roadmaps yet. So I highly recommend you start learning AI and build a portfolio of AI projects. It's extremely important. And here I've actually added some ideas of AI projects that you can build. So for example, you have 5 different ideas here. Teach me how to code as if I was 5 years old. Just like a chatbot, a speech to code converter, an Elon Musk chatbot. They're basically a bunch of different ideas. And then you can use these ideas as reference to build other ones. But I highly recommend you going through this. And if you finish this roadmap, reach out to me. Send me an email. I've added like a little surprise here. Send me an email and I'm gonna give you something if you actually manage to complete that full roadmap. Here I actually have a couple of ideas of AI projects that you guys can build. If you check out my channel, I have a few videos where I taught some beginners how to build AI apps. This is just a few of the apps that I liked that my students built. There's a Wall Street Bets GPT. So it's literally just like a chatbot that is trained on Wall Street Bets data to provide you like financial advice. Then you have RecipePal. So RecipePal is an app that helps you create like personalized meal plans for you based on like ingredients that you have. You have Task Wizard. That's an app that allows you to create tasks for yourself, things that you need to finish, and then the AI will basically generate steps and it will break it down into like very actionable, like 10-minute tasks that you can do. Then you have Interview GPT. So this is an app that helps you prepare for your technical interviews. It's actually interesting because we're going to cover interviews in this video as well, but this is like a nice app that you can build. There is this Twitter viral tweet generator basically, or like X post generators, I don't know how you call it now, but this app basically, you have like a text field, you enter the tweet that you want to write, and then it's going to rate it for you. It's going to say out of 10 like what is the quality of this tweet, and it's going to provide you suggestions on how to improve it. So it's interesting for like content creators. And then the last app here is like a QR code artistic generator. So you provide a URL for like a website, and then you provide a description of like what you want the QR code to be like, and then it's going to generate this kind of like artistic QR code. You can make it look like a pizza or something like that, or like a city or whatever. This one, the example here is actually a little bit basic. Just took like a bad screenshot, but it can generate some really cool stuff. So I give you indications on how to build apps for free, and I give you a few different ideas of AI apps that you can build. But if you want to go a lot more in depth into this, if you want to get like a step-by-step guide where I literally guide you through how to build that app, I give you feedback. You can enter a private community with me. We can have like group calls every week or on a bi-weekly cadence. Then join my private network. It's lastcodementor.com/bootcamp. I highly recommend it. If you want to grow in your career, if you want to talk about how to like land interviews, how to just make more money in general as a programmer, and how to stay on top of the market, I recommend you join it. It's in pre-order right now. This means that if you order now, you're going to get a big discount. So check it out. Now we're going to get into phase 2. Once you have learned how to code, once you follow that roadmap, and you go through it and you build those projects, those portfolios, you're ready to apply for jobs. And we are targeting not just any jobs, we're targeting the high paying jobs, right? We want to get the best. Those are going to learn a lot and those are going to earn a lot. This is what we're targeting. Right now, maybe you already know this, maybe you already noticed, but the market is brutal. We see like past 2 years, the number of tech layoffs has been absolutely insane. We're talking about numbers like hundreds of thousands of people being laid off. This means that you need a strategy. You cannot do what everyone else is doing because there's a huge amount of people in the market. It's saturated, especially at the beginner level, especially like at the junior developer level. It's saturated. So companies, they give preference to like mid-level or senior engineers now. This means that it's a struggle for you as a young developer coming up. It's going to be very difficult unless you do something different. If you do what everyone else is doing, it's going to be brutal. If you go a different path, then you have chances of succeeding. People are struggling. Everyone is applying to the same position, and this makes competition extremely fierce. So this is what I was talking about. We're going to go do what other people don't do. The smart strategy is that you're not going to just focus on any random company. You will only focus on one specific type of company, and that's startups who recently raised. So let me repeat this. You only focus on startups who raised money recently. Ideally like a Series A or Series B startup. The reason why is because those startups, since they just raise money, it means that they're in a phase of hyper growth. And this means that they're going to start actively hiring. There's no startup who raise a lot of money and then they don't start hiring after. It doesn't happen. Every startup, when they get money, they want to use that money for growth. And for software companies, one of the biggest leverage of growth is just you hire more people because you already have ideas of what you want to build, but you just need more people to build it. So they're going to start actively hiring and you can slide in right at the moment when they need you the most. So it's a very strategic moment when you're going to approach them. Those startups usually have product market fit. After they have raised, they have a good trajectory for growth. They will offer a good salary package with bonus and stocks because they want to hire like good talent. You will learn a ton. Interviews are usually easier compared to big tech. It's less competitive because there's less people that come in, and then you usually don't have things like lead code and stuff like that. They're less difficult from that perspective. It doesn't mean that it's easy. Like, don't think that I'm saying that this is easy. It's not easy at all. It's also very difficult. Like whenever you want to get a good position at a good company that pays you well, they're not going to give it to you like easily, right? Because it's always a competition, no matter what. What I mean though is that you have higher chances of doing this strategy compared to doing something else. That's for sure. So that's why I'm recommending those startups who recently raised Series A or Series B. That's ideal for you. But you can go lower if you cannot find that. That's also fine. Like I started my career in a seed stage startup. So we're like 7 engineers. As one of the first engineers to join, like 7 employees, sorry, not 7 engineers. We're 3 engineers, 7 employees in the company in total. And it was seed stage. And it gave me a lot of experience. And then I went on later in my career to grow and like earn better salaries at better positions. But that's step 1. Step 2, now you need to find those companies, right? You know who you're targeting, but you need to find exactly who are the startups who recently raised. I recommend you check Crunchbase. So Crunchbase is this database of companies. Then you have a lot of information about different companies and you can filter. That's what's interesting. You can filter based on companies who raised under 1 year ago. So within this year, you can check all the companies that raised money, and you can filter based on the type of raise, if it's Series A or Series B. Just so you understand, Series B is a company that usually has a good product market fit, good growth, and a Series B is bigger in volume. We talk about like $20 million, $50 million. It can go up to more actually, but it's like a significant amount already. I recommend you select the best 100 companies based on the industry in your area of interest, because you're not going to be interested in all the companies there. You'll see there are like thousands of companies, literally. Here, if you look at the screenshot, there's companies that raised within a year a Series A or Series B, there's 4,812 companies. So it's a lot of companies. Ideally, you want to filter it based on industry, based on where you want to work, and then you can select the top 100 companies or more, but start with top 100 and then you can go from there. Step 3, you're going to apply to their job postings. So you're going to open every single company, you're going to find the job postings that they have, and you're going to apply to the relevant position that they have. Also apply even if you don't fit the experience. My very first job, I applied to a position. I was straight out of college, right? Or I was still in college. It was my last year. I applied to a position for a mid-level engineer who had 3 to 4 years of experience. They were not looking for a junior. It was a startup. They need engineers who can actually work, who have some experience, and they were not looking for a junior at all. But I was like, man, I'm so interested by what the startup is doing. It's like perfect. It's literally what I want to do. It fits the types of projects that I was working on before. Let me just try and let's see what happens. Like, it doesn't cost anything from just trying. So I emailed them. I sent them a resume, I applied to the job portal, and then I got a message back from a recruiter. And he asked me a few additional questions because he was curious why I applied, And I answered those questions. He was like, okay, actually, let's try to schedule a call and see what happens. We called together, we discussed, he liked me. He said, okay, I'm going to send you to a call with with the engineer, the lead engineer in our team. And then so on and so forth. That's how I started getting those interviews. And then I landed a position in that company. That's why don't think that if you don't have the experience, you should not apply. Try it anyways. You need to figure out ways to stand out. The market is brutal. You need to do things that are unconventional. That's just the way to go. So apply even if you don't fit. Don't apply to a CTO position or a director of engineering, because that doesn't make any sense. But apply if there is a mid-level engineer that requires 2 years of experience or something like this. Still apply for it, because startups, what you need to understand is they're extremely flexible just by the nature of what a startup is. So they can change their requirements literally on the fly based on the candidate. Literally, I've seen it happen countless times. They can literally change their requirements. That's why don't believe too much what they tell you in the job description, in the requirements. Still apply. That's my recommendation for you. Next thing is point number 4. What you want to do is after you have applied on the job portal. So this is what everyone else is doing, right? Here, you're not different from anyone else. You just apply to those companies. The difference is that you're targeting those very specific startups, but you're still applying to the job portal like hundreds of maybe other candidates are doing. That's why you don't stop there. Everyone else will stop at just applying there. You go the step further. You find engineering managers on LinkedIn or recruiters who work at that company, and you DM them. You try to connect with them and you add a little note. Ideally, those who have a hiring status on their profile, that's the best. You see this guy here, he works at OpenAI, and he, on his status, he has, we are hiring. So this is perfect. I would reach out to him, you send him a connection, you add a little note, and you add a message hey, Jonathan, that's his name. I'm interested in a job at OpenAI, or I'm interested in this growth engineering job at OpenAI. I just had a few questions about working there. Do you mind if I send them over? And you say I saw that you're working there for a while and it's great what you do. The questions are short, I promise. Something like that. Something where you explain your intent, you explain why you're reaching out, you explain why you're reaching out to him in particular and not anyone else. And then you make sure that it's short so that he doesn't think that, okay, this guy, I'm going to add him and he's going to message me 100 different questions. Make sure that he thinks it's a low time commitment and it looks very genuine and personalized. The last thing you want to do is something that is ultra generic, that looks like you're a spam bot that is just adding people in masses. You want to make it look a little bit personalized, or as personalized as you can actually. That's going to increase your chances. So as a summary, this is the strategy. Number 1, you focus on startups who raised recently. Don't focus on startups who raised 10 years ago. Focus on startups who raised recently, because it's a sign that they'll be actively hiring. Either they have started actively hiring, either they will start soon. So you can just slide in the perfect sweet moment when they need you the most. It's going to be a very nice match. I recommend you use Crunchbase as a tool to find those companies. You apply on their job postings. You apply to do that for at least 100 companies, at least 100, because just the nature of the market right now, you need to go for volume, especially if you're a junior level. And then you don't stop there. You reach out to managers on LinkedIn and you have this personalized message for them, and you try to start a discussion, which ultimately, ideally, will lead to an interview. Because if you say that you're interested in the job, they're going to look at your profile and then invite you for an interview. What I truly recommend you do is this strategy, you might believe actually that this is too much. It's maybe not worth it because it's time consuming, right? It's easier to apply, instead of applying to 100 companies where you apply and find managers on LinkedIn and DM them, maybe in that same amount of time you could apply to like 300 companies, right? It's possible. But the reality is you need to think about effectiveness, because I know people, they have applied to literally 2,000 companies. 2,000 companies for 2 years and they're still looking for jobs. I know multiple people like this. The problem is if you're not efficient in your approach, you could apply even to 10,000 companies. It's going to be the same result every time because you're doing the same thing all over again. And at one moment, you need to realize that if something doesn't work, you need to change it and you need to upgrade it and you need to figure out a way to be more effective. Because the reality is if you're super effective, you won't even need 100 companies. But I'm saying 100 because you're not going to be the most effective at the very start. It's going to take a little bit of time. So you kind of need that volume. But this strategy that I explained to you, trust me, it's worth it. It's going to be the best return on investment in terms of time. Imagine if you do this for 100 people, right? So you've DM'd 100 people on LinkedIn. You get 30 replies. Also, by the way, 100 people, that's the maximum limit on LinkedIn per week. Also, just so you know, like you might saturate if, I think it's like 20 per day. You can send 20 connection requests per day and 100 per week. I think it's something like this in total. But anyways, you can spread out across like a few weeks if you get a problem. But you reach out to 100 people, you're going to get maybe like 30 replies or something like that. From those 30 replies, maybe if you communicate well, you might, and if you have a good profile, so you went through all the steps that I explained, you have a good profile, then you can get maybe 5 to 10 interviews. And then from those interviews, ideally you will land an offer at one of those companies. That's kind of like the process. That's kind of, you think about it as a conversion funnel of the effort that you put in, the investment that you put in, and then it's going to give you that return. So I highly recommend this strategy. But for it to work, what you need is you need a good resume, and you need a good LinkedIn profile. That's crucial. It's very, very important that you have that. So we're going to look into this right now. The master resume blueprint template. So I've actually been giving coaching calls to a few of you about like how to craft a good resume, LinkedIn profile, how to apply for jobs, how to actually implement this strategy like in practice. All right, I'm going to give you a little crash course on resumes. Listen up because this is very important. So I'm going to take the 2 resumes that I've helped them improve. Those are not perfect, but you'll see there are a couple of interesting things that you can take notes of. So I'm going to say what they do well in this improved version and where there's still a room for further improvements. So I'm going to start with Billy. He's a front-end developer. He's based in Chicago. Here I've just hidden some personal information, but I like the order of sections. So this is very important. You want to structure information in the order that is the most relevant information at the top. So first you start with work experience, then education, then projects, and then skills. I'm not a big fan of the 2-column layout. I think a 1-column layout is better, in my opinion, because it's just easier to read, but 2-column layout can also work. For work experience, if I start here, I see the first thing that I can comment is I have no idea what novatech.com is. So I would actually flip the order. I would first say the role. So in big, I'll put the role first in bold, and then I'll put the company. Because this is what, as a recruiter, this is what I want to know, right? Like recruiters, they only care about the most relevant information and they want to see, okay, like we have a job description and we're searching for people who match that job description and who will be successful for that role. They just want to understand that you have good experience and that you can actually code and get things done, right? So that's all. So you want to highlight in the work experience that you have relevant experience for the position that you're applying to. Here, the thing is, in general, I recommend 3 to 5 bullet points per experience and start always the bullet points with a power verb. So here you have it. That's good. You have like built or created e-commerce website. I would just try to add a little bit more of impact. What did you do specifically? For example, if you just say I created an e-commerce website for people sell their stuff. Okay, this is, you need to fix the English here. But the most important thing is I would actually add impact there. So for example, I say I implemented or I coded an e-commerce app with 10,000 products in the database, for example, right? Because then this gives an idea of scale. Like, is it, because if I just read this, I have no idea. Is it a project that you built in one day? Is it something that you deployed and that you have people using? Is it a big project with like a full stack where you had a database and you build a front end, you build plugins and you build like authentication and a couple of different things? I have no idea. If I just read this, I literally think like, okay, maybe was it like a small 1-day project? Like, what was it? I have no idea. And you have to think from this perspective because recruiters, they have no idea who you are and what you do. So they're going to assume not the worst, but they're not going to assume anything positive about you if you don't say it. Then experience. Okay, you have this. So it's not in computer science. All right. But you have online courses in coding. If you have certificates, maybe I would add, like, instead of saying online course, I would add like certifications. Personal projects, e-commerce website, chat web app, blog web app. Those are very good projects. That's nice. The only thing that is missing is it's not using power verbs. Like you're more describing what it is. I would again try to add impact. Like whenever you can, try to make it more technical and explain more what you were able to achieve and what you built. Then you have skills, languages. Okay, right. I'm gonna show you the other resume now from Adham in Palestine. So this one, I actually like the layout a lot more. It's the same layout that I use for my resume. If you guys are interested, let me know in the comments. I can send it to you. This one, I like it because it's one column. It's very easy to read. It's spaced out. It's like visually pleasing. It's like a minimalistic design. So here Adham, he's still a student, so he's graduating. This means that he doesn't have work experience. So you skip, if you don't have work experience, just skip that section, right? Add education on top and then add projects. That's what he did. That's perfect. You add the most relevant courses. That's good. If you have anything that is special around your education, like maybe you're in the top 5% of your class or something like this, add it also. That's another way to stand out. And then you add the project section. Here, I recommend like 3 to 4 projects. So that's good, especially if you don't have a work experience. Ideally, try to compensate it on the number of projects. So if you have 4 like solid projects, that's very good. You add the name of the project, you try to make it very comprehensible for a recruiter. You add the technologies you build, and then you add like 3 to 5 maximum bullet points. Always start with a power verb. That's something he's missing actually. Because if you see here, website utilize a deep neural network. I'm like, all right, the website utilizes this, but did you build it? What did you do there exactly, you know? Then I would rephrase it instead to say like, implemented a deep neural network and then to like optimize X, Y, and Z, or to get X, Y, and Z, you know? Same here, for example. Here you say user input their blood pressure readings into the website. But that's like, that doesn't tell me what you build exactly. Instead, if you said implemented feature to collect blood pressure readings from users and analyze it in the backend, for example, you know, then it makes it a lot more concrete and I can understand what you implemented, because instead of having like a passive sentence, you make it active, and that's a lot more powerful. That's what I recommend for all of them. And then below you have the skills, which I really like the way this is done, because you want to break it down, right? Like there's skills, there's code, languages and frameworks that you know, but then there are tools that you know how to use, and then there's languages like English or Arabic or like whatever language, French, like whatever language you know. This is like a good template for a resume. I'm gonna go over now some guidelines. What you need to understand is that in general, recruiters, they will spend 10 seconds or even less per resume. Literally, sometimes they'll spend even like 5 seconds and then they'll decide if they want to skip or they want to continue reading. They only spend more time on a resume if there is something interesting, right? So a recruiter sees a resume and from the very beginning, the top section, they see that you don't have the right experience or like it's completely confusing, it's not clear what you do. Then they're going to literally skip and then they're going to move to the next person because they have a sufficient amount of candidates in general. That's why you want to capture their attention quickly. And as you capture their attention, they're going to stay longer with you because they keep getting interested in like what is that you're doing. You want to keep the resume to 1 page maximum. I've seen a lot of beginners make 2 pages and I don't get it. Me as a senior engineer, I'm able to fit the most relevant experience I have in 1 page. I know people who are a lot more experienced than me, who have a lot more years of experience, they're still able to fit in 1 page. If you're a beginner, there's no reason why you cannot fit everything in 1 page. You will have to deprioritize some things, right? You'll have to cut some projects. Like I'm not mentioning every project that I've ever built on my resume because some are outdated, some are not the most impressive. So you want to keep in that 1 page, you want to keep only the most relevant experience projects that you did. The sections in order I mentioned before, you have work experience first, then education, then projects, then skills. Work experience, if you don't have any, then just skip it. Then just keep education, projects, and skills. In that case, just keep those 3. 3 to 5 bullet points per experience and projects. Always, no more than that. Because if it's less than that, it's too little. If it's more than that, it's too much. 3 to 5 is like a sweet spot. Then you start each point with a power verb because you want to make it active, right? You don't want to sound passive. Like your project, describe your project as website that utilizes features to do this. Like I have no idea what you did actually in this project and you're just describing what it is, but it's passive, it's weak, it's not impactful. Instead, use power verbs. You said like, I built a new onboarding system or I built a new onboarding flow for an app and I optimized conversions by 20%. That's super interesting. That's clear. I'm like, okay, dang, like this dude, he rebuilt the onboarding system. He probably changed a few things to get the conversion improved. So he's an engineer who thinks about impact and numbers. That's a lot more powerful than someone who says like, our website had a nice designed onboarding system. You're like, what is that, you know? So always use power verbs and make it like active. And the last part is you focus on the impact. You focus on numbers. Even if you don't know exactly, try to provide an estimation. Like I said, the example, if you refactor the onboarding and you improve the conversion rate by 20%, you might not know exactly how much, or you improve like the loading speed by 30%. Try to provide estimations even if you don't know exactly, because sometimes it's hard to estimate numbers or to give like exact numbers. at least provide estimates of what you think is reasonable. Because then you just make it a lot more powerful versus just talking in like generic marketing terms, you know? So now, once you have followed all the steps that I've laid out, you have followed phase 1, which is learning how to code fast. Phase 2, which is the right strategy to start getting interviews. Now we're going into phase 3, which is how to ace those interviews to land $100K or plus job offers. So we're going to see this right now. We're going to look into the types of interviews that exist. So first, to understand the type of interviews, you have the behavioral interview. This one is like honestly the simplest. This is where you really are supposed to shine. They ask you questions about you, your experience, why did you apply for this position. It has usually multiple rounds because it's kind of diluted across different steps of the interview process. The first round is with your recruiter. So whenever you apply for a job, a recruiter is going to call you, then you speak on the phone or like via Zoom call, and then you just ask those basic questions. So you need to be ready to answer those. Whenever you talk to a manager or like in the very final stage where you talk to like the CEO of a company, for example, if it's like a startup or something, they're going to also cover a little bit of that as well, because every step of the interview that you get, they're always going to ask you to introduce yourself. They're going to ask you some very basic questions about you. So you want to really nail them and be very confident answering them. So this is the first type of interviews, the behavioral type. Then we're moving to the technical type. And there are 3 different types of interviews, and companies utilize different ones depending on just the company. There is a technical screen. That's the interview where there's no actual coding. They just ask you about technical concepts. That's all. Like they ask you about how React works, for example, if you're like applying for a full stack position or front end position. They ask about just different concepts about like hooks. If it's full stack, they'll ask you about some back-end questions like what are SQL joins and stuff like that. This actually, you know what's funny is for the technical screen, then you have the lead code style of interviews. This is like the most dreaded type of interviews. You guys know about it. It's the ones where it's like about data structures and algorithms. It's like usually 50-minute coding challenges. No one likes those. And then you have the projects. Projects is basically they ask you to build a little app in like a few hours or a weekend, and they give you very specific criteria that you need to fulfill. And then once you're done building it, you just send it to them and then they review it. So this is like the different types of interviews. For me, when I was starting up, I didn't know anything about those things. I kind of knew that there was like a behavioral interview. They ask you questions about who you are, etc. But I had no idea about the technical ones. I thought literally like I was, the stage when I started applying for jobs, I was like a decent coder. Or in my mind, I thought I was like, I was pretty decent. I had like built like a few projects. I thought like this was enough. I didn't rehearse any technical thing before my first interview. And I remember it was a lead code challenge actually that I got. I had no idea what lead code was. Like I didn't even know this existed. I was completely like new to all of those things because the thing is I switched from electrical engineering to computer science. So it was brand new for me. And I remember I got like the first challenge, I received it, and I was like, okay, like this looks like just a basic coding challenge. I'm going to be able to solve it in like, I remember it was like 40 or 50 minutes. Very quickly, I realized that it's actually not that simple. It's actually very complicated. And it was a lead code easy question. Even though it was lead code easy, I struggled like crazy to finish it. And I think at the end, I got like only 2 out of 10 test cases covered. And I made like the most brutal, like brute force approach. And I could only solve 2 of 10 test cases. So yeah, basically I got completely destroyed, but this was a learning lesson to help me do better. So you have an overview of what the type of interview like styles are. Now we're going to see how to nail the behavioral interview, and then we're going to go into the technical one. And you'll see, like I'm going to give you like a few tips for it. The behavioral is really the easiest. This is when you have to shine, honestly. If you do very well here and they really like you, it's not going to guarantee you a job offer, obviously, because you still need to be technically good. But trust me, it's going to be a very big difference if they have candidates that are pretty similar. If they like you more, they're going to pick you. So behavioral has a very important step. And this is the one that starts everything. It starts the discussion. So you really have to shine here. Prepare all the questions in advance. Keep it short and concise and focus on impact. Focus on what helps you stand out compared to the rest of the people. Focus on what's going to make you be memorable compared to other people. Know everything that you have on your resume and be ready to talk about it. Because as soon as you add something on your resume, you have to realize that it's fair game for them to ask you about it. Know everything there. And the types of questions is typical, like, can you tell me more about yourself, the projects that you worked on, what did you learn, work on those projects? Is those types of questions. You can literally Google like behavioral questions for software engineers and you'll have like a list. Usually it's nothing too complicated, but just you need to be comfortable answering those questions, and you don't want to be like mumbling and rumbling and talking about like random crap, right? Like you want to be very specific and high quality, focus on impact. This is what you want. So for example, if they ask you introduce yourself, it's nice if you can actually mention things that help you stand out compared to other people. Like if you just say, oh, like I'm a student, or like I just like a year or 2 of experience and I'm looking for a software engineer position and I'm very motivated. Like this is a horrible answer, because this doesn't tell me anything. I already know you applied for a software engineering position. I know that this is what you want. I've seen your resume, like the experience you had roughly, right? And then I know, like, I assume you're motivated if you're applying here. So this doesn't tell me anything. Instead, I want proofs. Like you say, okay, I have like 2 years of experience, or like I've been coding. If you're student, like I've been coding for the past 4 years. I like really love it, and I saw your company. I'm super like passionate about what you guys are doing. I build like projects. I build this AI project that gives like recommendations for like X, Y, and Z. Passionate about this thing, and this is why I've applied to your company. So you give like you try to make it super specific, and you try to give very unique things that you have achieved that are specific to you, and you try to add numbers whenever you can. So if you add numbers about the experience that you have, like the number of years of experience, if you have any numbers that you can quantify, it's kind of like a rule for resumes, right? Like when you write a resume, you try to focus on impact for every like experience that you add, and you try to focus on adding some numbers of things that you have accomplished. Same thing here. Prepare those things. The answer to every question should literally be like 3 lines long maximum. It should always be very short and concise, and then can start like a more like organic discussion from there. But yeah, this is the behavioral interview. You just want to prepare in advance, and you can literally rehearse with your friends. Like if you have a friend or like if you have a family member, literally ask them to be the interviewer, ask them to ask you those questions and answer. Like ask them to ask you, can you tell me more about yourself, right? And then you answer to them, because that's gonna help you be a lot more natural and like not stressed when you have to answer those questions in an interview. Now we're moving to the technical interview. We're going fast, bro. The first thing you're gonna get is a technical screen. Technical screen, like I said, is when they ask you like those concepts, right? Those technical concepts. I still remember, man, the first technical screen I got, it was so messed up. So it was this company. They actually did the reverse of what most like companies do. Most companies, it starts with like a call with a recruiter, then they do the technical screening, and then they ask you for a project to build over like a few days. This company did the opposite. The first thing they sent me was a project to build over the span of like a weekend. And I was like, okay. It was like one of my first interviews back then, so I didn't have like the luxury of like choosing and be like, oh no, like I'm not gonna dedicate like a lot of time to this company where I don't even know like where this is gonna go. But so I had very little like choices, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna do this. I tried to do my best. I spent the whole weekend building this app. I really did well because they liked it a lot. You see here, they said like, this is a screenshot of the email that I got from them. They're like, oh, like nice job on the challenge. I like the polished UI and clean and easy to follow Node and React code. So they liked what I did basically. They liked that the code was clean. And I was like, man, this is perfect. This is a very nice sign. Because after this, the next step is the technical screening. And then it's like a talk with like, because it's the startup, it was talk with their CEO and CTO. And then I would get the offer. So I was super pumped. I was motivated. I was like, perfect. Like if I nailed the hardest challenge, I'm gonna do well at the other one. And in the technical screen, they started asking me questions about like commands like for the terminal, about like things about SQL, the big O notation for like some algorithms. And I didn't know any of those things because I was more focused on projects, and I didn't come from a computer science background. So I didn't have some of those things that I needed for this position in particular, because they really cared more about the back end, and I was a little more front end like leaning. So I remember the interview was supposed to be 30 minutes, and halfway through, the guy literally said, okay, I don't think it's gonna work for us. Like we're searching for someone else who knows those things. And I was so disappointed. I was like, no, please give me a chance. Like I can learn those things quickly. And they were like, no, we're looking for someone who already knows this. And I was so disappointed. And he literally hung up after like 15 minutes. Even though I spent an entire weekend working on a project for them, like that's it. After 15 minutes, he just hanged up on me. I was so mad, bro. Like I was extremely disappointed on myself also. But the thing is, like everything, I always say, it's all a learning experience. But you know what's interesting is right after this interview, like the next one I had, it was actually a month after, so not that soon, but I got similar questions. But the experience that I got in this interview helped me solve that other one, and that other one led me to my first 6-figure offer. So there is good in everything. You take it as it comes, learn from it, and inshallah, you're going to be successful. Here, what I actually recommend you do to prepare for those types of interviews is literally you Google questions for full stack developer technical screen, and then you add the keyword GitHub, because this is going to give you like a GitHub repo of like a ton of different questions. Like there's this screenshot I've added of one example. You can check this one. It's from Indie256. You can check this repo. There are a ton of them. Check depending on the position and what you think they're going to ask. Like I would look into the job description, the technologies they list. I would try to at first understand this. And then depending on if it's a more of a front-end position, more of a back-end, or more of a full stack, you can adapt like your preparation based on that. Next comes the lead code style questions. So this is what everybody hates. Literally. It's like this meme is so relevant, bro. Like it's like you make those you solve those 500 lead code questions, and then in the interview you get that one question that you didn't prepare for. But that's life. This is just the way the industry is. You have less lead code style questions if you go to startups. So startups, they don't do lead code as much. It's mostly like big tech corporations. So that's why like I recommend often to people, especially given the market right now, given the layoffs in big techs, startups are increasingly becoming more attractive, especially with the new advancements in AI. There's a lot of opportunities there. So it's very interesting. But yeah, lead code in general, it's all about practice. Literally, someone who's a lot smarter than you can do a lot worse than you just because you have been practicing a lot more. Like you could do a lot like better than me. I'm a senior engineer. I haven't done lead code in a while. You could do 10 times better than me because it's just literally practice. You need to rehearse those algorithms. You need to rehearse your speed at which you solve it and the speed at which you recognize like the patterns in those challenges. It's literally just practice. But I'm gonna give you some strategy, like the best strategy that I know to prepare for it. First, you need to take a course in data structures and algorithms. If you don't know it already, you need to learn it somehow, right? So you need to take a course. You can start with a free course. Don't need to go for something complicated. Find a course online and start with that. Then after that, you're gonna start with easy lead code problems. So you go on leadcode.com, filter the problems by easy difficulty. So you start with easy and then you solve them. You're gonna time box it to 45 minutes per problem, not more. 45 minutes maximum. If you get stuck earlier than this, so let's say you're trying to solve a lead problem and you get stuck after 10 minutes, you're fully stuck and you cannot do anything, then look up the solution. But don't look up the entire solution, just look up what you need to get started. And then you try to get started. And again, next time you're stuck, try to look up the solution just to get you to the next step to get you unstuck, right? Don't look into the full solution straight up because that's how you're going to learn the maximum amount. Once you're comfortable solving easy lead code problems within 45 minutes by yourself, so by yourself, not cheating, then you're ready to move to medium lead code problems. For medium lead code problems, is the same process all over again. You time box it to 45 minutes for each problem. You look up whenever you're stuck for more than 10 minutes, you look up whatever you need to just get unstuck, and then you repeat that process as much as you can until you get pretty comfortable solving medium problems. You don't need to solve hard problems because barely any companies ever ask like hard lead code problems. Usually it's either easy or medium. And once you're comfortable with the medium ones, you're ready for your interviews. It's basically this. And you need to do this process like 100 times. Like you need to solve at least 100 lead code problems, ideally. And then we're moving to part of the interview that I love the most. So usually startups, they're going to have this project style interview. They're not going to have lead code usually. And big tech, they're not going to have a project. They're going to have lead code instead of the project. That's why like I can tend to prefer startups just as a natural. I just like to work on startups more. So this is what I like to do more. This is this meme of like the chat project developer versus the virgin lead code. So to prepare for the styles of interviews, what I like is that it's literally what you have been doing to build your resume, to build your portfolio of projects. You have been building projects to build your portfolio of projects, right? And this interview is literally just building another project. So that's why it's so like it's nice because it's way closer to what you're going to do on the job. It's way closer to what you have naturally been doing. And so it's easier to prepare. So the first thing that you need to do is you need to pick your favorite tech stack. So it's the stack that you use to building your projects in the fastest way possible. So if it's like React, Node, like whatever it is, just pick the stack that you're super comfortable with, that you have experience building projects fast, because you don't have time to waste in this in this interview step. Then you need to prepare a boilerplate template in advance. The advantage of it is that you can spin up a project super quickly. Like if you need to spend like an hour like setting up your project every time, that's way too long. You need to be able to spin up a new project in literally 30 seconds. 30 seconds you need to have an app running that is just like a boilerplate basic. There's nothing, it's just like a blank screen, but you have an app running with all the basic modules and dependencies that you need. And finally, you just practice building full stack apps. That's all. So all it is. Usually there's rarely like some trick questions. Like if you've done a few projects in full stack and you've done it by yourself, you haven't like cheated or something like this, you have literally coded by yourself, then you're going to be able to nail those interviews. No problem usually. If you do the first two steps, so you have a template that is ready in advance, then you can go a lot faster. If you do all the steps, if you do the correct preparation, you should be ready to land that 100K plus offer.
Now that you know how to land job offers, it's time to go to the next level. What? There is a next level? Yes, not every software engineer gets paid the same for the same job. Some get paid $50,000 for the same job. Others get paid $80,000. The others get paid $120,000. Which one do you want to be? Let's look into how to maximize your salary. Young Chuck recently became a software engineer. He's working as hard as he can at his job because he wants to get a promotion. His salary is alright, but he knows he could get a lot more. He just doesn't know how to get it. Right now he can afford rent and save a bit at the end of each month. But then comes the last bender. The last bender knows his worth. He's making double of what Young Chuck is making. Not because he works a lot harder than Young Chuck, but it's because he is a lot more strategic. He understands that it's not about the hours of work, but about doing smart work. Hey, my name is Zaurbek. I'm a senior software engineer at an AI startup in New York City. And in this video, I'll talk about how you can get paid more as a software engineer. There is something that you guys need to understand, is that right now, there are programmers who are dumber than you,
less experienced than you. They don't have anything that you don't have, and yet they're getting paid over $100,000 a year, 120, 150, $200,000 a year. And that's because programming isn't just about being the smartest coder. There is more to this story. So in this video, I'm going to give you 3 strategies that you can utilize to maximize how much money you can make as a software engineer. First, you need to target the right companies. And by that, I mean that you don't just target any companies, or you don't just go after every company that everyone else is going. There is a smart approach to this. The best companies are actually the startups who recently raised a lot of money. And many people don't think about that. The reason why those companies are the best to target is because if they raise a lot of money, usually it's a sign of high growth. It's a sign that the business is doing well. And you always want to be on board of a ship that is doing well. Next is, since they just raised a lot of money, it means that they have money. They have money to spend. And they are ready to spend it on growth, which is very, very important. A startup who's raised a lot of money, they want to spend it on growth. And usually what that means is hiring more people, more engineers. They want to move fast, and that's extremely important because this means that they're not gonna just like randomly ghost you and then come back after a month or do like interview process that lasts for multiple months. They're gonna be moving very fast, and interviews are gonna be accelerated. Usually that's what it means. It's also less competitive than big tech because less people apply there compared to big tech. It doesn't mean that it's easy, it doesn't mean that it's not competitive, but it's less competitive. And the interview process is just simpler, usually it's faster. That's why these companies are extremely interesting to target. And that's what I recommend. There's a lot of different resources that you can use. You can use Crunchbase, for example, to identify companies who raised. I think the best is actually companies who raised the Series B, because those companies, they have like product market fit, they have a model that works, they're usually bigger in size and you're gonna learn a lot there. It's less risky compared to an early stage startup who just raised. I think a Series B startup is like a sweet spot to go there, and then you're gonna get equity, and the equity can be worth a lot of money if they go get acquired or get IPO. Next, you need to pick a strategic location. And this is very important because you need to realize something. The same company can pay you $50,000 to $100,000 more depending on where you get hired. Like if you get hired somewhere in Asia or somewhere in Europe or somewhere in America, your salary is going to be completely different. Same company, a similar job, but just different location. And yes, that's enough to shed the little tear. This is a list of cities that pay high salaries. So you have like the top US cities. Usually it's the big cities, either in the US, in the UK, like Zurich is for Switzerland, Dubai, Singapore, and more. It's not an exhaustive list. You can find it. Just Google list of cities that pay the software engineers the highest, and you're going to be able to find it. If you have an alternative to move to one of those cities and you're down for it and it works for you, for your life, you want to get that experience, then I recommend start planning for that. Start seeing like, how can I move to one of those cities and find a job there to just maximize my salary and also meet just smart people who are there. That's one approach. But there's another one that I think for most of you guys is going to be very interesting, is remote. The pandemic changed a lot of things in the tech market, and a lot of people went remote. A lot of people, even that I know, who are here in New York with me, even like at my company where I work, a lot of people, they stay in a big city that pay high salary, but they work remotely. Or they live here and they work remotely for a company that is even in a different city. It doesn't really make sense. People, yeah, I guess they just like living in the city, but from a like financial perspective, it doesn't always make sense. But the point of all this is that remote in tech is becoming more and more popular, and a lot of companies are completely fine with you working remotely. So the goal here is that you want to find the companies that pay the same no matter where you are in the world. And there are a few companies like this. Again, you can Google it to find like a more exhaustive list and keep searching, but this is a list of a couple of companies that I know personally. They pay the same for engineers no matter where they are in the world. There's Gumroad, there's SourceGraph, Basecamp, Cal.com. It's all startups. So this I would consider you check out and see if you can get hired at one of those companies, because then you're going to be paid the US salary, but you might be somewhere in Europe or somewhere in Asia or in Africa. So that can be extremely interesting for you. You're going to get the benefit of living at home with your family, low cost based on the local market, but then the salary based on like US market. That's what I recommend to most people. Next, you want to do something that most people don't do, is you push for a raise. Most people, they just wait for a raise to come to them, but you don't want to be like that. You want to be proactive, because that raise might never come, or it might never come the way you want it to be. The thing that you need to realize as well, like this is another thing that is going to blow your mind, is there are engineers right now who are sitting next to you doing the same job as you. Same thing, same job, same location, doing the same thing as you, but who might be earning $5,000 more than you, $10,000, $20,000 more than you, or more. And how do they do it? Well, this means that probably they negotiated their salary better than you when they took the contract, or they are pushing for more promotion. Could also be both of them. Maybe they negotiated better than you and they're pushing for more promotion. So literally the salary keep rising more and more and yours keep just stagnating at the minimum or not at an optimized value. And you cannot blame them. Like, this is what you should be doing. You should be doing those things and you should be, like, the thing is, this shows you more the potential of what you could reach. That's how you should think about it. Instead of thinking about, oh, like, why do those people get more? You should think about how can I get to that level as well. To do it, you need to be smart and strategic. You cannot just go and ask for promotion randomly. You can do it, of course, but you're not gonna, it's not the most strategic move on the chessboard. You need to be smart and you need to build up a case. You need to essentially make it very hard for them to say no. That's what you want. You want to make it hard for them to say no to you. If you just come randomly and ask for promotion, it's very easy to say no. It's easy. Like, they can come up with some kind of just crappy excuse like, oh, like the economy is going bad right now, like we're struggling or something like that. But if you build up your case, if you have just an undeniable track record of success, it's very hard for them to say no. So you're gonna first start by showing the value that you bring to the company. And this is very important. If you don't bring any value at all, if you're not an important employee for the company, so first of all, you need to question yourself and then think like, why would they even keep me in the first place? Or why would they even want to pay me more if I'm not bringing any value? So you get it paid proportionally to the value that you bring. So you need to showcase the value. And you do it by listing the accomplishments that you did since the last promotion you had or since the time you joined the company. You list out all the accomplishments that you had, all the initiatives that you took. So if you helped some other colleagues, for example, if you helped onboard someone, if you pushed the team or the company to start work on a certain direction that helped, that's initiatives that are important that bring value to the company. You can also talk about the growth of the company. So if you joined, like, for example, a year ago and you see that in the span of a year, the company grew by, like, the revenue grew by 20%, you can mention this. You can be like, okay, if the revenue of the company is growing, how come I, who helped generate the revenue, how come I'm not getting a piece of that? Why is my salary still the same as it was before? The other thing that you should mention is the economy, because as we know, inflation every year, it fluctuates, but you need to match. Like, basically, if you joined the company a year ago, you check what was the inflation rate for this past year, and then you make a case that if you stay at the same salary as you were a year ago when you joined, it actually means that your salary decreased, because with inflation, that money is worth less now. So it's as if your salary decreased by like 5% or 8% or like whatever the inflation rate is. So that's also an argument. I wouldn't like start with that, like, because this is like a weaker argument compared to the accomplishments and the value you bring. So always start with the value you bring and then mix it up like that. Depending on what they say, you can also add that as well as an argument. But basically, you're going to have a list of things and then it becomes hard for them to say no. But let's say you go to your manager, you talk to them, and then you build up your whole case, you think you deserve a raise, and then they say no. For whatever reason, they'll try to be nice to you, but they're going to say no ultimately. There is a last strategy that you can try. But I warn you, it's the most powerful one of them all, but it's the one that's going to take you the most time. And that's the one where you need to apply to other companies, interview there, and get offers. If you get offers, this is the highest leverage you can ever have whenever you're in a negotiation position. What you do is, at this stage, you take those offers that you received, you go back to your manager and you say, listen, I really enjoy the company, I love working here, but I got an offer from this other company, they're paying me this much. Is there something we can do? I would love to stay here, but I would like at least to have that amount. And ideally, the offer you got is a salary that is higher than what you're currently getting, because then you can use that as leverage. If the company says yes, perfect. You stay there and then you continue your growth and you get paid at the salary that you want. If not, or if you realize that the offer that you got is actually better, it's a better company, better pay, everything is better for your career, then just go take that one. You always need to think about two things. Any given place where you work, either you learn a lot or you earn a lot, or a combination of both. So if you're very happy with your position right now because you're learning a lot of things and you're getting paid well, then that's perfect. Stay there, and you should stay there as long as you can. And as long as it makes sense for you. If you get paid very well, but you don't learn as much, then maybe you can use that salary to, I don't know, like work on personal projects on the side. And then you're going to learn through that. If you're learning a lot, but not getting paid a lot, then it's kind of tricky. You can do that for some years at the beginning of your career, maybe. But then at some stage, it's going to be a problem. And then at that stage, just move to another company or start a business. But if you're not getting either, if you are at the position where you're not going to get paid enough, where you're not going to get paid what you deserve or what you know you could get based on the market, and you're not learning enough, then you should just leave. It doesn't make any sense to stay at that position. And if you get a better offer, just move there. And this is how you're going to maximize the salary that you could be getting as a software engineer. Young Code Benders, I'll give you 10 cheat codes that will get you ahead of 99% of software engineers. And at the end, I'll also give an 11th cheat code that I don't see anyone talk about. So first, to start with, who am I to say all of this? Well, this was me. A few years ago, I was just a broke student. I didn't really know anything and I couldn't land a single interview. And this is me. 3 years later, I'm a senior software engineer working on top of the Empire State Building at an exciting tech startup entering the AI space. I'm gonna cover those 10 cheat codes plus the bonus one, and I'm gonna go from least powerful to the most powerful. Starting with the first one, learning AI. So this is you. This is how you're gonna look like once you master AI. This is what a code bender looks like. You guys know it if you follow this channel. I keep talking about AI. I keep talking about the importance of learning it. Some of you guys listen, others don't. But I'm gonna say it again. AI is the biggest revolution of our time. In my opinion, it's gonna be bigger than the Industrial Revolution. So you have to start learning it now. You have to make it part of your learning journey. And the best way to begin doing that is to build projects. And use projects that start with the most popular AI API that exists, which is the OpenAI API and their GPT models. The project that I always recommend people to start with is just a chatbot, because there's millions of different applications that you can do using a chatbot. You can build a chatbot based on the personality, like, I don't know, like an Elon Musk chatbot, Joe Rogan chatbot, Lex Friedman, or whatever personality that you want. You can build a chatbot that speaks like them and allows users to interact with them. But then you can also build a chatbot specific to an application like finances. For example, like a financial advisor bot, or something related to education, like for example, a tutor. So there's millions of different things that you can do, but always utilize the OpenAI API and you're going to learn a lot with that. And then from there, you can learn new technologies, different APIs that different companies are building. But this is a very good starting point for you. If you want to learn how to do this step by step, how to build AI apps and how to get ideas of AI projects that will actually help you stand out in the current market and how to find a high paid job, I'm actually teaching all of this to my students in the Codebender AI Accelerator Bootcamp. So you can join it, link in the description. It's lastcodebender.com/bootcamp. It's in pre-order right now, so you're gonna get a special discount if you enroll now. So I recommend it. But even if you don't do that, like let's say you're just learning by yourself, still like make AI part of your learning process. Otherwise you're gonna fall behind and then it's gonna be very hard to catch up. Cheat code number 2, network. This is even more important in the era of AI. It's actually key. And the best people to network with are the people who you want to become, right? So you're going to try to connect with smart and talented people who are where you want to be in life, or it's people who are going where you want to be, right? So they're like kind of at your level, but they want to reach that same goal that you have. But ideally, you have those two types of people. And most important is people who already are where you want to be, because you're going to learn the most from them. Imagine if you could get access to the engineer who works at your dream company, who has like the top salary that you want to have, works on the coolest projects, who travels around the world. Imagine what having access to someone like that do to you. Imagine having someone like that as a mentor, as a friend. Like what kind of knowledge would you receive if he can give you personalized feedback to help you? Of course, this is going to change your life. So try to network with smart and talented people. Cheat code number 3 is Twitter or X, however you want to call it. This is the one thing that I regret not doing earlier, honestly, because it's such a powerful tool. X literally is, if you think about it, it's networking at scale. So in cheat code number 2, I mentioned the importance of networking, the value that you can get and how you can get ahead of most people through that. But if you think about posting online on a platform like X, or actually any other platform, but I'm mentioning this one because there's a high concentration of developers, programmers, managers, like founders who are there. So it gives you the highest level of opportunities. And you know, like when you're networking, the nice thing about it is like it's very personal, but the disadvantage is it takes a lot of time. And how many people can you network with at any given point? Maybe it's like what, 5 people, 10 people, 20 people. Then it starts to become very hard to keep track of and create any level of like meaningful relationships. But when you post your stuff online, there's a lot more people who can see than what you even realize. Because something that most people don't think about is, imagine you put like a post, a tweet, and let's say it gets 10 likes. If it gets 10 likes, it means that at least 100 people saw it, but they didn't interact with it. Either they didn't like it, either they were not interested, or maybe they liked it, maybe they were interested, but literally they didn't think about pressing a like button or commenting. Because most people are lazy, most people, I don't know, they want to react to stuff. But it doesn't mean that they don't follow what you're doing. And you might have people who are like CEOs, who are like managers, who are like top engineers at top companies who see your stuff, and you would have no idea that they see it. But it might lead to opportunities. When your account is small, it's not going to matter much. But as you spend time developing, it's going to grow and become more and more important. This is, like I said, this is the one thing that I regret not doing earlier, and I'm starting to get more into it now. Not doing as good of a job as I would want to, but I'm taking it more and more seriously. What I would recommend for you to make it as easy as possible, because if it's hard, I know like a lot of you guys are not going to do anything. If it's hard, you're not going to do it. So you want to make it easy for yourself. Start with just 10 minutes a day per tweet. So you lock 10 minutes of your day, and anyone can do this. Like, don't tell me that you don't have 10 minutes in your day for this. You lock 10 minutes of your day. Find like some specific time when you want to do it. This is in the morning, afternoon, or evening. And tweet about anything that you have learned today. So if you're learning to code right now, if you're like, I don't know, work on some projects, whatever you're doing, there's probably something that you're learning today that is new, something that you have done. Tweet about it. Tweet about the projects that you work on. You can share like the work in progress. You can share the final results. You can share screenshots, video demos, just anything that is related to something that you're doing. So you don't have to like invent new content and be super creative. Literally things that are part of your day, put that. And do it daily. This is extremely important because you want to build a habit, and that habit is going to compound over time. So this is extremely important. Networking at scale, think about that. Cheat code number 4, start lifting. If you're not doing this already, you have to start doing this. Because the problem is a lot of programmers, like for us, we spend a lot of our time sitting on a chair and like building our mind to become extremely powerful and to write those complex softwares. But the problem here is that if you train your mind to be strong, but if your body is still weak, you're going to be weak at the end of the day. You need to train your body as well, because a weak body is a weak mind. And if you only train the mind, then let's say even if you become quote unquote successful, you're just going to be a rich dork, basically. You're going to look like this guy. And this is not what we want. What we want is, want to look like this guy here. Top 1%, code bender, someone who's jacked, smart, rich, powerful, confident, he's God-fearing, and he has an iron will. That's who we want to be. And you're not going to reach all of this through just pure coding. Sitting on your chair in your room, not doing anything else besides being on your computer, you're not going to reach this. And the people who are the most successful, they have those traits. This is where you want to be. You know, I made the mistake of sacrificing my lifts, my gains, just for the sake of spending some extra hours, like work on some projects, learning some extra things. And I was like, yeah, actually, if I spend a few more hours like studying for this exam or like work on this project, this is going to help me. And or if I sacrifice a few hours of sleep, this is actually a very weak mindset. And it leads to overall, if you look at like the full picture, it leads to you having less chances of succeeding at your goals. Sacrificing like one workout because you have an urgent project to accomplish, or like sacrificing some hours of sleep exceptionally, it's completely fine. That's normal, and sometimes you need to do this because you have no other choice. But to have a habit of doing it, it leads to you becoming less efficient over time. You know, your brain is not going to work as well. You want to be as brave. You won't have as much energy to act fast. And down the line, you're going to miss opportunities because of it. So if you're not doing it already, start lifting. Do it at least 3 times a week to start with, and then increase it to as much as you can. Cheat code number 5, plan your days ahead. So this one is kind of crazy, but I plan every single hour of my day. And I've been doing it for the past 8 years. Literally, I'm not joking. Every single hour from morning to evening is planned. Even weekends and even holidays, I still do it. And some simpletons might say like, oh, stop, this is crazy. Like, you need to live life, you need to enjoy, you cannot plan everything. But they're simpletons for a reason. They don't understand that discipline is freedom. When you have control over your days and you're very intentional as to what is the day that you want to have and what do you want to do today, and you do it every single day, you're in full control of your life. Of course, things can always happen. Unexpected things happen, things change along the way, but at least you have a lot of awareness as to how you want your day to go and the types of things that you want to accomplish. Because we live in a world that is so full of distractions that if you don't have a clear plan of what you want, you're gonna fail. It's extremely easy to just be distracted, to be a slave to your phone, social media, like games or whatever it is that distracts you. But if you plan your day, if you take control of your life, if you build that discipline, this is when you're truly free and you choose what you want to have. Cheat code number 6, wake up early. I heard this quote when I was a kid: the world belongs to those who wake up early. And man, this is so true. So true. I struggled with sleep most of my life. Like most of my life, I would go to sleep super late, then I would barely wake up in the morning to go to school, or to go to work even. And I always felt like it was so inefficient. It's as if you're never at 100%. You never know what your true potential is because your batteries are never charged. you always miss the most productive hours of the day, which is the morning, early in the morning, and your day kind of starts a little like chaotic. It doesn't start in the most optimal way. So what I recommend you guys do is try to wake up before 6 in the morning. So this implies that you have to go to sleep earlier. Do the toughest work that you have in the morning. Like use those hours that are the most productive every day, or the most powerful that you will ever be in a day is the morning. Use it to do your toughest work. But don't just put the toughest work there. Try to also make it fun. Try to think about what is the work that is difficult that you're trying to avoid to do. Put that in the morning, but also try to think about what is something that is fun and exciting. So it's work that is challenging because it's difficult, but it's also exciting. And if you can land it, if you can finish it, it's going to be a big reward just by itself. Because what this is going to do is it's going to make you fall in love with your mornings. The problem that a lot of people have, the reason why we don't want to go to sleep early, to wake up early, is because there is no intrinsic motivation really to do it. Like you're not necessarily in love with your mornings. You don't think at night like, oh man, like I really wish I can go to sleep now to wake up in the morning because I want to do this super exciting thing. You don't think like, and because of it, you have no like incentive whenever you're lazy to go to sleep early. So if you make it fun, if you start to fall in love with your mornings, this is how you can change this dynamic. This is what I did. Like at one moment in my life, I was so tired of not being able to fix my sleeping routine that I put a challenge on myself to start waking up at 5 in the morning every single day. The thing at first, what happened is I got scared because I was like, man, 5 in the morning is so early that if I don't go to sleep early, I'm going to be dead during the day. And if I have work or stuff like that, I'm not going to be able to code or do anything. So this alone started to push me to go to sleep earlier. But then the other thing I did is I put exciting stuff in the morning. I put like personal projects that I was working on that was like side hustles. And that helped me fall in love with the mornings, and the progress was it became addictive. And I really wanted to wake up in the morning every single day to progress on those projects that I was working on. So this was a big game changer, and that's what I recommend you guys do. It was the most productive period of my life. Honestly, I did this for 1 year. So for 1 year, nearly every single day, I was waking up at 5 a.m. I would wake up, I would pray Fajr, and then I would work on projects. And if you think about it, like most people, they start their work day at like 8 a.m. or 9 a.m. If you wake up at 5, it means that you have 3 to 4 hours before work starts to work on your personal projects or whatever you want to have. So you have an advantage of at least 3 hours over everyone else. And over time, this is going to compound. Over 1 year, it's like thousands of hours. It's insane, actually, the amount of time that it is. And also, the last thing is 0 distractions in the morning. So you want to really do your deep work. That's why no phone, no nothing in the morning. Don't talk to anyone. Literally just focus on doing that work. And then your day essentially begins after that. And you can allow those distractions to come in later if it's really important for you. Cheat code number 7, Ikigai. Bro, this one, I love it. I really love this framework. It's a Japanese concept that means a reason for being. So essentially it just helps you figure out what your purpose is. And the framework, if you look at it, is divided in 4 circles. So you have 1 circle that is what you love. 1 circle is what you're good at. 1 circle is what you can get paid for. And 1 is what the world needs. And if you find something that is at the intersection of all those things for you, this is going to be your purpose. This is going to be the reason why you do everything that you do. If you only have 2 of those elements, it's not as optimized. Because, for example, if you have something that you love and then you're good at it, but you cannot get paid for it and the world doesn't need it, it's just a passion project, right? So, I don't know, you love to draw, you like to be an artist, but you cannot get paid for it and no one needs what you're doing. So it's literally just like a little passion or a hobby or something like that. But ideally, you want to have all 4. Because when you nail all 4, this is perfect. This is your purpose. This is where you should invest most of the time you have and most of your energy into. Because once you figure this out, it's going to help you avoid being distracted. Because too many people are distracted nowadays, and it's only going to get worse. We live in the attention economy, and everyone wants to capture attention. That's why having a purpose is extremely important. And the thing that you need to realize is, it's a concept I'll often talk about on this channel. Code is just a tool to achieve your goals. You truly need to have that in your brain and fully internalize this. Code is a tool to achieve your goals. And for a tool to be efficient, to work well, you need to have a purpose. You need to know how to use that tool, right? If I have just a screwdriver and I'm just passionate by screwdrivers, and I don't understand that a screwdriver is truly efficient because it's used to build things like assemble furniture or whatever it is, then I'm not going to realize my full potential. I'm not going to achieve an enormous amount of success. And this is actually, this was me. Before I realized this concept, before I realized that code is just a tool to achieve my goals and I need to use it to get to my end objective, I would struggle a lot learning to code. But when this clicked in me, when I started working on projects and I started to have those high ambitions and I would use code and I would pick up anything on the fly that I need to get to my goals, how can I reach financial freedom and build cool projects? This is when everything shifted in me. All right, now cheat code number 8 is your career plan. What I want you to do, guys, is I want you to plan your next 3 to 5 years, because this is going to give you a direction. It comes back to what we talked about in the previous cheat code about distractions, where so many people are distracted and they don't know what they're doing. They don't have a clear plan. They just live day by day without thinking about the future. And this leads to very inefficient decisions that you're making, because if you don't have a clear plan, if you're trying to reach a destination that you don't know even what the destination is, and you're not even using a map, you're just walking in random directions and you keep changing directions, then you're going to waste a lot of your time. It's going to be like winning the lottery for you to reach like a dream outcome for you. But if you plan, if you're very intentional, if you do the other cheat codes you mentioned, so you plan your days, but then you have a career plan, so you have a trajectory of where you're going, bro, you're going to be ahead of the majority of people. You're going to look like this guy, like a super badass coder with this aura of energy around him. Because yeah, like even if this changes also, by the way, like a lot of people, they're afraid because they think, oh, like if I plan this, but then things change, I'm going to stress out. Don't worry about it. Use that plan as a direction. You're not using it as something like you don't have magical powers to know what the future is. You cannot predict things. You can have assumptions and you can have desires. And based on that, you can make a plan that is like an optimal outcome that you would want. But at the end of the day, it's just a direction. It's just something to give you some guidance. And then you need to be flexible and adapt. But at least you have a direction, which is better than 99% of people who don't have any clear direction. Cheat code number 9, marketing. It's actually one of my favorite ones because nobody does this. Literally, you don't see nearly any developers who think about developing any level of marketing or sales skills. So no one does this except the top 1%. It's like this guy right here. There are two elements actually in marketing when I talk about like developing the skills. One is you want to market yourself. So you want to build a personal brand where people know you, they know your skills, they know that you're kind of like an expert in a certain discipline, and they just like they think about you, they know that you exist, and they have a good opinion of you as someone who knows what they're talking about or who has some expertise in something. So this is number one. You're building a personal brand and you're building a portfolio that people have some respect for. And so that's like you build your socials essentially, like whatever. It's like we mentioned about Twitter, we mentioned about like different platforms. LinkedIn also could work. YouTube could work. That's what I do. But yeah, try to find a platform that fits kind of your goals, but you want to build your personal brand. That's the key there. And the dimension number 2 is marketing your projects. So it's you learn how to market yourself as an individual because you're selling yourself, whatever you want to get, a job, whatever you want to get. Having a personal brand is extremely powerful. But then if you know also how to sell any project that you're doing, how can you get users for apps that you're building, growth hacks to just like make it grow more and generate revenue, is going to be extremely powerful. Because even if you just want to get a job and you have projects like this on your resume that have users, you're going to stand out so much compared to other people. And if you want to get those projects to the next level, if you want to build a company business and start making money, again, those skills, they're going to serve you literally for life. It's extremely, extremely powerful. And a lot of developers, they miss out on that. Because when you have that combo where you know how to build stuff and you know how to sell it, you're literally unstoppable. Now we're moving to cheat code number 10. And don't forget, there is an 11th bonus cheat code at the end. I'm going to mention it after this one. But the number 10th is to build a winner circle. This is extremely, extremely important. This will literally change the trajectory of your life. This is another quote that I heard that really resonated with me, is that you are the average of the people around you. You take around like 5 people that you hang out the most with, you're going to be the average of characteristics that they have and ideas that they have. You can also add actually online now, because you can, like if you consume a lot of content online by some person, for example, or you digest a lot of their content, you read a lot of books about like some specific subject or specific person, you're going to incorporate a lot of those elements into you, and that's going to influence you a lot. But like to make it simple, it's like the average of your environment is going to shape and determine who you are. So if you want to succeed, if you want to win, you need to surround yourself ideally with people who are beasts, right? Because if you have people like that around you, who are around you the most of the time, then you'll become a beast as well. It's just logical. It's inevitable. If you hang out with people who are extremely good at something, you're going to be better as well, right? Like if you hang out with people who exercise all the time, you're going to start exercising. If you don't know any workouts at all, at least you're gonna do better than you were before because you're all those guys who work out all the time. If you're with people who are super ambitious, they want to build businesses, it's very high likelihood that you're gonna become like that. So whatever you wanna accomplish, be around people who are like that as well, because this is gonna push you forward. You're gonna push them and they're gonna push you, and it's gonna be like this super positive circle. Ideally, you want to build that in person. So you want to have people in person that you meet on a regular cadence every day. That's ideal. Like literally, actually, if you work with them on projects, if it's your best friends, it's ideal. This is what you would want. But I know from experience, maybe a lot of you guys will relate, is it's extremely hard to find those types of people because they might not be around you. Literally, they might not be in your city, or maybe if they are, it's very hard to find them because you cannot speak to everyone there and try to figure out like who is like that, who isn't. So for there, that's when an online community can help. That's why I'm creating, I created this Codebender Discord. It's my Discord server for like this channel. You can join it, DM people there, make an announcement, say like, oh, like I want to build this group. I'm working on this project. Who wants to join me? Or I have this objective. Who wants to join me? And we're going to make like accountability calls like every like week or something like that. And be kind of proactive, right? But try, like I'm building this platform, trying to help you guys connect because it's extremely valuable to have this group. And if you cannot have it in person, at least try to have it online. Now we're reaching the bonus cheat code, the last one, the one that I don't see a lot of people talk about. And it's cheat code number 11, obsess over ROI. ROI stands for return on investment. And there's a concept that is very interesting. Only 20% of what most people do gives them 80% of the results. So if you look at your day, for example, your week, your year, what you spend 20% of your time doing is going to give you 80% of the results that you're going to be achieving. And that's a rule that you find in a lot of different industries and a lot of different things. A lot of people, they don't realize that. You might not get those exact percentages, but that fraction is called the Pareto principle. It's very, very famous. And this means that if only 20% of what you do gives you 80% of the result, you need to realize what those things are and you need to double down on it. As you go on your way to the top, you will see that you have a lot of different distractions that appear. And it's not the same distractions I was talking about before. I'm talking about actually things that look productive, but are actually killing you because they don't give you good ROI based on your goals. You always want to choose based on your goals. For example, if your goal is to become financially free, it means that the task that you need to do is not only coding. You need to do a lot more than that. You cannot obsess only on like crafting the best resume and then trying to get raises and then grow in your career and then like go from junior developer to like mid-level to senior to manager and then go all the way in the corporate ladder and then you don't do anything else because you're not going to reach financial freedom that way. You'll always be tied to your job. Even if you're in a good salary, you're always going to be tied to your job. If you want to earn financial freedom, most likely I will say, well, you need to build a business down the line. So you need to learn some business skills. You need to work on some side projects. You need to test some business ideas. Or maybe you need to invest your money. You need to invest in the stock market, in real estate. But you need to do things outside of that. And all those things, like if you obsess over your career, your resume and things like that, it looks like productive work, right? It looks like you're doing something productive. But it doesn't give you a good return on investment compared to what you want to have, compared to where you want to be. And that's something that you have to think on a day-to-day level, on a week level, on a year level for your entire career. You need to think when you plan everything, think, is what I'm doing now the best return on investment that I could be doing? Is what I'm doing this week, this month, the goals I have for this year, are they the best return on investment compared to what I could do? And if you get into the habit of thinking like this all the time, it's going to be a big game changer because you're going to become ultra efficient. Those cheat codes are extremely powerful. I'm gonna show you how to land a tech job without competing against thousands of other developers. There are hidden opportunities right now in this market that have barely any competition and that actually pay more than the positions that you see on job boards. And today, I'm gonna show you exactly how to find them. In the last 5 years, I went from $0 to a senior software engineer who made over $700,000. I've led multi-million-dollar projects. I worked in tech startups in LA, in New York, in some of the best offices in the world. And I'm helping thousands of developers do the same with this YouTube channel. Later in this video, I'm gonna share with you my personal list of 125 companies that are currently hiring developers and that have lower competition. But before that, let me show you the 3 powerful job search strategies that most developers don't even know about. Strategy number 1, the LinkedIn URL hack. Look, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm fully against job boards like Glassdoor, Indeed, Talents.com, etc. All of them.
It's like a battlefield where everyone is competing for the same positions. It's the equivalent of just throwing your resume into a black hole. I was recently on a call with a brother who spent the last year applying to over 2,000 companies through job boards. And you know the result? Nothing. He's still searching. Imagine how many other people are doing the exact same thing. It's insane. But there is actually only one specific use case where I would still use a job board. You see, most people, they filter job boards by the past 24 hours to get recent jobs, and then they think they're ahead of the game. But what if I told you that there is a hack to see jobs that were posted just a few minutes ago, so that you can be the very first one to apply? Here's how. So you're gonna go on LinkedIn and you'll open the job board, and you'll see here, there's a bunch of different jobs, but the problem is like they all have over 100 applicants. And when LinkedIn says over 100 applicants, you have no idea if it's like 200, 500, 1,000, 2,000. It could be a lot of people. So this is not good for us. We're gonna filter by jobs posted in the past 24 hours. But 24 hours, you'll see that it's not good as well, because a lot of jobs posted in the past 24 hours still have a lot of competition. You see even this one here already, like over 100 people clicked on apply. So what happens is when you select this filter, the past 24 hours filter, there's a new query parameter that appears in your URL, and it's this one right here, F_TPR. You see the number here, 86,400. That's the number of seconds in a day. This means that you can tweak this parameter to get jobs posted way earlier. So for example, if I do this and I load, I'm gonna get jobs posted way more recently. So here, 34 minutes ago. This one, 30 minutes ago, only 2 applicants. This one, 25 minutes ago, 0 applicants. This one, 24 minutes ago, 13 minutes ago, 41 minutes ago. And that's a hack that you can use 19 minutes ago. I don't know actually how this one already has more than 100. 20 minutes ago, maybe they refreshed it. This one 12 minutes ago, 8 applicants. So use this hack to find jobs before everyone else. Now the next strategy will surprise you. One of my students literally used it to talk to the CEO of a company directly, and he landed the job immediately. Strategy number 2, niche tech communities. Before I share my next strategy, I'm actually selecting 5 developers for the next batch of my career accelerator. We're gonna help you land an AI developer role in the next 6 months, or you get a full refund. If you wanna get a free career call with me, click the link in the description and book a slot. It's on lastcodebetter.com/accelerator. The spots get filled quickly, so don't wait. Now let me tell you about Abraham, one of my students. While everyone else was applying on job boards, he utilized what I call the sniper strategy. He joined the Discord server of Vapi. It's a low-code AI voice agent platform. You see, Abraham was interested into voice AI as a technology, and he was playing around with different tools. He joined that community and he noticed that they had a job posting channel. There, he spotted the message of a CEO looking to hire developers. He messaged him immediately, talked to the CEO, and secured a job like that. So here is what you need to do. Make a list of the tech companies that you have used in the past, maybe in projects, maybe tools that you have used, things that you have an interest in. Find all the communities for all those technologies, Discord servers, Slack channels, whatever it is, join them. If it's AI related, it's even better. So if it's AI tools, AI APIs, it's better because those technologies are very hot right now, so you're gonna get more opportunities. Monitor the job channels on those communities very attentively, and whenever you see an opportunity, be the first to respond, and you're gonna get opportunities that others won't. Now I wanna share with you my favorite strategy. This is the strategy that has given the best results for my students. Strategy number 3, the hidden market approach. Instead of competing for posted jobs, for like public jobs, we're gonna target companies that are just about to start hiring. How? We're gonna target fast-growing startups that just raised money recently. And these companies are the perfect target because they have fresh money they need to spend on talent. As soon as there is money, the next thing they need to do is they want to grow the company. They need to show to their investors that they're growing. So they're gonna hire developers. That's the number one thing. The timing is perfect. Next is they're gonna pay very good salaries, from $120,000 to $200,000, because they want to attract good talent, and one good way of doing it is by providing very good salaries. Next, those companies have an interview process that is usually easier and faster compared to big tech. It's more practical, there is less lead code. And finally, you're gonna work on cutting edge technology and learn from very smart people working there. So it's gonna be a good boost for your career. To find these companies, there are multiple ways. You can set up a Google alert with your city name plus tech startup funding. You can check out public lists of companies like Crunchbase or Growth List. I've actually personally compiled a list of 125 companies that are recently got funded. You can access it for free. There's a link in the description. My student Ibrahim literally went from applying to hundreds of companies and getting no responses to start to get responses within 30 minutes of applying to startups using this strategy. The key is that you need to reach out to companies before they post their job listings. so that you're the first in line. Once you find the companies, you need to go on LinkedIn and you need to check who are the people who work there. You need to reach out to key hiring decision makers. So if the company is small, you can reach out to the CEO directly, the CTO, the head of engineering. If the company is bigger, like about 50 people or so, then you reach out to engineering managers. And you need to keep improving your approach every iteration. So for example, if you reach out on LinkedIn, improve your profile picture, have like a bigger smile, improve your headline, improve your message request, improve your profile, add more projects, build in public. If you're reaching out to them by email, test different subject lines, make your messages shorter, more impactful, add a long video to feature yourself. You need to test different approaches to increase your response rates and increase your chances of getting interviews. Ideally, every batch of like 20 companies that you apply to, you try to change and improve something in your approach so that you increase your response rates and you increase the interviews that you can. If I needed to find a software engineering job desperately as fast as possible, this is what I would do. In my last job search, I got over 30 interviews, secured 4 job offers with an average salary of $190,000. And I've taught 100 other developers how to do the same. The formula that I want to show you is simple. It's just 2 steps, and it can get you an interview within a day. The platform that we're going to use is LinkedIn, but LinkedIn has a problem. If you go on any job posting, you're going to see that it has hundreds of applicants, so there's no way to stand out. There's too much competition. So we're going to use a little hack. We're going to do it differently. We're going to look for recent posts from hiring managers and recruiters who are actively looking for talent. So we're going to go in the search bar right here and we're going to write software engineer and then we're going to write hiring. We're going to search for this. We're going to look for all posts and it's going to show us this list of posts that were made by people who are actually hiring, like this one, for example. But we're going to do more than this. We're going to filter by the last 24 hours because we want to see the most recent ones. So people who are literally starting to hire right now. And here I see a new list of people who are hiring and I can directly reach out to them. Like for example, here I see 2 hours ago, Suleiman is hiring for 2 remote positions, 1 software engineer and 1 machine learning engineer. And you can directly reach out to him. That's the type of opportunities you're not going to find on the job portal. By the way, every week I send a new high-paying job position to my email list. It's companies that are actively hiring right now. I give it away for free. If you want to get access to it, there is going to be a link in the description. Then I scroll down again, I see another one here. They're hiring for a full stack developer in Austin and so on and so forth. But this is not over. We're going to go a step further. Once you find a job that you like, maybe they're going to share like a URL where you can apply to or like an email. We're going to actually go on the profile of this person and we're going to try to connect with them. So we're going to click here, click on connect, and we're going to add a personalized note. This is an easy way to stand out. It costs you nothing, literally. I used this strategy in my last job search and I got 5 interviews like this. I just wrote something like, hey, like then J, like the name of the person. Then I write, I'm a full stack developer from NYC. I worked at like, then I mentioned something a bit unique about me. Like I say, I have like 3 years of experience working at an edtech startup, for example, and then using AI. Then I will say like, I saw you are currently hiring. I would love to chat. Or I would love to have a quick chat. When you make it quick, people like it because quick is just a nice keyword because people don't like to waste time. So if you say it's quick, they're gonna think like, oh, okay, it's a quick little thing, let me accept it. And then I just click on send. Usually what I do also is that I go on the startup that is currently hiring and I'm trying to find other people who work there. So for example, if there is a CTO, if there is a hiring engineering manager, and I try to reach out to them as well. So I go on the people's tab and I just search through people inside of here. Now, I'm not gonna leave you just here. There is another bonus strategy that you can use. In general, I don't really recommend you going on the LinkedIn job portal because like I said, it's too competitive, right? Like most jobs that you're gonna see here, like hundreds of thousands of other software engineers are also looking at the same jobs and they're all applying to them. So you don't have any competitive advantage. The competition is too high on them. However, we can use the same strategy as we use for the posts to find like the most recent posts about people who are hiring. We can use it on the job portal as well. So the job portal, it allows you to filter for the past 24 hours. But the past 24 hours is actually not good enough because there's still thousands and thousands of jobs and thousands of people who do the same thing. And look at this job, for example. It was posted 4 hours ago. There's already like hundreds of applicants, right? And for most of those jobs, it's the case, it's over 100 applicants. When it's over 100 applicants, it can be really a lot. It can be like hundreds and hundreds. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna search the URL and you're gonna find this special query parameter. And you see here, 86,400. That's the number of seconds in a day. So this is a parameter that you can tweak to narrow down the search. So for example, here I put 6,400. I'm gonna find jobs that are a lot more recent.
And I can keep changing and updating this value to get jobs that are more and more recent. So you can even narrow it down to jobs that are posted like a few minutes ago, like this one, for example, 51 minutes ago. So this one has already less applicants. And here the advantage is that you can find jobs that were literally posted right now, and you're gonna be one of the first people to apply to those jobs. Then again, use the same strategy that I said before. You find people at those companies, you connect with them, you message them, and you try to get an interview. Like now, before we go further, there are a few things you need to understand about the tech market. I've worked in tech for over half a decade. I've survived every wave of layoffs. I managed to get promoted every year. I landed highly competitive tech jobs with amazing salaries and work-life balance. In this lesson, I'll share with you some hacks and some rules that I've used to get it. Hard truth number one, nobody cares about your GitHub projects. You need to approach the game differently. Your color picker 3000 won't land you a job. I'm sorry, but that's the truth. If you want to build projects that recruiters love, you need one of three things. Number one, if your project has some kind of business use case, meaning that it solves some kind of problem, that's perfect. It doesn't mean that you need to build a full startup. A small project like a weekend project is fine for this. Number two, if your project is very fun, it's a creative idea and you learn a ton of it, that helps as well. And number three, if your project utilizes some popular or trending technology, that will also help you stand out. One of these 3 points is enough, but ideally you have 2 or 3 of them combined. So for example, let's say you want to work in the edtech space or the education technology space, and you build an AI app that helps students prepare for the ACT exams. So you solve a problem, it has like a business use case, right? And you use some kind of trending technology, use AI. If you apply to those types of companies, like if you apply to education companies, education startups, of course, if they see you, your profile with your projects, or they see another guy who just has like color picker 3000 type projects, they're gonna pick you because you're gonna stand out a lot more. You're directly in line with what this business is doing. And that's gonna help you get interviews. Hard truth number two, people sitting next to you doing the exact same job as you could be making $10,000 more than you. Learn to negotiate your salary. Many engineers are too afraid to negotiate their salary because especially now jobs are so hard to get that as soon as they get something, they just jump on it. But negotiating your salary before signing an offer is the biggest opportunity you'll ever have to increase your salary. I added an extra $50,000 of salary through negotiations alone. Imagine if I accepted the job offer at the beginning without negotiating. Imagine how much money I would have lost. The best shot you have at negotiations is, like I said, right before signing the offer. If you have multiple offers at the same time, that's gold. You can negotiate like crazy. You're going to feel very confident. But even if you don't have any offers on the table, it's still fine to negotiate. The very first job offer I had, it was a $90,000 annual salary. I had no other job offers on the table. I told them, if you give me 100K, so $100,000, I'm going to sign today. And they accepted. You never know. Always negotiate. Remember, if you don't ask, the answer will always be no. Hard truth number three, code is just a tool. Don't fall in love with it. Only fall in love with problem solving. You will be rewarded based on the problems you solve and the value you provide. Customers don't care about how many lines of code you write, how difficult it was to write them, which tech stack you used. Like, think about it. You yourself, when you use any kind of software, do you care about how many lines of code were written, how difficult it was for the engineers? Like, it doesn't matter, right? You don't care if they use JavaScript or React or Vue or Next.js or jQuery. You only care if the software works well, if it does the job that you want it to do. That's all. So don't fall in love with any particular tech. Use the tools that will solve the problem in the best way, and you will be rewarded for that. Advice number 4, whenever a new viral technology comes out, build projects of it. You will leverage the hype. It's the easiest way to get new opportunities. Imagine if when GPT-3 came out, you were one of the first people who built a project of it. Even if your project was small, even if you build just like a simple AI chatbot, it would have gotten so much traction because you're one of the first. It's an amazing viral technology. And I'm sure you would have had people reach out to you to ask you to build an AI chatbot like this on their website. And they would pay you like $5,000 to make it. When you leverage an existing hype and you're one of the first to do it, it's one of the easiest ways to stand out. And you only need to do it once or twice until you get enough opportunities that you can leverage long term. That's all. You don't need to do it every single time. It also doesn't matter if the hype fades away. Who cares? You'll get the attention and make opportunities now. And then you just need to leverage them. Hard truth number 5. Nobody cares about your lead code grind. If you're not getting interviews, you have a different problem you need to solve first. The hardest challenge in today's market is getting interviews. That's by far the hardest test. Know your inputs and outputs. Lead code won't help you land interviews. It will only help you at the very end of the process. Recruiters, they don't care if you know how to use bubble sort or if you have solved 500 lead code challenges. They do care about what you have built though, the project that you have created.
Know the ROI, so the return on investment of every action that you're making based on where you are in your job process. If you apply to startups, most of them don't even ask lead code questions anyways. Spend more time on the most critical tasks. Advice number 6. Let everyone know about what you have accomplished, both inside the company and publicly online. You can't get promoted if no one knows what you do. You cannot get new opportunities if no one is aware of things that you have built. When you make your work more visible inside your company, it's going to help you get promoted. And it's not only about the code that you're writing, it's things like leading projects, mentoring others, preparing meetings, making sure you meet deadlines. This part is very important. If you learn the art of estimating, if you know exactly how to give a timeline for when a project is going to be finished and you deliver on time, you're going to make your managers or your CEOs love you. When you give a timeline for a project and you deliver it within that timeline, you're going to build trust. You're going to be known in the company as the person who says something and they get things done. And you're going to get bigger and bigger projects as a result of it. And bigger projects means bigger salary, bigger promotions. When you make your work visible online now, you're going to attract a different type of opportunities, new opportunities that are outside of your company, things like new job offers, freelance gigs. I shared projects like this that I built online, and just last month I finished a $6,000 freelance gig because of some projects that I posted online. It was a freelance gig that didn't take me much time, something that I was just doing on the side, and it was like a nice extra $6,000 for that month. Even if your post has low engagement, you never know who is watching. I got interviews like this at top tech companies, like companies that raised billions of dollars like Scale AI, just because of my online activity on LinkedIn. Even though I don't have a lot of likes, you just never know who is watching your posts. By the way, many of you guys asking for strategies on how to land a high-paying remote tech job. So I've created 2 free resources for you. One is a list of companies who are hiring right now, who are actively hiring. So I'm going to leave a link in the description. You can sign up, get it for free. The other one is a free class that I'm organizing where I'm going to give you my 4-step framework to land jobs now in the competitive market. Check it out. Again, link is in the description. It's going to be a live class also, so don't miss it. Hard truth number 7. You can't become a good coder by following tutorials. You need to code on your own. Coding is problem solving. Following a tutorial means that in general is zero problem solving. You will just become a good copycat. Only follow tutorials if you do most of the work yourself and check the tutorial to get unstuck. The best way to become a good coder is to work on projects and find new situations that you haven't done before and try to solve them. Rule number 8. Every rejection is a data point. See it as a masterclass in interview skills. It doesn't matter how many times you fail. You only need to succeed once. The one offer will erase all your failures. Keep learning from every rejection. If you apply to 50 jobs and you get 0 replies, don't just apply to another 50 the exact same way. Change something in your strategy, apply and then learn and keep iterating like this. Have an analytic approach, use data. The first time I was applying to jobs, I was just applying through the job portals, right? And it wasn't really successful. So I thought, what if I also start DMing people direct on LinkedIn? So people who work at those companies, I'm going to find them and I'm going to DM them. I got 5 times more replies using this strategy. Advice number 9. Network extensively. This is the best way to get jobs and opportunities in the current market. I got interviews and high-paying freelance gigs just because of people I know. It's probably over $100,000 worth of opportunities that I got because of my network. Get in the habit of talking to one new person every week. On LinkedIn, on Twitter. Find people you're interested in. Engineers who are building cool stuff, managers at other companies, business owners. Nurture the relationship by showing them what you're working on, by posting online. That's the point that I was mentioning before about sharing your accomplishments online. It helps more people discover you, and then it helps the people you know. It helps nurture the connection with them so they don't forget you. Rule number 10. Have a career plan. Know where you want to be in 5 years and work backwards from there. If you walk blindly with no sense of direction, you're going to lose a lot of time. It's like going to the gym without any workout plan. Yeah, you might sweat, you might train, but you're not going to be as efficient. You're not going to see real gains. Make a plan as soon as possible. If you need help figuring out what to do, look up the Ikigai framework. This will help you figure out your overall direction. There will still be unknowns in your plan. You can't plan everything, right? You cannot control everything. That's why you need to make smart bets in your career. Choose companies and projects that have the potential for outsized returns. Think of yourself as an investor where the asset that you're investing is your time. Every company you join, you're going to dedicate at least 1-2 years, maybe more, of your life for that company. So think if it's the best return on the time that you give. Series B startups are the perfect example for that. Because it's companies that are in hyper growth mode. There is a ton that you can learn from them. You can climb the ladder. You're going to get paid a lot. You're going to get equity that could be worth a lot of money once the startup exits. And then you might start your own business later on with the skills that you have acquired. So it's a very good return on investment. Evaluate each opportunity you have as an investor who is about to invest part of his life. Make it count. Advice number 11. Research the company before going to interviews. If you can give them new ideas, you win. Researching a company before going to an interview is obvious, right? That's basic. But the next level here is if you can propose them new ideas during the interview. If you can do that, it shows that you're the perfect fit for them. The first job that I landed during the interviews, I literally brainstormed the CEO. And then they gave me a $100,000 offer when I was just a new grad. I had just graduated. They had people in their pipeline that had 3 to 4 years of experience, but they gave me the job. The second job that I landed, I doubled my salary and I did the exact same thing. I gave them ideas to grow their product while I was talking with the manager in the interview. Rule number 12. In each job, you either earn or you learn. Ideally, both. If you get neither, move on. It's fine to join a company if you're underpaid. That's okay, especially at the beginning of your career if you're learning a lot. It's also fine to stay at a company where you are paid well, but you don't learn anything. I reached that state twice in my career. The only thing is that it's pretty boring, right? Because you're not learning anything new. So the best is to have both. You earn and you learn. But if you have neither, you're completely wasting your time. You have to move on as fast as possible. Hard truth number 13. You work all day but can't get anything done because you allow too many distractions. Protect your deep work time. As developers, we work on our computer all day. And unfortunately, that's where all the distractions are. So you have to create an environment on your computer to block all the distractions. And there are two things that I recommend. There's 2 Chrome extensions. Number 1 is the unhook for YouTube. It's a Chrome extension that is going to block a bunch of things on YouTube that push you to stay longer, like recommended videos, your homepage of all the videos that are available there, the feature that does it so that when you finish watching a video, it's automatically going to turn on another video. So that's one. The other Chrome extension is called Social Focus. It's going to work for all social medias like Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, etc. And you can block, again, a lot of the features that make you stay longer on the platform. You can block the comments, you can block the recommended and the suggestion profiles and reels and stuff like that. Another hack that I'm using is that I put my phone on black and white mode. It's a trick that I discovered. There's some studies that show that when you put your phone on black and white, when the colors disappear, it's much easier to not stay longer on your phone, because the phone is just not that attractive once there's no colors on it. And then I went a step further and did the same thing on my computer on the social media websites. So I did that on Instagram and on Twitter. I downloaded an extension called Grayscale the Web, and now my Instagram and Twitter are both in black and white. I spend much less time on them. All those things, they keep you away from your goals. If you want to work on some project for 1 hour now, and then you take your phone and you're like, oh, I'm going to just watch it for 5 minutes. You end up watching it for an hour. Now you're late for your work. You start stressing. You miss it for today. You didn't finish everything you're supposed to do. And then you repeat that tomorrow, then the day after, the day after. You do that for 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. At the end of the day, instead of being here where you could have been reaching your potential, you're gonna fall here just because of time you have stupidly wasted destroying your brain on social media. So protect your attention. Advice number 14, use your company's resources to its full extent. It's free money that they're giving you. Personal development budgets, referral policies, mentorship programs. Most companies give you a budget for personal development. My previous company offered close to $4,000 that I could use on personal development, online classes, workshops, attend conferences, cover the cost of hotels, flight tickets. Most people in the company, they use nearly zero of that budget. And that's true for the majority of engineers. They get free money, then they don't use it, they get lazy to even use it. Don't be one of them. Make sure to max out your usage. It's literally money they give you to grow and become better and learn more things. Companies also pay a lot of money to their employees if they can refer developers to them. They can pay from $5,000 to $10,000 ranges if you can bring another developer in the company. Sometimes even more, depending on the position. Most developers, they don't get involved in the recruitment process of their company. They don't even know which position they're hiring for, which is really a wasted opportunity. Because imagine you have a friend or a former colleague or former teammate or classmate who would be a great fit because your company is currently looking for like a full stack developer. You don't know about it. If you knew about it, you could have recommended them. Your friend would get a job. The company would be happy because they get a new employee, and you would get like $5,000 to $10,000 just for that. Like, this is truly passive revenue. You just need to do one introduction and you can get this. So it's a win-win situation. Your company will also have smart people who are years ahead of you. Use them as mentors. This can save you years of time. My mentor helped me negotiate my salary. He taught me how to build advanced AI apps. He told me how to use technologies like RAG, LangChain, and a bunch of other things. Some companies have policies that match junior developers to mentors. But if they don't have that, just look into your company directory, find someone you like who has experience, someone that you want to learn from, DM them, ask them if they could become your mentor, tell them what your goal is for your career, schedule weekly calls with them, and then have a plan for every week of what you want to do and then track progress based on it. For me, like one of my goals was to build advanced AI apps. So I want to learn how to do this. So I had this goal, I had a specific app that I wanted to build, and every week I had a task that I need to work on. I would work on those tasks, present it to him, and then would pair program, discuss, he'd give me tips, and this is how I was improving and growing on that objective. Advice number 15. After a few years of experience, build a productized agency. You'll be paid a lot higher. A productized agency is a business model where you provide your development services to companies for a monthly fee. So it's basically you code for them, you make projects for them, and they pay you for that. It can be a one-person business, or you can hire a few employees and have a business like that. What you have to realize is that for whatever company you're working on, for the majority of jobs, the value that you provide is usually 10 times higher than the salary than what they pay you for, right? Because that's how for a business it's profitable to hire you. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense. If they hire you for $100,000 and they get a lot less than that from you, they wouldn't hire you. The reality is, it might be hard to believe, but the value you bring to a company is usually a lot higher than what they pay for. For me, the code that I have written, it has generated over $20 million of extra revenue for the companies where I have worked at. Now think about this. Think about what if you could work directly with clients so that you don't have to go through a company that just pays you like a fixed salary. What if you could work with clients directly? You can propose them your services for much cheaper because you don't have a huge company, you don't have like offices you need to pay, you don't have this huge machine that you need to feed, right? It's just you yourself. You can propose them a payment that is much lower. And if you take a client, for example, and you tell them that your development services are like $5,000 per month, you can take a few of those clients. That's like 5,000, 10,000, 15. You can go up to maybe $20,000 if you have 4 clients that you work together at the same time. And if they all ask very similar things, so basically you specialize yourself in a niche, like AI development, for example. Like you provide AI development services for companies, you help them integrate AI tools, build AI features, and you specialize in a niche where every project is very similar to each other. So taking a new client is not a lot of extra work. It's not like something that's super custom. You take 4 or 5 of those clients just by yourself, you're already at like $20,000 to $25,000 per month. And then if you want to scale it further, you want to hire like a few extra people, then you can go and scale it up to maybe $100,000. And you can make a lot more money like this, being completely free, working on your own terms. But for this to work though, you need great coding skills, you need a proven track record, and you need to have a network to start getting your first clients. Without this, it's very difficult. That's why I recommend doing this once you have a few years of experience. It's still possible to do it without any experience, but it's much more difficult. That's why I recommend you first work a little bit and then go to this route of creating your business. One of the viewers of this channel applied to more than 1,000 jobs, and he has been looking for a job for the past 2 years now. He left this comment and it made me think. I already replied to him, but I was thinking more about it and I wanted to make this video to just share the knowledge to more people because I believe this is important. So this is what he wrote. Guys, I would love some advice because I've been trying to get my first job for 2 years now while miserably stuck at my parents' house. Basically, I finished my master's degree in math in December 2021 and started job hunting in January 2022. Went after machine learning jobs and failed miserably. Tech layoffs happened then, so did the data science bootcamp, finished in April, and I've been applying non-stop since with only 1 interview after 1,000 applications. So at what point do I give up? And then a little bit later, he also left this other comment where he also said that he applied to more than 1,000 jobs, and then basically he's explaining the strategy that he's going more after like startups now, and he believes there's more potential there. Because I was making a video about that. The thing is, this is a very sad story, but unfortunately it's the reality where more and more people get in those types of numbers of applications because getting a job is extremely difficult. The market, as you know, extremely competitive. The bar has been risen higher. So naturally it means that if before maybe you could get away with applying to like 50 jobs and then you get like a few offers, now you need to be in the hundreds to get at least 1 offer, right? So the market is different. However, there is a strategy that you need to use that is smart because you cannot just keep applying to more and more jobs, especially if you're not going to get any interviews. If like after more than 1,000 applications, you only get 1 interview. This means that the strategy is wrong. The approach that you're using is not effective enough. Because otherwise you could apply to even 10,000 jobs and still get only 1 interview or 2, 3 interviews.
Like, where's the limit then? 10,000, 100,000? Like, some people, if they could, they would apply to more tech jobs than there are atoms in the universe. It's going to be in the hundreds of thousands. What you want to do is find a balance between quantity and quality. What I mean by that is actually, I would apply to a baseline of 100 jobs. So 100 jobs is the minimum. Now, given the state of market for the majority of people, unless you have a lot of experience, applying to 100 jobs is going to be like the baseline, is what everyone does. You can go a little further than this, but 100 is like the minimum. However, after that, you need to optimize the quality. So you need to optimize how can you stand out? How can you make those applications count? Those 100 applications, how can you get at least one interview out of 100? At least one. And to make that happen, my strategy is in parallel to applying to those jobs, you want to do two things. Number one, you want to be active on LinkedIn. You want to be posting the things that you learn, the things that you're working on. There is a reason for this. The reason is that as you post things on LinkedIn, as your network sees it and they like it, it's going to show up in other people's feed. And those people might be recruiters. They might be engineering managers at other companies. They might be CTOs. And if they see the project that you work on, if they see you posting stuff, you might get people who directly reach out to you, right? You might be recruiters. You might get recruiters who directly reach out to you on LinkedIn, and they might invite you for an interview. So that's one reason. And it doesn't take a lot of time. You can time box like 10 minutes per day to just share things that you're working on, things that you're learning. The other thing that you want to do is in parallel to applying to the jobs for the same exact companies where you apply to, go on LinkedIn, find recruiters there, find engineering managers there who are hiring, and DM them. Send them a connection request, add a little note where you introduce yourself and you ask about the job, and then try to engage in discussions. Some of them, maybe out of like 100 jobs that you apply to, 100 people that you have connected with on LinkedIn, maybe only like 10 people are going to reply to you. But out of those, a few people are going to turn into interviews, right? So this is like a better approach than just applying like everyone else. Because it's like, if you think about it from a company perspective or from a recruiter perspective, there is a pool of applicants. Maybe for a job posting, there's like 1,000 people who apply to it. I have 1,000 resumes that I need to go through. All of them are pretty much equal. Like some of them stand out, some of them don't stand out. But I need to go through all of them. And it's very hard for any individual to stand out in that pile of applicants. However, if I have someone who reaches out to me directly through another path, then obviously this person is right in front of me. I see their profile, I give them a special type of attention, a different type of attention than the 1,000 other people. In this video, I will show you how to make $1,000 in 1 week using your coding skills, even if you're still learning. This is the exact strategy that I would use if I was starting right now. One of my students literally used this method to make not $1, but $2,000 in 1 week. This strategy works for beginners, for junior developers, or even for developers with a few years of experience who want to make some extra cash. And no, it's not a get-rich-quick scheme. It's all about leveraging the biggest opportunity in tech right now, the AI gold rush. I'll show you my 4-step framework. There are two types of coding beginners right now. There are the tutorial collectors, watching their 500 JavaScript crash course like it's Netflix, building another to-do app that no one will use, adding projects to GitHub that no one will see, and still working on their perfect portfolio. Then there are the smart ones. They're building with trending technologies, getting paid to learn. They have companies reach out to them. These guys are also a lot more motivated, because one of the best ways to stay motivated to learn to code is to actually make money. The secret is to flip the traditional model on its head. AI is changing everything. The old way was to learn basics for months, build random projects, apply for jobs, compete with thousands of developers, and pray that someone hires you. The new and smart way is to pick trending technologies, and I'll show you how. Build something simple but impressive, post it online while the hype is hot, let companies come to you, and get paid to learn more. This works because of 3 factors. Low competition, because it's a new tech, so there are few experts. High demand, because a lot of companies need it. And perfect timing, because you will ride the hype wave. Now I'll show you how to actually make money while learning to code. Here is the exact framework to follow. Put this into action. Don't miss any step. I know people who are making $50,000 a month following this framework. Step number 1, pick trending technologies. Follow the tech news and also subscribe to this channel because I'm going to be sharing a lot of good stuff with you. Then look for new API releases. A current gold mine right now at the time of recording this video is the OpenAI real-time API. It's the latest model that they released. It's a completely brand new model and there's a lot of opportunities using it. Step number 2, build fast and build smart. Let me show you actually what happened when I spotted the OpenAI real-time API release that I just mentioned. So I built this simple AI voice agent in only 2 days and I posted it on my second channel. I didn't aim for perfection, I just wanted to have something simple that is working so that I can post it online fast while the hype is still going on. The result was that I got 7 companies reaching out to me to build an AI voice agent for them. And the beautiful thing about new tech is you don't need to be perfect, no one expects you to be an expert. Companies are desperate for any working solution using this new technology. There are more examples of AI solutions that you can build and get paid for it. You can build an AI cold email system. So it's an AI that will personalize cold outreach at scale and send like custom emails to leads. You can charge like $1,000 to $2,000 for an implementation like this. You can also do AI content repurposing. For example, taking YouTube videos from a business and then repurposing them on different channels like on LinkedIn, on Twitter, etc. This can also be like $1,000 to $2,000 per month if you have a white glove type service. I've actually built an AI agent with one of the students of the accelerator, and this is what we do. You can also do AI lead generation where you scrape leads and then you have an AI system with follow-ups. You can build an AI knowledge base. It's an internal document search system that can save companies a lot of time. You can build AI marketing assets, so you generate product photos and social media posts for companies. That also can be like $1,000 to $2,000 per month for that service. Step number 3, leverage the momentum. If you build a project with a trending tech and then you just leave it on your resume or on your GitHub profile, it's completely pointless. That won't help you. The hype will just go away and that's it. You're gonna miss your chance. So what you have to do is post this project online. Post it on LinkedIn, on X, make a quick YouTube video. It doesn't have to be anything complicated. You can literally record a Loom video of yourself showing a demo of that AI that you built and then explaining how you made it. That's all. This is pretty much how my video was. I didn't spend a lot of effort on it. By the way, if you want to learn how to make money fast without wasting your time, check out my Codebender Accelerator. I have a special offer right now with refund guaranteed. Click the link below to book a free coaching call and learn more. Step number 4, convert the attention into income. You need to have a calendar link in your bio or in your video description so that leads or people who see the project that you build, they can book a call with you. This is very important. You need to make it easy for people to actually reach out to you and start a collaboration. What's awesome as well is that these will be warm leads. So it's people who saw the thing that you built and they actually want to work with you. So that's why they're reaching out. It's very different compared to if you were reaching out to them. Because what you have to remember is that people love to buy, but they hate being sold to. People love going on Amazon and just shopping online, but they hate ads and they hate the random salesmen on the streets. When you jump on calls with leads, your goal is just to understand as much as possible about them, about their business and what their needs are. That's all, nothing else. You just collect information so that, after the call, you can make a proposal for them. Start with small projects and then grow into bigger contracts with more long-term relationships. Here is what happens when you follow this framework. First, you will learn by building real projects. Then you will get paid while learning. You'll build a portfolio naturally, you will gain real business experience, and you have much more chances of landing a job later on. Let me show you a real example from our Codebender Accelerator.
So I was part of the community, like I was active, like trying to contribute, build projects, and sometimes we had monthly projects where we had to build something. So I was learning along the way already there. That helped me a lot to like understand how to build these like full stack apps, integrate with AI, because there's so much like AIs out there, different things. And understand how to integrate that. And so after some time, I was active in the community, and so then you mentioned about an opportunity, like there's a client that wants like something to have, like to build a voice angel, right? And so I thought like, why not? So I reached out and yeah, it worked. After like a week, I think you contact me that we can start from the day after. And so yeah, that was pretty exciting.
Like I said, if you want to earn money really fast without wasting your time, check out my accelerator program. I have a few spots left for this week. Click the link below to book a call to learn more. What if I told you that your coding skills could make you more money through a one-person business than your full-time job as a software engineer? I'm a software engineer and I recently started a one-person business. In the first month, I made $11,000 all while working only 4 hours a day. There is a specific framework that transformed me from a regular programmer to running a profitable tech business. Almost every programmer can start a successful business by following those 3 steps. Today, I will show you the fastest way to start a one-person business as a developer. While other devs are fighting for jobs,
you're gonna learn how to build your own money printing machine. There are two types of devs in the market today. They are the grinders who work super hard at their job, or if they don't have a job, they work very hard on getting one. They apply to hundreds of positions in the hope of getting those big tech salaries. And then there is the other type, those who grind on using their coding skills to build assets that make them money online, ideally that can even make them money while they sleep. Actually, I don't have a problem with any of those paths. I think they're both legit, like the traditional path of getting a job or the more entrepreneurial path. As long as you can provide for a family and you do something good that is useful to society, it's all good to me. The only problem is that in today's market, relying on only one source of income, so relying only on your job, is very risky. It's better if you have more than one source of income. And alhamdulillah, for us as programmers, we actually have a unique advantage because we can build entire products from scratch. We can automate literally anything. We can use AI in a much more advanced way. We can build products that scale, and on top of this, we can do all of that from our bedroom. But the problem is that most programmers have no idea how to turn those skills into a profitable business. You don't know how to monetize your skills. Before I learned how to code, I actually tried a bunch of different side hustles starting from a teenager, right? I was first selling digital art for people, then I launched my own online store to sell custom-made t-shirts. Then I tried drop shipping, like in an ethical way. Then I did like tutoring, I started tutoring business and a variety of different things. This was all before I learned how to code. So when I got the coding skills, it allowed me to find a more efficient path towards making money. There are two main ways to make money with coding that gives you the highest returns. One is the SaaS. You can build a SaaS, that's the dream path, or you can provide a service. You can start an agency, like ideally an AI agency. That's the smart path. That's the one that I picked. I started Codebender AI. It's an AI development agency that helps companies implement AI solutions. We build automations and AI agents for companies. The framework that I'm about to share with you has 3 stages, but there is a hidden 4th stage that completely blew my mind. Like in my opinion, this is how you can get to $1 million per year or more. So here's the framework to get you to start your business as fast as possible. Stage number 1, you need to define the niche. The best niche has a combination of these elements. Number 1, the people inside of the niche are rich, so they have money to spend, they can pay you, right? You don't want to target a niche that is broke because no one can pay for your services. So that's number 1. They need to be rich, or they need to have money to spend. Number 2, it should be easy for you to show return on investment for them. So you want a niche where those people, those potential clients, they have money to spend, and once they spend money, if they spend like $5,000 on you, you can easily show them that you can make $20,000 for them. So things like automations, typically AI agents, it's easy to show those types of things. The next point is that they're easy to find. You want targets, like you want a niche that you can easily identify and find online so that you can get clients, right? Like if they're an amazing niche, but there's no way to get your first client, like there's no point in going after them. An example of a good niche that is easy to find is doctors. You can literally go on Google Maps, you write doctor, you're gonna find all doctors nearby in your city, you're gonna get their emails, their phone numbers, and everything that you need to reach out to them. That's an example of a niche that is easy to target. The next important thing is that they're in pain. So there's something that is missing in their life, there's something that is missing in their business where you can bring some value. And the last part is that it fits your interest. So ideally, you're interested in whatever this niche is doing, whatever the businesses in that niche are doing, so that you can do a better job in when you work for them. Versus if it's something that is completely boring for you, it's going to be harder. There is also a bonus step is if you have some prior experience in a certain field, right? Like based on your past experience, based on the network you have, like something that gives you an extra advantage, you should also try to leverage that. So with the example of doctors is if you have a lot of doctors in your family, you should try to leverage this, right? Like if you want to go into that field, because that gives you the first layer of network that is already done for you. So the first clients could literally be either members of your family, or they can introduce you to other doctors, other people with whom you might work and provide like some development service. Some examples of good niches are, we already mentioned doctors, but it's lawyers, realtors, funded tech startups. So tech startups that raise millions of dollars, they have money and they fit into all those categories that we mentioned. Stage number 2, you have to market yourself. This is where most developers fail. They build in silence. So no one knows about them, no one knows about their service and what they do. They might be super skilled, but if no one knows it, they're not going to hire you, they're not going to pay you. So the first thing that you should do is use your personal network. Go through the list of all the contacts that you have on LinkedIn. Who can you reach out to? So there's 2 categories, right? Like one of them is going to be like your target audience, so people with whom you can work, people who can hire you. The next one is going to be people who can introduce you to other people. So with the example of doctors that we mentioned, right? If you have doctors in your network, ask them directly if they would be interested in your services. Like if you want to build an AI voice agent for them, for example, like a phone receptionist, ask them if they would be interested. But then there might be another category in your network who they're not going to hire you directly, but they know other people who might hire you. So you want to reach out to them first. This is the first layer, is the first step that you do, is easy. To literally send a DM to everyone in your network that is relevant. The next way to market yourself is by making your skills public. You want to show your skill set. And the best way to do this is to build projects. But we're not going to just build any projects, right? Like a lot of people talk about building projects for job search, etc. We're going to do it very, very different. The whole goal of our strategy is to leverage on an existing trending AI technology, something that is trending big time right now. So for example, like OpenAI, they released the real-time API not too long ago. The real-time API is this API that allows for voice interactions, right? So you can talk to it and the API will reply with voice. This is something completely new that came out and there was a lot of noise about it. Imagine if you're one of the first people who build a project on it and then you post it on LinkedIn, maybe you make a quick YouTube video, like literally zero effort, you make just a Loom, like a Loom video. Whereas your face, you share your screen and you just walk through the project that you built. This is going to give you a lot of attention because this new technology that has just come out, there are no experts on it. But there's a lot of people who are interested in it. So they're going to share your stuff, they're going to want to talk to you, they'll want to ask you questions, and that's how you can position yourself. That's how you can stand out compared to the crowd. That's honestly the two strategies I use to get to 10K a month. One is the network, and the other one is if you don't have the network, is literally just find a trending technology, look into the AI news, and make a project and post about it. Stage number 3 is the growth stage. So once you have made your work public online, or once you reached out to people and you have connections, you're starting to have discussions, you need to schedule calls, right? You need to schedule calls with qualified leads. Inside of those calls, it can be like 15 minutes, it can be 30 minutes maximum. Your goal is to figure out what their needs are, what they're trying to achieve, what their business looks like, what are all the different operations happening there, so that you have a good view of their business and what their need is and how important it is for them. Then at the end of that call, you have to schedule another call for a few days later. That call will be about the proposal that you're going to make for them and you'll try to sign them as a client for you. In between those two calls, you'll have a few days. In those days, you need to prepare a proposal. So if they want you to build a chatbot, you need to prepare like how the chatbot is going to look like, how much time is going to be involved, what is the feature set, how you're going to build it, so that you can propose them a price and a concrete proposal and a contract that they can sign inside of the next call. That's the strategy. Ideally, you want to be smart about it as well. That's why like in the first round, like the discovery call, when you ask them questions, you also want to think long term. Like if today they ask you to build a chatbot, try to think about their business and see, okay, is this just like a short one-time project or there's more opportunities? Because maybe the chatbot is step number 1. Maybe later they're going to need another automation. Maybe they're going to need an AI voice agent. Maybe they're going to need a bunch of different things. So then you can build like a long-term relationship and you can start proposing them more and more things. But the first step is to validate that first project they ask you. We actually use this framework inside of my accelerator. Every month we have a challenge to build an AI app within a certain team. With Andrew, we build a social media AI voice agent that generates LinkedIn posts. A client recently paid us $1,200 to access that tool. Then with Albert, we built an AI voice agent and a client paid him $2,000 to spin up an agent like that for him, and it took him only 1 week. If you're interested in this and you want to learn how to build projects like that and land clients, feel free to book a call. There's a link in the description. We're gonna talk and we'll see if you're right fit for the Codebender Accelerator. I went through the 3 stages of the framework, but remember, I told you that there is a hidden 4th step, the one that changes everything, the one that will allow you to scale to $1 million per year and way past that. Once you start getting clients, you will notice that the work you do is pretty much repetitive. Because if you follow the framework correctly, if you identify the niche and you only take clients within that niche, it's gonna be pretty much the same requests every single time. For example, if you work with lawyers and they ask you for some AI automation to speed up how they process documents, every law firm will pretty much need the same thing, right? You just need to adapt it a little bit from law firm to law firm, but it's about the same. So over time, as you work on those projects, you're gonna start building some internal automations. You're gonna start building tools to help you deliver those projects faster. Clients are not gonna know this. So when you land a new client, it will just be a matter of like clicking a button, configuring something small, and then you're gonna spin up a full new automation for them. Clients, they're not gonna know this. They don't need to know. But this is what is gonna be happening internally in your business. Once you have that, you essentially build a SaaS internally, and then you can make it public. You will switch from agency mode to SaaS mode. This is way more scalable. You can get a lot more clients and the exits for SaaS are a lot more interesting. If you sell your SaaS business, you can make millions and millions of dollars. Agencies are much harder to sell. But the advantage of going this route, so the route of first building an AI agency and then building a SaaS versus only building a SaaS, is that with this approach, you're gonna take 0 risks because clients will essentially pay you to build those projects and then for you to build those automations internally. Then you're gonna get validation from the market because clients are gonna give you instant feedback on the work that you're doing, so you will know that it's valuable. You're gonna get very good testimonials for when you launch the SaaS, and you're gonna get referrals from those clients that you have built good relationships with. This is a much better spot to be in when you start your SaaS compared to starting from zero and just spending months of time building something when you have no clients and no traction. Instead of starting here, you're gonna start here with a huge strategic advantage of having all those clients and those testimonials and that initial capital. And this is my framework for the fastest way to build a one-person business as a developer. Between 70 and 90% of software engineers can't even land a phone interview in 2025. This means that if you're a software engineer right now looking for a job, your chances are very low. To give you an idea, I posted a job opportunity on LinkedIn for a junior developer position. It got 500 applications in 2 days. But while everyone is fighting over these jobs, there is a new opportunity that most developers are missing, and my students have been capitalizing on it. Like Ziad, who landed a $10,000 AI project for his first ever client. Or Jose, who secured a 2,500 monthly retainer for an AI project only 15 days after joining our community. The reality is we're living through one of the biggest wealth transfer in human history. And in this video, I'll show you exactly how to be on the winning side of it. My name is Zaurbek. Over the last 5 years, I've went from a beginner to a senior software engineer. I've led multi-million-dollar projects. And currently, I'm leading my own AI development company where we build AI agents and automations for businesses. The traditional software engineering path is dying more and more every day. The current state of the market is thousands of applications for entry-level positions, countless fake AI-generated applications, bootcamps flooding the market with junior developers, companies outsourcing development as much as they can to reduce costs, and AI tools like Cursor replacing routine coding tasks. Don't get me wrong, there's still ways to get jobs, and people do it every day. Billions of dollars are being poured into the tech industry, and new jobs are being created as we speak. I've shared many unconventional ways to land jobs on this channel through the videos I make, and my students have been landing those, but it's not easy. Tech is not what it used to be. You have to really fight to get these jobs now. However, on the other side of this market, something massive is happening. Every single business needs AI. Think about it. Look at the historical data. In the early 2000s, when the internet came out, every business suddenly needed a website. In 2010s, when social media came out, every business needed a Facebook page and run paid ads. You had 16-year-old kids at the time selling these services and making thousands of dollars. Now, every business needs AI, but they have no idea how to implement it. I'm talking about small businesses needing AI customer service, real estate agency wanting AI-powered analysis, marketing firms needing AI content generation, law firms wanting document automation, consultants needing AI research assistants, e-commerce stores wanting AI sales optimization. And here's the interesting part. These businesses, they don't want to hire full-time developers because they're not tech businesses. It doesn't make sense for them. They just want to pay someone to build these solutions quickly. And why this is huge? Well, there are 33 million small businesses in the US alone. Most of them need or will need AI solutions soon. There are few developers who know how to build these AI systems, so there is a massive gap between the demand and the talent. There are two clear ways to capitalize on this opportunity. You can join AI startups that are already solving this problem. They have massive funding, they raise millions of dollars, and they're going to pay you a very good salary. The other option is that you help regular small businesses implement AI through your own agency. That's where the opportunity is huge. I've already talked a lot about the first path on my channel, but in this video, I want to talk about the second path. How to earn thousands of dollars every month by helping small businesses implement AI. I will share with you a complete plan to get started and land your first client in 30 days. First step, you have to choose the service that you will offer. This is essentially the value you provide. For example, you can pick a task and automate it, like document processing, customer service. I'm going to give you a real example. Two of my clients are automating content translation for a company. They got a $3,400 project for this. You can also build AI agents that can do tasks autonomously for a business. You can build voice agents that can answer phone calls, book appointments. You can also build custom AI apps based on the customer requirements. It's important that you pick one service to start with because this will help you build case studies which will allow you to get more clients and build reputation. For example, imagine that your service is building custom AI apps for business owners or founders. If you build 3 AI apps for different clients, that's essentially 3 different case studies that you have. And so if you go to a 4th business owner and you tell them, hey, listen, this is what we built for 3 other business owners like you, and this is what we can build for you. Well, it's going to be much easier to convince him to pay. One massive problem that you will encounter though is that most clients, they want a custom AI app built, but they don't have tens of thousands of dollars of budget for it. This happened to me with my very first client. They wanted me to build a complete education app with a whole set of features in less than a month on a small budget. This wasn't really interesting for me, but instead of losing a client, what I like to do is find AI tools that can help me do 80% of the work for me. And this is where Lovable comes in. an AI tool that turns your ideas into complete code instantly. And they were kind enough to sponsor this video. Ultimately, I was able to charge this client $6,000, and the project took me around 40 hours to complete. So that's essentially $150 per hour. And most of that time was spent on customization and client strategy, not on writing basic code. Here is how you can use Lovable's AI to deliver your paid projects. Watch this. I simply describe what I need, something like create an education app with reading assessments, progress tracking, and AI-powered suggestions to improve children's reading skills. Lovable immediately starts generating a full-stack application. React front-end with Tailwind, back-end logic, even Supabase integration for the database. So it helps you go from a concept to functional app in seconds. It's not gonna get everything you need right from the very first time, so you're gonna need to continue prompting and assisting it. But this will help you save an enormous amount of time. If you instruct it well, you can get it to write 80% of the code for you. My client was very happy with the result. This is the feedback that I got from them. Clients don't really care if you use AI tools or if you write code from scratch. They only care that the solution works well, that is delivered quickly and at a good price. This is precisely what I've been telling you about the future of development. The developers who will earn hundreds of thousands of dollars aren't the ones who do it the old way, writing code line by line. They're the ones who do it the new way, leveraging AI to deliver 10x the value in half the time. There is no way you'll be able to compete with them unless you use AI as well. Lovable gives you 5 free messages daily or up to 30 messages per month. That's enough to build your first project and see the power for yourself. So check out the link in the description to try it. Now let's get you your first 3 clients. The worst thing you can do at this stage is just to randomly cold email a bunch of different businesses. You won't get replies, you'll feel tired, you'll feel burned out, and you'll most likely give up. So we're not gonna do this. Your first clients should come from your network. This is by far the easiest to get started. This is how I got started with my agency. So here is what I want you to do. Open LinkedIn and go in your connections tab. Scroll through it and check for anyone who could become a potential client for you. The best clients have money so that they can pay you, obviously. You have a good access to them, so you have spoken to them multiple times, they trust your skills, and they do something that you're interested in. Personally, I like to target small business owners who make over $1 million in revenue and who are not very technical. Example of good clients can be dental clinics, lawyers, real estate agents, accounting firms. These guys usually have a lot of money and they have repetitive tasks that are not that hard to automate. If you know someone in your network who doesn't really fit into those criteria but might know someone else who does, also reach out to them. They might give you an introduction, so those will become warm leads as well. I gave you the example of dental clinics. You probably know at least one dentist yourself that you have gone to in your life, right? Well, everyone else in your network also goes to a dentist, and most likely it's not the same one. So if you ask them, at least a few people should be able to give you an introduction. So that's a bunch of extra new leads that you have generated. You remember the $6,000 project that I mentioned earlier? This was my very first project for my agency. And this came from a referral from a friend of mine. So I didn't even know that client directly. So now what do you do after you reach out to them? How do you convince them that they should pay you to build something for them? Well, the best way is if you have a real case study of something that you have done. So you need to showcase your skills. And for that, you need to build a demo, something that they can see. What I personally really like to do is build in public. So you take an idea of an AI app or an AI solution that would benefit the business, you build it, and then you share it on LinkedIn, on YouTube. You can record a quick video. It can even be a Loom video where you record your screen, yourself, and you walk people through this solution. Over time, people will see you as an expert and they will see you as someone who can deliver. Then when you reach out to your network, try to jump on a quick 15-minute call with them. In that call, you can showcase your demo in more details, show what you can do for them, and ask if they're interested. If they are, you should book a new, longer call this time to go more in depth and see if you can work together. If they don't reply to your messages to book a call, record a quick 1-minute Loom video and send it to them. Basically, in the Loom video, you'll showcase a demo of your AI services and then ask again if you can book a quick call with them. Ultimately, most people will reply to you since they are in your network and you already know them. Let me show what's possible when you put this system into practice. These are real projects that my students have landed in the past few months inside of our incubator program. Jose landed the $2,500 per month client only 15 days after joining our incubator. This was his first ever client. He's helping a startup build an AI solution. We have Albert and Alex who landed a $3,400 project to build an AI content system for an education company. We have Ziad who landed a $10,000 project to build an AI MVP for a startup. And the list goes on. Fayez landed a $4,500 project to work with a company. Zia landed a $1,500 project with an $800 per month retainer to build an AI voice agent for a law firm. There is a key pattern here. For many of them, it was their first project ever. These projects were completed in a few weeks or just a few months. Most of the businesses that they worked with were non-technical, but they all needed AI solutions. Listen, the window of opportunity is now. Every business will need AI the same way every business needed websites back in the day. The first wave of AI developers will get most of these opportunities. If you want me and my team to help you get clients, go to the link in the description. Now, to benefit from this opportunity, you'll need to learn how to create your own one-person coding business. So I've made this specific video for you. Check it out. Thank you for watching Codebenders, and Assalamu Alaykum. For the first time in tech history, Muslim developers have a golden opportunity. While others are stuck in 9-to-5 jobs missing prayers, a small group of AI developers are building six-figure halal businesses from their laptops. Praying on time, working remotely, choosing their clients, and serving the ummah. I'm a developer, and I recently started my own AI development agency where we build AI agents and automations for businesses. Just look at some recent projects from our agency. A $12,000 project to create automations for a Muslim law firm, a $3,400 project to help a YouTube dawah channel with 500,000 subscribers translate their content into multiple languages using AI, a $6,000 project to build a voice agent for a home service business, and many more halal projects that pay very well. By the end of this video, you'll have my complete system to build and launch your own one-person halal AI business. This isn't theory, this is the exact system that I've used to help developers like you in our community land from $2,000 to $10,000 paid projects. This isn't just about making money, this is about reaching financial independence while staying true to our values. I'm sharing everything with you here. Strategies, pricing formulas, and client acquisition methods that align with our deen. Let me show you a pattern in tech that keeps repeating throughout history. In the early 2000s, when the internet came out, every business suddenly needed a website. In the 2010s, when social media came out, every business needed social media pages. Now, every business needs AI, but they have no idea how to implement it. Most developers are missing this completely. They're still stuck learning outdated frameworks, applying on job boards where they get no responses, and stuck in jobs where AI might replace them. Meanwhile, here is the opportunity that very few people are talking about. There are 33.2 million small businesses in the US alone. All of them need AI integrations now, or they will need them very soon. These businesses are mostly non-technical, so they don't want to hire full-time developers. They're looking for freelancers and agencies to build solutions quickly. And the demand is everywhere. Law firms need AI document automation. Real estate agencies need property analysis. Dawah organizations need content generation. Small businesses need AI customer service. There are two paths to capitalize on this. There is SaaS, which is higher risk, higher investment, and longer timelines, but big upside if you make it work. And then you have the AI agency route. This is a faster start, immediate income, and lower risk. SaaS is a popular route that a lot of developers try and unfortunately fail. Before learning how to code, I've been trying multiple businesses and I've been making money online since I was 16. Selling digital art, building online stores, selling t-shirts. Then I tried job shipping in an ethical way, of course. I also had a tutoring business. This taught me valuable skills about business on top of coding. And since then, I try to look at things in a very practical way. SaaS is exciting, but it's hard. Agency is a lot easier. You can start directly, you can get your first client in the first month. You can build a project for them, you get paid immediately. You can have a salary that surpasses your job pretty quickly. And then you can still build a SaaS later on. So this is the route I picked. I started Codebender AI, an AI development company building AI agents and automations for companies. And with agencies, there are three profitable service models. AI integration consulting, you can get from $2,000 to $10,000 or more per project. You have custom AI agent development, you can get from $4,000 to $10,000 and more per project. And you have AI automation systems, where you can get paid a setup fee and then a monthly retainer, and it can also be a few $1,000s per month. Now I will show you the exact system I used to make $11,000 in my first month of starting my one-person AI business. And it's what my students are using too to make thousands of dollars every month outside of their day job. Here is the exact 90-day roadmap to land your first $10,000 client. We teach you how to implement this plan in our Codebender incubator program. The beautiful thing about this model is that you can schedule it around our 5 daily prayers. You're not bound to some corporate schedules or non-Muslim holidays. You can take Friday off for Jumu'ah without asking anyone's permission. The first month is going to be your foundation. So step 1, you're going to define your niche. The best niche has a combination of these elements. The audience is rich, so they have enough money to pay you. You have some unique advantage from your past experience, your life situation. You know people in that niche, or you can easily find them. This gives you a huge advantage, because they're going to be warm leads for you. That niche fits your interest, and obviously it has to be 100% halal. So a few examples of good niches are lawyers, doctors, realtors, funded tech startups. If you're not sure, start broad and then narrow down over time. Second, you want to find a list of problems for them, and from there is going to give you ideas for solutions that you can offer them. There are different services you can provide. You can build automations, voice agents, chatbots, custom AI apps, lead generators, and more. Then you need to learn how to actually build these solutions. So you need to master your core AI development skills. You don't need to spend years learning every AI framework or having a PhD in machine learning to build these solutions. Focus on practical tools. For AI apps, just Next.js and OpenAI will do the trick for most projects. For voice agents, you can use something like Vapi or Retail AI. For automations, just use Init-N or Make.com. The key is to have a business-first approach. We don't care about your tools. Remember, only care about your solutions. Businesses, they don't care if you use Python or JavaScript, code or no code tools. As long as you have something that works, that solves the problem quickly and at a good price, that's all that matters. Month 2, you want to build authority. This is where most developers fail. They build in silence, so no one knows what they do or what they're capable of doing. Brother, no one is going to check your GitHub. You have to share your projects. So here's the plan. Once you have the skills, build 3 demos using trending technology. So if your new AI model comes out, use that model, build a project within your niche, within the service you want to provide, and demo it. So for example, if you want to sell AI voice agents to law firms, build that. The best is if you can present the demo as a case study. So you make a Loom video, you show how it works, you explain how many hours you can save per week, what kind of value can it provide. Put that Loom video on LinkedIn, YouTube, whatever you want. You want people to see that you have expertise in a specific niche and that you can provide value. Month 3 is about client acquisition. Here you have to start with your network. That's the simplest to get started. This is where you're gonna get your first 3 clients. Message everyone in your network, ask for introductions, leverage Muslim community networks. If you're looking to work with doctors, for example, you probably know at least one doctor in your life that you have gone to. And probably the people that you know, they also know doctors, so you can ask them. These warm connections are going to be a lot stronger than just random cold outreaches. Then another thing you can do is you can join private AI developer communities. Over the past few months, 10 of my students inside of our community in the Codebender Accelerator have landed paid projects. And it's all through opportunities that were shared in the community. Here you can see some screenshots of our members getting from $2,000 to $10,000 projects. If you want to get in, click the link below to book a call. We'll talk and we'll see if you're a right fit to join us. We get a lot of calls, so spot go out fast. Better be quick. Now, as you're reaching out to people in your network, you want to turn those conversations into clients. So ask them to schedule a 15 to 30 minute discovery call. You can use Calendly or cal.com for that. You just send them your calendar. The goal in these calls is to get key project details up front and ask thorough questions. Then at the end of that initial discovery call, you book a follow-up call for a few days later. In between those days, you're going to create a compelling proposal for them. Your goal is to make it impossible for them to say no. The payment structure that I like to do is I divide the project in 2 to 3 parts. The payment is done after each milestone, so it makes it easy for the clients. They don't have to pay anything up front, so it's easy for them to say yes. If they agree, I send them the contract on DocuSign, they sign it, and then we begin the work. But now the question is, how much money do you ask them for those projects? I have a formula that I'm using. I take my hourly rate, I multiply it by the number of hours the project will take, and then I multiply it by the value multiplier. That's the price I will charge the clients. The value multiplier is the secret key. Clients, they don't need to know all of this, by the way. Don't share it with them or reveal how many hours the project will take. They just need to know the final price. To set your rate, you need to do some market research. And you need to know how much developers who are roughly in your level of experience charge. So for example, if your client is based in California and you're a junior developer, you check how much junior developers in California get paid. And you can take an amount that is a little bit higher than this since you're going to position yourself like an expert. So for that type of client, you could charge $75 to $100 an hour. But then you need to calculate how much time a project will take you. So here I calculate roughly the base hours that I think is going to take me, and then I add an extra 10 hours because there's going to be meeting, feedback. So for example, if I think the project is going to take 40 hours, add 10 hours, that's a 50-hour estimation. This means that the price is now $75 an hour multiplied by 50. That's 3,750 hours for this project. This is the base price, but now comes the value multiplier. For the value multiplier, I consider the business size of this client and I calculate return on investment. So I try to see how much money or time can we save them. So for example, if it's a $3,750 project, with a value multiplier can easily be a $6,000 project if you save them a lot of time. That's why I also like to focus on high return investment projects. The window of opportunity to get into AI is closing. Every day you're waiting, someone else is taking your spot. More and more people are discovering this model. There's still opportunity, but don't wait. The first wave of developers will grab the biggest opportunities. If you want me and my team to help you, click the link in the description. If you're qualified, you'll get a free call from us. To benefit from this opportunity as fast as possible, you need to start making money while you're learning those AI skills. So I've made a specific video for you to show you how to do it. Check it out. And remember, this isn't just about making money. It's about achieving freedom while practicing our deen and building something meaningful. Thank you for watching Codebenders, and Assalamu Alaykum. Congrats on completing all the modules. If you enjoyed this video, please leave a comment. It gives me a good indicator to make more videos like this. Remember, Codebenders, when you do the work others won't, you'll get the opportunities they can't. We're wrapping up signups for the accelerator. Go to the first link in the description or lastcodebender.com/accelerator to register. And if you want to learn how you can put all of those skills into practice to make thousands of dollars building your own one-person coding business, check out this video that I've made. It has a full plan for you. Thank you for watching, Codebenders, and Assalamu Alaikum.